Ryan from the Stallion stuff keeping you from rooting for us to beat Michigan?
Wow, I didn't even think of that. I often say I spent my one awful year of my life at Central Michigan, which is true. It was my freshman year.
But how funny would
All
it
the
be?
rest of the years have been good. Just that one year.
That 1 year was terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there were some moments.
That's a high percentage. I spent one awful year at Central as well.
Wow.
It's
a
good
percentage.
Should we ask him the?
I would say that. I'm fire up chips. I mean,
the 10K question from Cookie Jar.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
So the question in the cookie jar was: you got to cage fight an animal. For every pound it weighs, you get $10,000. You can choose the animal. Which animal do you pick? I went with a tortoise. John went with a cow.
Can I go blue whale because it's out of water and it's not going to be able to fight?
It's the most on-brand thing ever.
Yeah, because not only do I
he
get
wins the fight,
I don't know. Tom went
he gets to
jellyfish,
lean into his inner carnivore.
Yeah, I not only do I win the fight and I get $12 million, I get to eat that same cow for a year.
You just choke it out, right?
Perfect.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Break a leg, tip it over.
You're not going to get aggressive unless you get because you get to pick the animals. You're not picking a
Right.
steer.
No, there's no horns on that one.
I got to go giraffe, right?
I think that Doug says giraffe.
I speculated on the air once if a human could beat up a giraffe. And then people started sending in videos of giraffe fights.
Yeah.
Human couldn't beat up a giraffe.
One thing we did determine that Doug can beat the snake.
It's a long story. And,
Oh, can he now?
would you rather come across
a garter snake
in the ocean?
God.
We saw a video of a snake in the surf. And we're like, would you rather come across a snake or a shark?
Would you
And I
just
said,
pound it?
You just pound
the snake?
Yeah. And just
you get your hands around a snake and beat the snake.
Yeah. Well,
Better than a
it
shark.
can be slippery.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We digress.
Well, not necessarily. If it's in the water, yeah. But once it's out,
would the goal
if
be
you've touched a snake? They're leathery, man.
Yes. Would the goal be to just choke it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you beat it like it owes you money. Eventually. But so you can't say like I said blue whale. I can't take a fish out of water.
It's kind of outside of the spirit of the challenge.
Yeah, it's more of a land-based.
I'd probably be. I agree. I don't know if I could choke out like the cow though. Like I can't. That's a big ass neck on that thing, and I don't think you can apply enough pressure to get it done.
You ever been cow tipping?
Never.
Oh.
Have you?
You haven't lived.
You
my
haven't
friend.
lived. Yeah. So one thing that you could do, one is like their legs are not the strong point. So you could break a leg. But I do believe that you could find a way on the back of the cow and choke it out.
Maybe. I mean, I'd give it a shot.
And hey,
I can't take on
scratch and claw, at the eyes.
Maybe go with like an 800-pound cow instead of the 1,200-pound cow. Maybe I could do that.
Sure.
Maybe,
Eat for half a year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So half a year. I imagine I think it's going to last a lot longer than half a year.
Well, look who you're talking to.
That's true.
I did see a poll question you guys put up.
Yep.
You gonna hit that today?
Yep. Right out of the gate. We'll tell you what it is. Read some of your comments.
All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Fridays in the fall mean lots of football discussion, previewing the weekend that is to come. Welcome to the Karsh and Anderson radio product. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson.
Hi, Doug.
Good morning, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Anything exciting last night?
Not terribly. No. Didn't like what I was seeing from the Tigers, and then I, make that awkward switch to go to Amazon to watch the football game, and the big delay, trying to go back and forth in the game. It's just not worth it. So I just stayed on Amazon because the Tigers getting killed, and was paying attention to the Tigers on my phone. That was no fun. And now that was the game last night. The football game was no fun either. I didn't know how I was supposed to root watching that.
Yeah.
And
that's why we asked the question yesterday.
Yeah.
About what do you want to have happen? But
I mean, eventually what I wanted to have happen was Washington win that game. But after Washington got beaten that badly, I felt a little bit better about the Lions. Because the Packers were able to score against them in the second half too, but against the Lions, they didn't do as much against the Lions in the second half. It wasn't a thorough beating like it was last night. And Micah Parsons was everything Micah Parsons is supposed to be.
You didn't think the Lions got thoroughly beat? Because I thought that was pretty thorough.
The first half I thought was just it was no fun. The second half I thought the Lions showed up.
Well, I'll say this.
Not the way you want them to by any means, but I thought it was much less of an ass beating than the first half.
Well, the Lions, if you want to take anything out of it, it's at least that the Pack is for real, and they're going to be tough for everybody. And something is coming back, Gator. Something that had kind of been dormant for a while. My Jordan Love next Packer quarterback great worry meter is back in effect.
You're worried about him?
Back in effect.
Let me help you out with why maybe you shouldn't be as worried about him. Because he's not an elite quarterback. He's good, but he's not elite. In fact, I don't think he's anywhere near elite. He missed. There was a play towards the end of the game. They had the lead, and then they're trying to go for the jugular and score again. And he had one of his receivers wide open, and it was golden. And he was throwing was right to left in your TV screen, and he was throwing it, and it was towards the end zone. Maybe a 30, 40-yard pass, something like that. And the defender was thoroughly beaten. But because the ball was so woefully underthrown, he was able to come over and knock it away at the last second. It looked like a great defensive play, and it was. However, if the ball is thrown competently, it's a touchdown. He still has things he's got to work on, without question. He's good. I'm not taking that away. I think he is good. But I don't think he's going towards Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre territory.
I hope not. But those my deep-seated fears have rekindled. Kang, how was your Thursday? Anything exciting in your household or just football?
Just football.
Which is exciting.
Yes. I got that text from you. I don't know if you want to bring it up later to turn on the college game, which was fantastic.
It was. I got to tell you, there's just college football never ceases to amaze with the most college football-y things possible.
That was the best thing I saw last night. The worst thing I saw was the Packers were freaking good, man. Yeah. And that did... I know they would debate it in the morning show whether it made you feel better or worse. It made me feel worse. I mean, Parsons is just getting his feet wet. I'm more scared about Jordan Love than Gator is for sure. Maybe not as far as you, Doug, but I definitely think that this is... I'm not saying the Lions aren't going to make the playoffs, but the division is definitely up for grabs between the Packers and maybe even the Vikings. We'll see how they play, but the Packers look good. I'm scared. Yeah. I'm worried. They're good. They got a premier pass rusher, and Jordan Love may be better than... He might be the guy that you think he is, Doug, and I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm scared. What's wrong with you over there, Gator?
Oh, did Doug send you a text to watch something? I didn't get the text. I wasn't on that thread.
You know what? Hold on, just so you know, just for some context here.
You wanted you to watch college football?
You might feel like I didn't text you on purpose, like we excluded you, and you would be right. No, actually, we were texting about something completely different, to be honest with you. It had nothing to do with that. And I said, by the way, are you watching this college?
I like football. I would have liked to been kept apprised if something was going on that I wasn't watching.
We were discussing something different and the game was on. And I said, by the way, this is true.
And you're the one with all the free time. I figure you'd be watching all the sports all day long. I'm the one who needs to be known about this. Like, thank you, Doug, because I wouldn't have turned it on.
No.
I didn't watch a single minute of the college football game.
Do you know what happened last night in that game?
I saw the final score was, I think, North Carolina State won by 2 touchdowns or something.
They came back
by 10 points, 34-24 or something like that.
It was an entertaining game, but I guess we have to tell what happened.
Yeah, it wasn't about the game.
Yeah. A food truck, a barbecue food truck outside the stadium caught fire. And it was like it was like a smoker. It catches fire, and the whole second quarter was in with the din of smoke over the field. And ESPN brought a camera down there, and I got to retweet the video. There's just this dude in the food truck, this barbecue food truck. I got the name of it here somewhere. The Chalk's Barbecue and Southern Catering. Gator,
look at the most delicious smelling second quarter ever.
There's a guy, there's fire licking off the ceiling of the food truck, and there's just this dude.
Everything must go. Final sale.
There's a guy holding this tiny little fire extinguisher, and he's just kind of chilling, applying the fire extinguisher. Doesn't look stressed at all. And there's flames licking on the roof above him.
It's not his first rodeo.
And ESPN's got this live shot. Meanwhile, the game's getting smoked out. The whole place smells like brisket. You can barely see the field. And I'm like,
so good.
This is the most college football-y thing ever. And I loved it. And my man was not stressed at all. I got to see if I can find it, and I'll retweet it.
Anyone want some bird ends?
Yeah, who would want to see that? I'm so glad you didn't text me and let me know about that.
Well, like I said, we were texting about something else, show-related from yesterday, and I'm like, we got to, better with this, better with that, and then blah, blah, blah.
Oh, it was show-related.
It was show-related. It was about my performance. It had nothing to do with you.
Didn't say it. I'm part of the show. I just thought maybe you might want to include me in part of that. Maybe
I think it should be more about with the food truck thing, dude. Who cares about what we were texting about before? The food truck was awesome.
King, it's everything in total. It's all of it. All of it.
You don't like brisket anyways.
If I had an iPhone, you probably would, but I'm not. So
that's true. We don't want that green.
I don't need that green screen.
Yeah, nobody does. All right. So our Twitter polls: do the Lions win on Sunday?
You guys suck.
Are you just still a believer that the Lions win on Sunday? Go vote, and we'll read your comments on the air. I'll get this food truck video out. And my man putting out the fire, not even worried, but the whole stadium was under smoke. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, so dude with his tiny little fire extinguisher trying to put out the fire in the food truck has been posted to our Twitter account. This is from Wake Forest and NC State last night in what is a moment that is just, it's college football-y as it gets. Check it out, at DunGator971 on Twitter. In the meantime, we do have that question out there. Do the Lions win this weekend? It's a very simple, keep it simple, stupid. Vote and comment, and you can vote there, and you can comment, and we'll read comments on the air, as we do often. Gator, what do you think the percentage of Lions fans? Have you seen the poll yet?
I have not looked at the poll yet.
Kang, have you seen the poll yet by chance?
No.
What do you think the percentage of Lions fans, given what we've heard all week, what percentage of Lions fans think they're going to win this game?
69%.
Okay.
Nice. I'm going to go higher, Doug.
Okay.
Higher than 69%.
Come on.
You want me to give you an exact number?
Yes.
81%.
Wow, that is higher.
It is higher, and it's higher than 81%.
Ah, see, I went low.
Folks are chesty around here.
And they don't really respect the Bears, and they don't like Ben Johnson, man.
Well,
they really want to beat Ben Johnson.
Maybe. It's 86% Lions win, 14% Bears win.
Man, that's chesty.
Here's the feedback that we have gotten. Patrick says, I think they'll win, but in a way that doesn't improve their outlook for the remainder of the season. Pat says, week 2 is a huge test for this team. I do expect Dan Campbell to have them ready, and hopefully what happened last week was a wake-up call. They need to come out and attack and stay on the attack. Gonzo says, I think it was a timing issue. Guys were embarrassed after the loss. Campbell will get their minds right. Isaac says, yes, the Bears are soft and the crowd will be a huge factor. Offense bounces back, 31-17. Kyle tweets us, I refuse to believe the Lions Super Bowl caliber roster has reverted to a mid-tier team, which is exactly what we'd need to be to drop this one at home.
Oh, my.
Raymond says, Lions struggle, but beat the Bears. Close one, 23-20.
Do you think the chestiness comes about because of how the Packers dominated the Commanders last night? Like, they just beat the team that played in the NFC Championship game and handily after they beat the Lions. So, I mean, It's not like the Commanders are a bad team, and the Lions aren't a bad team either. The Packers are just that good.
What it makes you look at is say, okay, that probably won't go in the books as a bad loss. Right? There are such thing as a bad loss. And there's not really a lot of good losses. But when you're a team that wins against 2 NFC contenders to open up your season, it feels like you're pretty legit. And I think that one of the early takeaways of this season that isn't exactly going out on a limb right here, everybody buckle up for this take. The Packers might be good.
Slow down.
Yeah.
What did you just say? Come on.
Bold ass.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, I mean, so in some ways you might be right that Detroiters, and the morning show did this as a topic. Does that game last night make you feel a little bit better? Or does it make you feel worse? Like the Packers are 2-0 in the division. They look like they might be like the NFC favorite now. They beat 2 contenders out of the gate, and they beat them soundly. Does that make you feel worse, or does it make you feel better that, okay, Packers are legit. It wasn't going to be easy. We didn't expect it to be easy, and the Lions have their hands full, but at least they lost to a legit team. Whatever your psyche is, the morning show said they got a ton of traffic on this, and I'm intrigued if our audience, the 10-2 audience, feels that they should feel better or worse about the Lions after last night.
I think I do feel a little bit better, but I didn't feel that terrible about it after the game anyway. I was pissed about the team losing and coming out very flat and then just not being able to handle the line of scrimmage. That was very disappointing. But I also thought, that's not the Lions. The Lions are better than that. I know these guys are better than that. These are missed assignments. They'll figure it out. I think they'll be better. But what I might be willing to admit is that, and I'll just say it and get ready for a hot take here.
Okay.
Get ready.
All right, buckle up again, everybody.
The Packers are the team to beat in the division. Just buckle up. I know. That's wild. We strap it on for a wild ride. Round and round we go, up and down all types of inclination.
We need to ask Detroit if they're ready for this because we're going to be bringing these kinds of hot takes all 4 hours.
What we're going to do? Packers, they're the team to beat. No, they're playing. I mean, they are playing the part, man. They look good offensively. They have a bunch of receivers, although perhaps one less. Jaden Reed broke his collarbone last night after he's already playing with a broken foot.
Yeah.
They're still without Christian Watson. But they've got depth at that position, and they're able to move the ball. And defensively, Parsons makes a monster difference to that team, as you would have expected. But the surprising part is this. They traded away, was it Kenny Clark who they traded away?
Yes.
Really good against the run.
Yes.
They've given up 97 yards, 96 yards
They've been
in
really
2
good.
games on the ground.
They've been really good.
46 to the Lions, and I think it was 51 last night to Washington, who has, by the way, a running quarterback who they completely bottled up and held in check.
And they bottled up Goff on the ground as well.
They did. They were able to somehow contain Jared Goff and keep him from running wild against that defense. But they did it to Jaden Daniels too, which is wildly impressive.
Sure.
And the other thing I take out of that game last night, which could help the Lions, and why I feel better about the Lions, is Packers are giving you a footprint on how to handle mobile quarterbacks. And Lions are playing a mobile quarterback.
Were you looking for blueprint there and you went with footprint?
Yeah, I went. Works. It works.
It's okay. I dropped the Texaco reference yesterday.
Footprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tex goes there too. Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. Plus, did you say din of smoke?
I might have.
The sound of the smoke was just
exactly.
overwhelming. Yes, the blueprint. Yes, they may have gotten a blueprint on how to handle a quarterback. Not that they wouldn't have one anyway, but it's there. Keep the guy in the pocket, or have other people, committed to helping to stop that young man from tearing up the ground. And Caleb Williams is awfully elusive. We know it. So we'll see if any lessons are learned. But one lesson for sure, Doug. This Green Bay team.
Yep.
They're good.
Yep.
I think you might be able to say definitively
living on the edge.
They
might be. I mean, look, I'm
the pack is back.
I think everything looks great when everything's rolling. I want to see how the Packers look when some adversity comes along and it's a long season.
With some adversity.
Which is
they haven't played with Christian Watson yet. It's a pretty good receiver.
I mean, I want to see what happens when they lose a couple games.
Well, now
that's what I'm. Yeah,
we'll see how.
I want to see them lose a couple games too.
I want to see how they react. I want to see how they react when they lose a couple games. Because somebody on that roster,
9. I'd be happy if they lost.
Well, hold on,
9.
let me explain. Somebody on that roster has been known to get upset and maybe be a cancer. Right? It wasn't that one of the words on him down in Dallas. So what happens when everything isn't going well? I'm intrigued.
Well, the thing is, things might always be going well because it's a really good team.
It could be true. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson off to a hot start on this Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Was that beer Mango Unchained?
Yes.
Okay.
At Baffin Brewery. Yeah.
All right. We were talking beer during the commercial break. We talk beer during commercial breaks a lot.
We do sometimes, yeah.
Going to a brewery tonight, and I'm trying to figure out what's in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, and
A lot of breweries, they aren't, for guys like me, I'm described as a sorority beer drinker.
or me for that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll try. I'm a little bit more adventurous than you are, but
Sure.
I don't like a lot of the higher alcohol.
It's hard when you don't like IPAs because I
Yeah.
think that's sort of the breweries and their IPAs and hey, we got 7 of these and we've got this one light.
Oh, it's a double IPA. Double the pleasure.
Yeah, or
Which-
double the bug spray.
But to each their own,
Yes,
right?
yes.
We like what we like. Everybody else likes what they like. That's fine. That's
All cool.
fine. But maybe we were talking about the beers around this menu at the places you're going to, and there was one that was mango mentioned with it, and I said, I've had
Nothing's better than.
nothing's better than Mango Unchained that I had at Baffin Brewery out in St. Clair Shores. But I've had a lot of mango beers over the years.
Yeah.
I think it's a great compliment to a beer flavor. If you find the right fruit that goes with it, it's the right amount that you put into it too. You don't want it to be too fruit forward, and you don't want just a hint either. I want to taste it, but I also know that it's still a beer. Then you find something good, and I think it's why we like Magic Hat number 9. It's not mango, it's apricot,
Which is crazy that's good.
but it's enough of apricot that you're like, oh, there's definitely something else in this beer, and it's delicious.
All right, 248-539-9797.
I'm excited for you.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'll report back.
I new stuff.
I'll text you. I swear.
I bought a 6-pack of Oktoberfest.
Oh, dude, it's that time of year. I do
Sam
like
Adams
Oktoberfest.
Yeah, I like it.
Julian in Detroit, you're on 97 want to take it. What's up, Julian?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing?
All right.
Good, man. So I just wanted to call and touch base a little bit on the game last night, and then my prediction for this week. Watching that game, I could not help but to get frustrated seeing guys like Von Miller, making a sack. Even Deebo Samuels is the role that he's starting to play in Washington. Just the fact that we kind of just sat there over the offseason. And I think that's going to end up being what hurts us in the long run. You got Zach Ertz. I know he's old, but he won a Super Bowl. Just these veteran guys that were brought into these two young teams just to make the difference. I feel like maybe that's something that we're lacking. And as far as this week goes, I think it's a must-win already, obviously. And I think they will literally burn down the stadium if Ben Johnson walks out of there as a winner. But I was just wondering if you guys think
real quick, did the Lions not go out and get the top free agent veteran cornerback?
Reed. I feel that. I mean, but I'm saying, like, obviously the edge is an issue. And I hate to sound like beating a dead horse, but I mean, they're just pivotal guys. I mean, guys that are, Super Bowl winners, guys. I mean, I'm getting frustrated watching these veteran guys coming into these offenses or these defenses where there's a pivotal piece missing and they make a complete change. I mean, Reed didn't do much on Sunday. I mean, I think
he did not have a good game. I mean, they did, but in theory, they did go get a veteran. But look, I mean, this is one of those deals where it's probably, as you said, it's beating a dead horse. What it is, I mean, this field has been plowed over and over and over again, but Brad Holmes has flexibility. Last year, he got Tim Patrick and Zadarius Smith late. And I don't know who the Tim Patrick of interior offensive linemen might be. I don't know who the Zadarius Smith of edge rushers might be because it's not Zadarius Smith anymore, but he might make a change still.
And Julie, the Lions actually had Zach Ertz a couple years ago. Actually, I think he played in the NFC
I do remember that. That was for the playoff run. I remember that. But yeah, he came in late. I think it was right before the playoffs started.
Yeah, they picked him right before that began. So I guess my point in bringing him up, other than you brought his name up with Washington, is that I think throughout the season, there's no question Brad Holmes is going to be looking to improve this team. And because things weren't done maybe necessarily to what people wanted before the season doesn't mean it won't be done before a trade deadline. I mean, you're seeing teams add players all the time, and they're actually making trades right now in the first couple of weeks of the season. So I think we'll see the Lions make a move at some point, and that could happen.
Thank you for the phone call, Julian. Matthew in Toronto is next. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Okay, so I think with remember Aaron Rodgers a couple of years ago, and he said RELAX.
Yeah.
I think it's the first game. I think 2 new coordinators. Everyone's getting their feet under them. Now, the Packers have 7 first-round picks, I think, or a ton of first-round picks on defense. Then they got Micah Parsons. all of these people are in year 2 or 3 of this new defensive coordinator. There's no tape on Micah on the Packers now. So I think, it's called Overreaction Monday or whatever for a reason. I have one question for you guys, though. If the Lions beat the pants off the Bears, are you still going to be a little anxious, a little worried, a little,
No.
unsure if they're – no.
Not even a little. I mean, if the Lions blow out the Bears, I'm going to feel great about the Lions. I just think it was a bad first week. I don't know. I don't know if the Lions are better than the Packers or not, but the Packers certainly were better than the Lions in the first week of the season. I think it's with miscommunications, it's different than just getting outmatched. You know what I mean? Like, you can watch. You're going to see it this weekend, right? Is Youngstown State or Central Michigan, should they have any business beating Michigan State or Michigan? No, because they're outmatched. I don't think the Lions are outmatched. I think that they absolutely had their miscommunications, and for the most part in the NFL, you don't see many mismatches. Talent runs all throughout the league, but some teams are better at executing than others.
It's first week. That's all.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be talking about it, but yeah.
It's funny because it's week 1 to week 2, right? In theory, you're supposed to get better. How much better do the 2 young guys at guard get? How much better is the communication at home than the road? All of those things, like the arrow should be pointing up on both fronts. But, the Bears aren't as good as the Packers. Packers might be the best team in the NFL. They have an impressive early season resume. But, the Lions got some work to do. They got, to get right and get right as quickly as possible. And I don't know what the timeline is. If let's say that Mahogany and Ratledge are both going to be really good, like they're both going to get the job done, but it's earlier in their careers. Like, you go back and you look at Aiden Hutchinson right out of the gate. You remember the Aiden Hutchinson? Where's Hutch? And how people just trashed Hutch early in his rookie season and what a wasted pick and all that stuff. And it was like, hey, let's let it breathe here a little. Let's let some marination take place. Let's let the guy give him a chance. It's the same thing with these two. I mean, Mahogany's in year 2, and he played a little bit last year, but he's still pretty young. And Ratledge is a second-round guard. Now, a lot of good guards go in the middle rounds. And so how quickly those two improve might be the key to this season. 248-539-9797. Well, let's go to Alan in Bloomfield Hills. You're next. What's up, Alan?
Hey, guys, really enjoying the show, and I'm glad a couple of callers had at least toned it down a little. I mean, listening to these phone calls that the sky's falling is driving me crazy. A team that scored 560-plus points last year with no edge rushers. And now we have a premier edge rusher. And yeah, they blanked their pants on Sunday. I get it. It was Green Bay's turn.
This call will be recorded.
Oh, boy. We're getting recorded now?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what that was.
All right.
So, well, you guys are recorded by people, so they can play it later. Anyway, and we saw Mr. Tesla, and everybody wanted a Puka Nakua. Here's a kid that we saw his hands. One hand he could catch the ball with.
Yeah.
He's got 4.45 speed. He was a quarterback. So he has, I think, him and Goff are going to mend together like 3-day-old chili. They think alike, and he can block. And and in Chicago's first-round pick from Michigan, Loveland runs a 4.740. Heck, we've got a guard that runs a 4.940, Tate Ratledge, who was a 2-time All-SEC, 2-time All-American like Frank Ragnow. Give the kid some time. He's going to be good. Lions are going to kill him. I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, remember to hit stop on the record.
And maybe delete.
Yeah.
No, I agree with his point at the end. He had some interesting analogies there that were over here and over there. But
3-day-old chili, I get it. No, chili gets better the longer it sits together.
did he say that Tesla and Goff think alike?
I don't know if he said that. Did he say that?
Is that what he said? Did I misinterpret that? And how do we know that? And what relevance does that have to the product on the football field? I mean, if he's trying to say they're on the same page, nobody's on the same page like Goff and Amon-Ra.
No, No. And I was watching Sportsworks last night. Dan Miller had an interview with Isaac Tesla.
Yeah, you're going to make me find this online.
This
is interesting.
So, and one of the things he said, anybody taking under their wing or whatever, and he's like, well, he didn't necessarily say anybody took him under his wing, but what he said was, I've always looked up to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think he's the best receiver in the National Football League. His work ethic and all the reasons you would think he is. And then Dan Miller asked him a question about that catch. Your first catch in the National Football League, it's a touchdown. It's your first touchdown in the league. Is that the best catch you've ever made in your career, ever made in your life? And he pauses for a long time and then goes, it's up there, but I don't think it's the best one, but it's up there. I've had some really good ones. And Dan goes, well, really? What do you think is your best? The one you think? And he goes, well, I had a catch when I was at Hillsdale. And he starts talking about it.
Was it the game against Ashland?
I don't know. And they show this play while he's describing it, and he's down the left sideline. Quarterback throws the ball, and it is a spectacular catch because he dives straight forward towards the end zone with one hand outstretched, catches it in midair with the one hand while he's completely horizontal to the field, brings it in, tucks and rolls so he's able to land in bounds, and it's called a catch. It is spectacular. I don't think it's better than the one he had against the Packers, but that one was really unbelievable. And this kid's got a bunch of those, apparently. He just likes to catch a ball. Does not drop it.
The video that we found is kind of a bunch of highlights, and it's been tweeted out. It's the second catch of the Hillsdale highlights that Tesla says was better at Hillsdale. That catch was better than the one he made at Green Bay, in his view. But you can go check it out for yourself. Again, at DunGator971.
And check out the interview Dan Miller did as well with Fox 2.
Dapper Dan. It is Carson Anderson open lines last night. Okay, we've seen the Packers play twice. Is it making you feel better or worse? The case can be made for both. Better because, okay, the Packer legit. They just took apart another NFC title contender. It's early in the season, a lot of football to be played. They suffered another serious injury. I don't root for injuries, but they can pile up. Or does it make you feel worse? My God, the Packers that good, and they're already 2-0, and the Lions really got handled this past Sunday. 248-539-9797. Also, our Twitter poll. You think the Lions bounce back and beat the Bears Sunday? Comments on that poll, if you choose to comment as to the reason why you voted the way you voted, comments will be read on the air. And so will your text if you send them over. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's true about Michigan Auto Law. Steve and his crew over there, well, they are better than any other law firm in the state when it comes to auto and truck accidents. Check them out online. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Hey, just a couple things to remind you of. We have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up a little bit later on. Also, we go inside Allen Park with the carefree, laid-back grinder of the station, the Birchie Kid. He'll be with us at 12:30, and look forward to talking to him, as he'll have the very, very latest. Dan Campbell speaks to the media today, and so we'll kind of get an idea on injuries. Although John Morton let the cat out of the bag that he expects Taylor Decker to play, although I don't know if maybe that was common knowledge. An executive decision was made here at the station. Calvin Shepard is the new defensive coordinator. We played a little portion of his opening statement yesterday.
Just a taste.
We're playing the whole opening statement at 11 o'clock.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. There's a little bit of run through a brick wall when he's done.
Yeah?
I mean, there's some fire. There's some brimstone.
Oh.
There is, it's pretty good. And it's long, but I think it's worth it for the people to hear who runs the Lions defense. Again, 11 o'clock. You won't want to miss it. 248-539-9797. Bill is in Madison Heights, and I'm 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
How you doing?
We're excellent.
I think I'm at the store gator. You want me to pick you up some pumpkin spice? Anything you need?
I mean, pumpkin ales are always good. I do like a good pumpkin ale.
Okay. All right, great. I think the game last night actually made me feel a little bit better, just because, Green Bay is newsflash, they're good.
Yeah.
But I think the Lions. I think the Packers had over 400 total yards against Washington, and I think the Lions defense actually held them to 260 total yards or something like that.
They didn't have a lot of total yards against the Lions, no.
Yeah, so to me, it gave me. I think we all thought the defense kind of got jumped in the beginning, but they played better. So it encouraged me more about the defense anyway. But I think, this is still a work in progress with the interior line. The Lions are going to win on Sunday, but it's going to be a close game. It seems like they always play the Bears close at home. The Bears are 0-1 too. They're not going to want to go 0-2. Just like the Lions don't want to go 0-2. So I think they win, and it's still the offense is still a work in progress with that line. But I mean, people,
Well,
if you gave me 7.5 points, I would take the Bears. But I think people are going to still need to RELAX after this game too.
Bill, thank you for the phone call. Your point is a good one. Packers rolled up 404 yards of total offense against Washington last night. The Lions held them to 266. Mm-hmm. And I understand that the other side of that argument can be, and people want to make it, and that's fine. None of us can know for sure. People like to say that the pack throttled down. And I at no point did I see the Packers, if they throttled down, it was only late, because 14 points is not an unsurmountable deficit. I would never want to hear that my team throttled down. And last night, just like against the Lions, the Packers were up 17-3 early in the second half. Did they throttle down last night? No. They went for 404.
And they were also, trying to throw for touchdowns with a few minutes left in the game. Mm-hmm. They didn't throttle down against the Lions. Okay, what happened was there weren't many possessions in the second half. Lions were able to help limit that. The Lions got a 3-and-out against the Packers to start the second half. That's huge because it keeps them in the game, gives them an opportunity. Now, did the Lions close the gap? No, not enough. Both teams scored, I think, 10 points in the second half. But they didn't throttle down. That's not a game plan in the NFL. Not with a 2-score lead.
Now, if you're up 28-3 late third quarter, you might throttle down.
You might be able to throttle down.
Doug, Jordan Love is a pretty good quarterback. Maybe not great yet, but greatly benefited from the Green Bay way. They draft good quarterbacks and let them matriculate behind a great quarterback to learn. It's been a formula for decades now, and it's effective until I'm proven wrong. Anyway, it's from Nick and Romeo. You have to get the right guy. I mean, Hendon Hooker was matriculating. It's not just the formula. You have to draft the right guy. The formula is what they do, but if you don't draft the right guy, it's a moot point. And I'm afraid they might have, again, drafted the right guy. The worry meter is back in effect today. It was kind of dormant for most of 2024.
Yeah, well, keep this in mind. They didn't draft Brett Favre. They traded for Brett Favre.
True.
They drafted Aaron Rodgers, and they obviously drafted Jordan Love. And the fact that it's been 3 quarterbacks over the better part of 30 years is amazing. But if you watch Jordan Love play, I'm giving credit to the Packers. They saw something that I sure didn't see. Jordan Love early in his career in college was a guy who used his feet and ran incredibly well. Didn't really throw the ball. That it wasn't anything special there. When he got drafted, did you think he was going to be anything special?
Not particularly.
Based on what you saw in college?
Not particularly.
I mean, I sure didn't. I give the Packers credit. They were able to develop him. They saw something there, and they've got something there. They've got good offense. Like, their offensive line is decent. They've got Josh Jacobs as a running back who's really good. Before that, they had Aaron Jones, who's good. And they've got a young group of receivers that Jordan Love has had the opportunity to grow with, which I think is big. When you come into the league as a rookie or your first year starting, and now you're getting all the number 1 reps in practice, and you're able to get those number 1 reps with all these. At the time, they had like 3 rookie receivers or 2 rookie receivers and one guy who had been in the league for a year, and then they just grow together. That's huge.
248-539-9797.
Doug, to add to your fear of Jordan Love being good, did you know that Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers were all 27 years old when they won their Super Bowl? Do you know how old Jordan Love's going to turn this year?
I guess 27.
Yep. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Great. Worry meter goes up a peg.
How old was Lynn Dickey or Don Mikowski? They didn't win Super Bowls.
Yeah, but
Stop it!
This isn't this. Yeah, okay. He did skip some generations.
Yeah, there were several.
Yeah, well, the point is, those were bad quarterbacks. The good quarterbacks did it.
Yeah, right.
Damn it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I left Matt Flynn out. Okay.
Why you got to bring up Matt Flynn's name?
Cooper writes in, holy crap, guys. Parsons is going to be out with back problems by week 5. Yes, Green Bay is on fire, but for whatever reason, the Lions weren't ready to play week 1. You can bet me we'll see the real Lions the rest of the way.
So how many snaps did Micah Parsons play against the Lions? It was like a dozen or something like that?
About 13.
Okay, and he played over 50 snaps last night. If you want to count on him having a back problem all season long and it's going to side on him, okay, hook him. Good for you.
Well,
I think that this is a guy that's going to be mad. I mean, he may have to manage some pain during the season, but my God, is he?
I don't root for injuries. I think that's you don't root for injuries.
No, and you don't bank on it either.
That's something to monitor, Gator.
It is something to monitor, you guys.
Something to monitor.
Without question.
248-539-9797. All right, Calvin Shepard, his entire opening statement was fiery. It was brimstone-y, and I think you'll like it, and we'll play the entire thing for you coming up at 11:01 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Michigan and Michigan State both heavy favorites at home tomorrow. The Wolverines take on Central Michigan at the Big House. The Spartans host Youngstown State in East Lansing. Michigan wide receiver Donovan McCulley, what do you take away from last weekend's loss to Oklahoma? The Wolverines are 27.5-point favorites over Central. The Spartans 3-0 all-time against the Penguins, last win in 2021. The Tigers dropped their series finale with the Yankees 9-3 last night in the Bronx. Sawyer Gibson-Long struggled in a bullpen day, giving up 7 runs behind the opener Tyler Holton. Dylan Dingler, 2 hits and a home run for him. Couple of home runs for Aaron Judge in this one, but the Tigers still managed to win their series, their first at Yankee Stadium since 2011. Next up is a 3-game weekend series at Miami. Tarek Skubal takes the ball tonight. You can hear that game right here on 97.1. And once again, impressive are the Green Bay Packers, now 2-0 after a 27-18 win over Washington last night at Lambeau. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so here we go. A couple things we put out there in social media. One is the poll. Just do you think the Lions are going to win this game against the Bears on Sunday? You can vote and comment. Your comments can get read on the air, but simple question. Do they bounce back, get a win in game 2 against Chicago? 2 is the fire last night at the food truck in the Wake Forest-NC State game. It was a barbecue food truck, like a smoker caught fire. And the best part is this dude calmly in the food truck with this tiny little fire extinguisher with flames licking off the roof above him, but it smoked out the whole stadium. And then there was a special on burnt ends. But yes, go check out the video. It's pretty funny.
It is. It's funny how calm he is trying to put that thing out. Not so funny that his food truck was burning down.
No.
But, it must have smelled delicious.
That second quarter of that game was almost smoked out. College football. Check those things out. And the Isaac Tesla catch from Hillsdale that he says was better than the catch he had at Green Bay. In an interview with Dan Miller, it was Dan Miller, wasn't it?
It was Dan Miller.
Okay, yeah. He said it was better than the one he had against Green Bay. It's a highlight video from Hillsdale. It's the second catch of the video. Again, all that stuff available at Doug and Gator 971. Okay, we played a portion yesterday of Calvin Shepard's opening statement. He is the new defensive coordinator. I've made the comment before that it's easy to listen to coaches at podiums or interview coaches and confuse them being awesome to listen to with being a good coach. It can happen. It's happened to me, and I've got burned on that. Oh, it's a good coach, good coach, good coach, because they really talk a good game, and you think they're super credible. So I've learned my lesson. I don't do that anymore. But that doesn't mean we won't play you coaches that are fun to listen to. It was fire. It was brimstone. It's Calvin Shepard's on the job with the Lions defense, and here's what he had to say yesterday. No, sir. No, sir. No questions. I love the term. It's non-negotiable.
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 No, there's some good lines in
Yep.
there. Look, I like to play the game every once in a while too. Hey, if you take this play away and take that play away, but you can't do it.
As he said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that this year. I like that. We're not going to do that this year.
Well, he kind of did.
Well, he did, but said you can't do that, and we're not going to do that this year. And he's on the job. I think he reeks of credibility, but I think it's all about doing the job.
Yeah,
I mean, look, a good fiery speech to open up your first press conference after week one doesn't mean you're a good coach.
No, it doesn't. But Kelvin Shepard has a chance to be good and to be really good. But for Lions fans to be convinced of that, go beat the Bears,
of course,
and contain their quarterback who likes to move around and sack the quarterback. I think that the thing is, if Aiden Hutchins comes away with 2 sacks on Sunday, and the rest of the defense has like 2 or 3, everyone will RELAX.
Yep.
From the defensive side. That wasn't a big problem on Sunday. I love hearing Kelvin Shepard because he is a fiery guy, and that's great. But that's not the guy I really needed to hear from. We already heard from the guys. We already heard from Dan Campbell because that's the guy who really has to talk about it and fire things up and smooth things over at the fan base. It's already like, what the hell just happened? You know, they're all red-faced about the game. And then, okay, there were communication issues. We can work that out. We're going to be fine. Okay. And that's where we're talked back into it. But I do like a good fiery speech.
So here's the thing about, what he had to say. You're right. It's all about doing it on the field. Like it's cool that it shows a little bit of leadership. Like that what is tangible there is that's a guy that's into leadership, accountability, and he sounds like he knows how to fix things. That's been addressed, as he put it. It's non-negotiable. And so there's a high standard. And when he said we're not going to do that this year, I wonder how much is he implying that they did too much of that last year? And the one thing that you brought up, in the past, Jordan Love has hurt the Lions in the scramble and in the run game. Like there have been some, and they've played Jordan Love a lot. There have been a couple of games where he really was a problem getting out of the pocket and making things happen with his feet. Not in this game. And so
he didn't have to. He had a pocket.
Fair enough. But
no rush.
Well, Calvin Shepard said the rush numbers were impacted by them getting the ball out quickly, which can eliminate a rush, but that's a whole nother topic. But the one thing is this week, if they can do the same thing, if that performance against Jordan Love and keeping him in the pocket and keeping him from escaping the pocket and making plays with his feet, they can do the same thing to Caleb Williams. It's canceled Christmas. That game's over. They need Caleb Williams to make plays with his feet.
Yeah, and Caleb Williams is a different quarterback than Jordan Love. Jordan Love is way more polished, and he's also not the runner and the running threat, as much of a running threat as Caleb Williams.
No, Caleb Williams is.
Caleb Williams can be his own biggest obstacle.
He can be his own run game.
Yeah, well, but he can also be his own biggest obstacle. He's the guy that prevents himself from being great because maybe he wants to take off and run instead of following things through. He's got good receivers to work with. He's got a couple of, exciting tight ends to work with. I mean, if you like Colston Loveland, a lot of people around here do, and one of the top tight ends in the country. And yeah, he was one of the top picks. He's a big target and he can run routes. Cole Kmet's pretty big too. And now that Cole Kmet might have a running mate with him as another tight end, that's a mismatch waiting to happen when you got two big tight ends like that, let alone the fact that they've got Roma Dunze and they got DJ Moore and all these other players.
Dude, if Caleb Williams starts to dial it in, that offense is a problem.
Which I think will happen in the second half of the season. I don't know if hopefully it doesn't take place on Sunday against the Lions. It looked unstoppable after one drive against the Vikings, and then everything just kind of shut down after that.
248-539-9797. Jeremy says, nice rant, but the players didn't call for dropping Davenport and Hutch into coverage. Another one here from Huron Mark on YouTube. Shep gets it, and now he has to show up on the field. Yep. Get to your phone calls and feedback next. We'll have more from Calvin Shepard, particularly about this defense and what he expects moving forward. As the hour continues, we'll hear from John Morton next hour. We'll also go inside Allen Park with Birchie, as he's down there with the Lions today. And we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in the second half of the show. Picks at 1:38. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. If I bet it coming up today at 1:38. We'll pick some games. Michigan and Michigan State talk as well. We got to put together a to-do list for these two teams a little bit more in depth. Tigers did lose to the Yankees, but win the series, which is cool. Lions and Bears coming up. The Bears come to town. They're trying to wash themselves of the Eberflus stench. Unfortunately for them, the new Ben Johnson smell wore off quickly. We'll see what the teams look like to take the field on Sunday. Let's get to your phone calls. Wes is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Wes.
Hi, Doug. How you guys doing?
We're good. Thank you.
Hey, I don't want to be Danny Downer here on the Lions, but I just don't see it this Sunday with Chicago. I think their offense is anemic, and I mean anemic. And I say this to go back to even the preseason when they played the Hall of Fame game against Harbaugh. I know those were second, third, fourth string players, but that was the same case with Harbaugh, right? The Chargers were so much more disciplined. The penalties that the Lions had, and then last Sunday, that pick six could have turned the tide of that game easily. And the Lions didn't have one penalty; they had two. And the other thing I got to say is,
well, hold on, Wes. I got to give you. I get it. You cannot use the Hall of Fame game as a data point for anything.
I think you can. I think the discipline
based on all the people that played in that game that are going to play in this game.
No, but I'm using the discipline factor of how those guys were much more disciplined and coached better, regardless of what string players they were.
I mean, one thing when players aren't very good, they commit penalties. You hold when you're losing a battle. I don't know. All right, you can use it. I wouldn't, but you can use it if you want. What's your second point?
Well, what's the stat on both new coordinators for a team the next year that have made the playoffs? I don't even know if there's analytics out there for that.
Well, the most recent example is last year's Eagles coordinators that won the Super Bowl. But you're right. I mean, I don't have a stat on first-year coordinator success at my fingertips.
So the Eagles had both new coordinators last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm pulling for them, but I just don't see it. And I think that if they lose this game Sunday, the analytics on 0-2 for the playoffs, let alone a Super Bowl. So I think this is as important a game. If they come out and stomp them and look like the Lions, that's what I hope happens. But if they win at 23-20 in overtime, I just think we got problems. But thanks, guys.
If the Lions win 23-20 in overtime, yeah, I don't care how they win. Just win the game. There's so many teams in this league have a ton of talent, and the Bears do have talent. The Bears.
But you keep pointing. You pointed this out several times, not today, but and I like that you do. Last year, the first 3 games of the season were not exactly sterling efforts from the Lions offense.
No.
They weren't scoring tons of points in the first 3 games, and despite that, they overcome that, and they end up scoring 33 points a game last year as a whole, despite, 26 in the first game, but it was
overtime.
20, and they scored a touchdown in overtime, 16 in the second game, and 20 in the third game. Well below their average. In some cases, it's 2 touchdowns or more below their average, and yet over the course of the next 14 games, they're able to get it together and go 13-1 during that stretch.
Yeah.
I'm going to relax a little bit and see what happens here with this offense. I expect the offense to click. We've seen them click. We know that, in practice, when they needed to, just go to Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's open and he'll catch the football. I disagree with, I'm watching with my own eyes. So I'm not going to look at next-gen stats to tell me that Jared Goff had time. My eyes told me he didn't have time.
Yeah, it's hard for me to buy
into. It's a really strange
stat
was so strange to see. And I'm hopeful that the line will get it together, give him time, that they're going to feel more comfortable playing at home, and that the offense will be fine. And I'm hopeful that they can score more than 20 points as an offense. And let's feel a whole lot better about this team, and we can maybe stop with the comparison to last year.
But
if they score big,
Wes, there's no guarantees.
No,
right? And Wes's whole thing there's no guarantees that the Lions are going to be better offensively than they were in Week 1. I don't care what happened when Kyle Allen was running the offense and Craig Reynolds was carrying the ball, but because you know what? Over the course of time, Dan Campbell teams have been disciplined enough. They've been disciplined enough. And so his concern about them committing 7 or 8 penalties or whatever it was in that Hall of Fame game, I just don't think is relevant at all. All right, here's more from Calvin Shepard. Are you looking forward to the chess match with Ben Johnson? These guys sat in offices together. Calvin said Ben taught him a lot about offensive football to help him craft his defensive game plans when they were together here in Detroit. So I guess they're pretty tight. Are you looking forward to the chess match with the former offensive coordinator of the Lions? Here's what Calvin Shepard said. We are coming off a loss, ladies and gentlemen. He's something.
Facts.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Nolan in Rochester, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I think it was 2 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, where the Lions, I don't even remember what they started off in the first 3 games, but their offense, people were panicking because it just wasn't clicking, wasn't coming off as people thought, and a lot of people were blaming it on that the starters didn't play in the preseason. That goes either way, but I feel like it's going to be pretty similar to that, where the first 3 games, obviously you got Baltimore after Chicago, so that's another tough challenge, but I feel like it's going to be rough first 3 games, and then I feel like after that things are really going to start clicking, and it might even take, that extra 4th game, hopefully not any further than that, where the offensive coordinators start to really get into a routine with the players and stuff. And obviously we want that instant gratification. But I really believe that after that 3rd, 4th week is when we're going to see the Lions start to heat up. And I do believe that towards the end of the year is when we're really going to see them, reach their full potential. And I think they're going to click at the right time going into the playoffs. Maybe not win the division, obviously hopeful that they do, but that's kind of my thought on it.
Well, Nolan, we've talked about it a ton. It was last year that the offense wasn't good right out of the gate. And yes, it's been talked about as well about whether or not it's not playing starters in the preseason, which is an interesting theory. How many reps, how many series would the starters actually get in the preseason if they played them? Is it 4 series? Is it 5 series over the course of the 3 games? And this year they played 4. I don't know if it makes that much of a difference, but Dan Campbell said he'd think about doing it differently moving forward when that question came up at the morning show, although he was specific to the rookies. But Nolan, yeah, there's interesting pattern here that a couple of years in a row, the offense, which has been a strength of this team, has been slow out of the gate. And as far as how quickly they can get it up and running offensively, that might be based solely on how much the interior of the offensive line comes along. I don't think there's reason to doubt anything else offensively, although the tackles didn't have a great game either. But, they should be better everywhere offensively, right? Another year for Laporta, another year for Gibbs, the wide receivers, J-Mo's arrows pointing up. They add Tesla. I mean, they should be better over the course of an entire season offensively if they can come together in the middle of that O-line. But, tick-tock, when does it happen?
Yeah, it's a big if for when they gel, but that's just gelling as a unit. I want them to be so much better week 1 to week 2 here and not make the obvious mistakes. You're going to make a mistake here and there. And at some point, you're not going to make mistakes, but hopefully they're limited. It was so just prevalent with what was going on offensively against the Packers. They could not get things going. And when they did sustain drives, they didn't finish.
248-539-9797. We'll talk some Michigan and Michigan State coming up next, plus your phone calls and feedback mixed in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan and Michigan State back on the field tomorrow. Have you had any word from Spartan fans on the new tailgating at Munn?
No, I haven't. And I remember bringing it up after the first week of the season. Didn't really get a whole lot of information on that. But I am curious because now that they've had the 2 night games that they've had, anyway, I'm curious what it's like out there or what people are saying about it. Because after the first game, a lot of interesting reviews. Like they liked the Munn part of it, but what they didn't like was the waiting in line for concessions in the stadium, which has always been a problem. And they came out and said that they're aware of this. They're trying to address this, and they're hiring more people, and hopefully things get smoother. So I don't know how it went on Saturday night against Boston College when you got an overtime game.
Get on it, J-Bat.
But I hopefully it was better. I mean, J-Bat was out. Actually, he walked the Munn field with Tom Izzo. They were out there with the tailgaters, and I thought that was kind of a cool thing to do.
Well, look, something new like that, I hope it works out, and I hope it's something the fans can enjoy. So if anybody wants to report back on the new Munn field.
Yeah, and now we got it's a 3:30 kick, so again, people be there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But the different concessions, I'm also curious about. And the same thing, Michigan has different concessions this year too, I think.
I actually am not aware of that. I mean, they break out some new stuff every year, so I'm not as well versed. I don't think there's any new tailgating areas or anything like that. They might have some new concessions in the stadium. But
did you see the video of, because Penn State is redoing one side of the stadium?
Yes.
Did you see the video of how they exploded it?
Yeah,
exploded it. They detonated.
They brought down that bizarre. The press box was like being in a submarine. I guess probably most people don't care because public doesn't have access to the press box, but it was old and out of date, and they're updating everything. That stadium is one of the most fascinating structures I've ever been in because you can see like, okay, one year they put up this section,
right,
and then they built another section over here, and it's like this journey through time. Yeah, of these. This probably went in the 70s, and this went in the 80s, and now they're doing it again. Where at the end you have this bizarre-looking hodgepodge of puzzle pieces that fit together and make this giant erector set stadium. But it is cool. It's a great atmosphere. But yeah, when they blew up that side of the stadium, it was pretty wild. As far as Michigan's concerned, noon start, Central Michigan. Got down to the building yesterday, bounced around a little bit. I mean, I think there's a few things that are on the to-do list for Michigan. First and foremost, win the game. It's coming off a huge matchup. Some guys got banged up, and now you got an opponent that you're supposed to beat. Central has this amazing history of being a giant killer. When Sharon Moore was there as an assistant coach, Central beat in consecutive years. They went to Purdue, Oklahoma State, and Kansas and won. They've beaten Michigan State in the past. They have a number of Power 5 programs, pelts of Power 5 programs. So there's something woven through that program. In the group of 5 teams, I think Central's 5th in all-time wins. I think Army and Navy are 1 and 2. Central, I believe, is 5th. So there's a history there, and there's pride, and they will play 3 quarterbacks on first, second, and third down. They're not afraid to parade. Like, they'll parade out a different guy.
Parading him out.
Yeah, well, it's wild. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. Their offensive coordinator, Chapin, was a Michigan student. Wasn't a student manager. Wasn't an intern in the building. He was a student who sat in the stands and then got into high school coaching and has worked his way up the totem pole. I kind of want to ask him, did you watch the games? Were you tailgating? Were you taking an interest? Or were you a regular old student who now has gotten yourself into, because a lot of students, they become student managers and then they get jobs as grad assistants at small schools and work their way up the totem pole. Not a lot of regular students can just go out and get into coaching, but he did. And So that's kind of an interesting sidebar. But I think if you're a Michigan fan, you're looking at, hey, run the ball more consistently from a standpoint of the explosives have been great, and they weren't there last year. The Michigan's offense had very few explosive plays, but they've had big-time explosives with Justice Haynes. But they want the 2s and 3s to be 5s and 6s. And the running game can't be only explosives and then other very short games. Expand the playbook a little bit. I think this is what we would call a soft launch of Bryce Underwood. They're slowly trying to let him, bring him along and give him what he can handle on a week-to-week basis. And I know not everybody loved it, but trust me when I say it's not like they're going to keep a governor on all season long.
Yeah, don't keep him under wraps. I think this would be a good game to allow him to have a little bit more creative freedom, with some either the RPOs or just throwing the ball or taking the decision to take off and run, and give him confidence that we're all for it, man. Take off and go if you want to. It's there, get it, because he's a really, really good athlete, and I think that it's Michigan's got a really good quarterback in the next couple of years.
And then defensively, it's tackle. Get the guys to the ground. That was rough, and hey, look, Mateer's good. You credit him; he's good. It's a leading contender for the Heisman after a couple of weeks.
There was from what I watched, there were some really well blocked plays by Oklahoma in that game. Oklahoma and Central Michigan, the talent gap should be incredible. So I would expect Michigan can have their way with Central Michigan.
Youngstown State, the opponent for MSU. You're shaking your head.
I mean, well, it's simple for Michigan State, right? It's win the line of scrimmage, take care of the football, and get out hopefully injury free. It's another matchup where you should be superior with your roster. So show it. Get out there, establish the run game, make the passes you need to make, and then keep them honest that way too. And hopefully you get out to a pretty big lead and you can bring in some backups. That's the plan. It should be the plan.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Spartan fans, Wolverine fans, if you want to tell us what you want to see, obviously win the game. And I'm guessing both fan bases would like to see their team win the game comfortably, but you got to show up. That history with Central is something that Sharon Moore was a part of, so he can teach the team before he goes into timeout. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah, I was wondering about during the joint practices that the Lions had with the other teams. Everybody said that they looked so good. Were those actual full speed 11-on-11 drills, or were
the
those
only
more
thing?
7-on-7?
The only thing that was different was the quarterbacks were in red jerseys. You couldn't hit them.
And were during the plays, do they say, let's run that one back and do a little bit of breakdown of what the
they might at some point, but they have various there's various different periods of practice. There was some 7-on-7. There was some just interior offensive line versus defensive line drills, and then they bring the two teams together and do 7-on-7, and then they bring the two teams together and do full squad, and then they do 2-minute and they do things like that.
So they had two fields. So in one field you had the Lions offense against the Dolphins defense. The other field you had the Lions defense against the Dolphins offense, and it's going at the same time. So I don't know, what was that, roughly a half an hour's worth?
Yeah, something like that.
So you're running 25 plays or something like that maybe. But there's no question that in the 11-on-11 stuff, at least against Miami, Lions hammered the Dolphins in that practice. It wasn't even close. And then you go and watch, and Indianapolis hammers Miami in the first.
Might be indicative of who Miami is.
Exactly, which is unfortunate. Against Houston, it was way more even. It was a much more even matchup of the two teams, at least in that joint practice. But we didn't see. It's not like you saw coaches pulling linemen aside and saying you screwed up, it's the missed assignment and all that. We didn't see any of that. But obviously we saw that in the game.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you're welcome. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We do appreciate all your texts and tweets. The difference is Jordan Love is a pocket passer with some mobility. Williams is a runner who can throw. They're opposites. Well, I don't know if they're opposites. I think Williams, well, maybe they are opposites. It doesn't matter. The point is Williams is a bigger test for them when it comes to the ability to keep a quarterback from hurting them with their feet. Love has done it in the past in a couple of games, but not every game. Caleb Williams is going to be a problem for teams with his feet. If he figures out the throw part of the game and gets more accurate, because there were some pretty bad misses in that Monday night game, then that's a problem for the NFC North. Next text. Will everybody really relax? Even if they squeak by Chicago, they're going to get mollywopped by Baltimore next week. Wow. Yeah, that's reason to relax.
Relax. It's not the Bears you got to worry about. It's the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
248 Bengals and the Chiefs and the
539-9797. Yeah, I mean, the schedule's brutal, but we knew that going in.
It's tough for all those teams.
11-6 was the call. Well, it was both of our calls, so we'll see how it goes. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in the second half of the show. Also, we go out to Allen Park for our Lions Insider, the Birchie Kid, at 12:30. The latest on the Lions as they get set for the Bears. Love to get your college football calls in as well. Wolverine and Spartan fans, what do you hope your team shores up tomorrow? Obviously winning the game of paramount importance, but beyond that, what do you hope they shore up? College football season is delivering weekly showdowns you don't want to miss. And right now, all customers on FanDuel can score a 50% profit boost for this week's big matchup on campus between Georgia and Tennessee. Here's how it works. Place a bet on the game, apply your profit boost, and enjoy boosted winnings when your bet hits. And the best part, you get paid instantly when you win. Use your boost on bets like spreads, over-unders, team props, and so much more. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app and boost your bet on this week's marquee game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, a maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Always fun to have football season back. Michigan State, and the Lions all hosting this weekend. 248-539-9797. Wolverine Spartan fans, what's on the to-do list for this game coming up? This game coming up tomorrow for both teams, other than win the game, clearly. We're talking to Lions fans about, whether or not you just flat out think they rebound and win the game. Kang, I'm interested in your last tweet. I just asked a 24-year-old if he's ever written a check. What was the question? What the answer to that question?
You want the answer?
I do, yeah.
Well, a little background is Kenny Cott is out today, and filling in for him is a young, spry 24-year-old Corbin.
Yeah.
And I forgot how he started. We're just talking about whenever I have someone young sitting next to me for 4 hours, I like to gauge what's going on, and then, I'm no longer, I'm not 24. I'm not old, but I'm not young like him. So I asked him certain questions, and I asked him, have you ever written a check before?
Solid question.
Solid question. First, before I reveal the answer, what do you guys think?
I'm gonna go no.
He's 24. I'm gonna say he has to have. Yeah.
My follow-up question would be, do you even know what a check is?
So, one of you guys is right. I'll let Corbin answer it then.
All right. Well, what's the story?
So yes, I have written a check before. Not as of recently, but so back in my senior year of high school, I had a teacher who, within one of the final couple weeks before the seniors all left, he did a week of what they should teach you in school but don't.
Love it.
So one of the days was you had to write a check, and you had to write about 5 just to leave the classroom.
So have you ever written a real check?
Not that I have given to someone as a gift or anything, though.
This was fake
So
checks.
you've never not for rent or utilities or anything like that?
No. I got all auto pay for that type of stuff.
The answer is no, Doug.
I think the real answer there is no. Yeah, I agree.
So
if you get away, listen, in today's world,
for sure you get away with it. You don't need.
The only thing I write a check for is landscapers. That's it.
You write a check for your landscapers?
They want. That's how they ask for it. It used to be cash.
Really?
And now it's a check. Yeah.
Wow. I even use I've heard of, they have apps obviously, and Venmo and PayPal and all that Cash App.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Zelle.
Yeah.
I don't do that crap.
Well, they don't either apparently.
No,
wait, are they doing this because you don't have that, or
No, they never asked
for
me
it?
about it. It's always been, here's an invoice and write a check for them. That's the only thing I write checks for these. Well, it's not the only thing. There's a couple other things occasionally to pop up.
All right, Corbin. So, did you have to sign your name in cursive? Do you know how to write cursive?
Yes, I know how to write and read in cursive. Yes.
And read. Good job.
Congratulations.
All right, I'll tell you guys any more that I come up with back here.
Hey, all right, any more gems from working back there with a child? All right. Let's
he's got a nap time coming up too, by the way.
Okay,
about 10
sure.
minutes.
It's not me for once, being the child.
Well, mentally,
what?
You're on par with him. Actually, mentally, you're younger than him.
Oh, come on.
Dude, you have a junior high locker room mentality.
I have grown.
Do you remember your locker combination?
No.
I would have thought maybe. Right.
Phone numbers, yes.
Yeah. Not okay.
No, not locker.
24, 36, 22.
Oh, Doug does. Come on.
Yeah. Dude, I can't remember what I did yesterday, but I can remember my locker combination at Forsyth Middle School when I was 12 years old.
No, when we talk about the nightmares, we have the recurring nightmares. One of mine is that I'm back in school and I haven't been in class, and all of a sudden I'm getting ready to graduate, but I have to take the final and I know I'm going to fail. Yeah. Like those things. One of the other things that happens constantly in those nightmares is that when I go to my locker, I don't know the combination because I haven't been to school and I haven't had the memory of it. And I'm like, how do I?
That was a nightmare, or did that actually happen?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. Not in high school. I didn't skip in high school.
You didn't skip class in high school?
No.
Really?
Mm-mm. One time.
That's it?
Yeah, one time. Well, actually, twice. One was to sneak out to buy tickets to a Bon Jovi concert.
Oh.
And the other was my senior year. It was May of senior year, and one of my friends had tickets to the Tigers game. It was a Tigers Day game. Hey, you want to go? I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm in class. He goes, dude, aren't you 18? I'm like, yeah, just sign out. Oh, yeah. But I didn't sign out. I just walked out of the class. I told the teacher, yeah, you know what? I'm not feeling well. I'm just going to go. She's like, okay. And then she came up to me a week later and says, Scott, it's listed as an unexcused absence. You didn't sign out. I'm like, okay.
You were wanted dead or alive.
Yeah. So I'm like, there you go. Nice. That was Bon Jovi, though, not the Tigers game that I saw.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, the other one.
It is your life.
Yeah.
Look at you guys.
Yep.
That's all I got.
He was living on a prayer back then.
I know that one too. I know that one.
I was a runaway.
Yes, you were. You were literally a runaway.
Get those them all.
Okay, Calvin Shepard, more from the Lions defensive coordinator. Hutch got double teamed, right? And that's a big story. How do you free him up to have him make impact on the game with double teams? Here's what Calvin Shepard said. There you go.
Yeah,
Calvin Shepard.
It's nothing new. Hutch has been double teamed since he came in the league, pretty much. So other guys have to step up, and Hutch can beat the double teams occasionally. He'll do that, and that's what makes him so special. But it would be great if they had a counter on the other side, or get pressure up the middle, so that then they have to allocate different players when it comes to the double team. Maybe it's not always going to be on Hutch. And sometimes they just trust an offensive lineman is good enough to go one-on-one with him.
248-539-9797. Derek is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Derek.
How you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I was going to just bring up something and get off and let you guys discuss it. But right now, currently, Detroit Lions have a streak longer than any team that I can think of in a while that they haven't lost 2 consecutive games in a regular season, going all the way back to October 23rd and 30th of 2022. So I just hope they can keep that streak going, and I'll let you guys discuss what
I got a question for you, Derek, before you hang up. Do you know the teams that did it?
What was that?
Do you know the teams that beat the Lions back to back?
They actually lost 5 in a row that year. They had a terrible little streak going. That was the year they finished 8-2. The last 2 teams to beat them, I believe, were Miami Dolphins and the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. October 23rd and 30th of 2022.
That is correct. Yeah, they've been really good. They've been resilient. Dan Campbell hasn't let losing streaks haven't happened under him, so he's been awesome with it and preparing his team and getting them ready. I mean, this could kind of count. Does this count? They lost to Washington last year and they lost their opener this year. Does that count?
No.
Okay. But yeah, it's been a strength of this team.
I mean, if that's the case, we'd count the preseason too. I mean, no.
Would we count the preseason?
I mean, the games, they're not regular season games, and neither is the postseason.
I guess I wouldn't think of that, but sure. And if we're not going to count it, we're not going to count it. So it's a moot point. But there's something to be said for how they've responded, and they have responded really, really well. I mean, you got to turn a loss into a lesson, and you know what can you pull from that? You know what needs to get better. Just do it. 248-539-9797. One more here from Calvin Shepard, Lions defensive coordinator. Ben Johnson. We know what he likes to do because he was here in Detroit. He loves the trick plays. How do you defend Benny J? Yes, sir. Don't go chasing ghosts.
Or waterfalls.
No, that's the message with Ben Johnson and his trick plays. Next hour, hear from John Morton. Also, we'll go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium this morning. He offered the following Taylor Decker update. Decker likely won't practice today, and Campbell says he wants to play on Sunday overall. In other NFL news, Adam Schefter reporting the Commanders running back Austin Eckler tore his right Achilles in the game last night against the Packers. He's scheduled to undergo further imaging today. The Tigers start a series with the Marlins tonight in Miami. Tarek Skubal will battle Sandy Alcantara, although Alcantara carries a 5.67 ERA this year. He's looked better lately. Here the 7:10 first pitch right here on The Ticket. Week 3 of high school football also continues tonight in the Catholic League. Big matchup, Orchard Lake St. Mary's battles De La Salle. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Friday. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Glad to be in studio. Glad to be home. We got last week, although it was fun being in Norman. I don't know if you enjoyed that, but I sure had a fun time. I got to tell you, Ray's Barbecue. If you're ever in Norman, Ray's Barbecue. Good stuff.
Did you find out why it's OU and it's University.
I asked one person, and they said, "Huh, I have no idea." I'm like, "Okay, all righty then." And it was a dude in the Oklahoma radio booth.
And did you find out if locally they just call the town Norm?
No, they don't call it Norm.
Very formal to say Norman.
Norman? Yeah. Like Douglas?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a lot like that.
Okay. So Lions hosting the Bears on Sunday. We got that Twitter poll going. Just very simple. Are the Lions going to win? Do you think the Lions are going to win? We posted it on our Twitter page at DuncanGator971. 86.1% say yes, the Lions are going to win. 13.9% say no. Let's see. What do we got here? From Nubs Get Dubs, Lions win. It's closer than the experts think. Late Jake Bates field goal puts them in the win column. TJ says, Ben Johnson will have the Bears offense rolling when Detroit continues to stumble. Bears 28, Lions 13. The Parking Punisher says it will be a nail biter. Lions 24-20. They still won't look, quote, right. So there you go. Go vote and comment. We will read comments on the air. We've done many of those today, but Detroit's feeling a little chesty here.
It sounds like it.
Yep.
86.1%?
That is correct.
That's chesty.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. All right, so as far as the game's concerned, Caleb Williams is a big part of what the Lions have to worry about defensively. Jordan Love isn't the runner that Caleb Williams was. In the past, he has hurt the Lions on the ground, but not in this past game. The Lions defense held Green Bay to 266 yards, which is, decent. They got a lot of points out of it, unfortunately. But also, after Jordan Love and the Pack put up 404 against Washington, feel a little bit better about that defensive performance. But can they corral Caleb Williams, keeping him from being a problem? I think both teams are really going to try and run the ball. DeAndre Swift averaged just over 3 yards a carry in the opener against Minnesota. The Lions, their two backs, Gibbs and Montgomery, 2.3 and 2.1 yards per carry. Not nearly good enough. The backs are talented. The run blocking was not exceptional, but as we talked about this week, there is no play design that have two Lions offensive linemen where they're supposed to run into each other.
These are facts.
So stuff to get sorted out, guys to get on the same page and get the running game going. I think both teams are going to try and run the football. The Lions, the interior offensive line has got to look better. The Bears can be problematic up front. We do not know if Grady Jarrett is going to play. He was listed as out of practice. That does not bode well for their defensive tackle. Gervin Dexter Sr. was felt in that game by Minnesota's interior offensive line, so that is a challenge. And I think the other thing, Gator, I'm going to keep my eye on is DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold was back in full practice, had a groin strain. They're going up against DJ Moore and Roma Dunze. They like to play man defense. How do these guys look? Some of the things that I'm going to be watching for in this game against the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I mean, everything I think starts with the offensive line. Everybody's going to pay attention to see if they can actually get the run game going, and that's the key. If the Lions get the run game going, everything else opens up, and then they can take advantage of the speed of Jamison Williams and the skill set that Amon-Ra St. Brown and Isaac Tesla have, and then you'll see Sam Laporta open as well. But I'm hoping this is a big game for Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs and Montgomery, I guess both, but really Jahmyr Gibbs. Because Jahmyr Gibbs, even though he was highly involved in the offense last week, not a whole lot of yards.
Nope.
When you're averaging 2 yards a carry and 3 yards of reception, that's pathetic.
Not a whole lot of touchdowns either.
No, and it's not all on him, obviously. So that's I think the number one thing you're looking for is, can the Lions get the running game established?
Kang, anything you're looking for in this game?
I'm the same thing most people are looking for, just the offensive line to finally come together. And I say finally, it's only been 1 week, but just to come together, all those MAs, those missed assignments, those communication issues. You're at home now. There should be no excuses for crowd noise, right? No excuses for the jitters. You've already played your first NFL game as far as Ratledge is concerned, and your first NFL game as a unit, But I do want to remind everyone, there, with all the MAs and the miscommunications, is for running plays, especially, even if 4 out of the 5 guys get it and one guy messes up, that could blow up the whole play. And that doesn't, and that is technically still getting better, but the end result might be the same. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest thing I'm looking for is just the communication issues with that old line. Because with the defense, I've said this even after week 1, I feel still good about the defense. I just feel like, yeah, hey, the Packers, you got to give them credit that they were able to step up, give Jordan Love time. But I think Hutch is going to be Hutch at some point. You saw Branch make a play that he's capable of making every single week. It was called back because of a penalty, but I still have faith in defense. You heard Shepard. You're ready to run through a brick wall for Shepard, Doug.
Sure.
It's the offensive line that I'm looking for.
Okay. It being the first home game, there's some interesting data put out there by Victory Live, which is a ticketing technology company that analyzes ticket sales across the secondary market. So, like right now, the average ticket price that is sold on the secondary market for Carolina and Arizona is the cheapest in the NFL. The average secondary market ticket price for the Carolina Panthers at the Arizona Cardinals is $110. Other big matchups. What do we got here? Minnesota. You think there's got to be some excitement about the Vikings? They got a Sunday night football game against Atlanta. In Minnesota, their average secondary market ticket price is $210. What else would qualify? That game last night at Green Bay, the average secondary ticket price, sold ticket, was $343.
Expensive.
Yep. Philadelphia at Kansas City. That's a big game.
Yeah.
Average secondary ticket price on the market that has sold, $454.
Wow.
But the number one highest tickets that you can, the average ticket sale price for this weekend's NFL game, Bears at Lions, $470. That is the average ticket sold. Yes.
So I'm looking at StubHub right now, and there are tickets for far less than that available. But you talk about the average, and yeah, I mean, there are some expensive seats out there.
Those prices are the sell price, does not include fees. And the fees can do damage, man. I can't stand that about secondary market.
Well, at least StubHub they're including the fees.
Good.
Which is good to see that.
I know they've taken a bit of there's been some backlash about that.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Has anybody decided to sell a ticket to this game? Have you decided to sell the ticket, and what has been the response? Like, are you getting the price you want? Or have you tried to buy tickets to this game and looked at the price and gone, holy crap?
It's expensive.
It is crazy. I mean, it's great to be a season ticket holder to have the commodity to sell, but you're only allowed to sell so many before the Lions put a kibosh on it.
This is correct. And when you think about this season, though, this ticket, I would imagine, is going to be one of the more expensive tickets on the year because it is Chicago, and the Bears fans always want to buy tickets, so you've got a market to sell them. But because it's the Ben Johnson thing, and you add that with the fact that it's the first home game of the season, I think there's even more intrigue to that. I think this is going to be a very expensive ticket. When you look at the rest of the year, how it goes, this is going to be one of the top ones.
248-539-9797. We'll talk to the people next. If you want to get in your picks for the game, go for it. We also, coming up, will go down to Allen Park and hear from the Birchie Kid, our Lions insider, all that at 12:30. Hey, this college football season is delivering weekly showdowns you don't want to miss. So right now, all customers. Wait, was it that one? No, it's Sarah Chevrolet. My bad. Wrong read. Take two in 3, 2, 1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount, Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Friday in Detroit. Let's see here. Feedback. Unnamed texter. I bought 2 tickets from my buddy I got season tickets with. One guy charged me $400. The other I traded one with. Corner end zone, row 18. Doug, look at ticket price for Lions road games. They are the highest priced tickets even on the road. Interesting. I'm a season ticket holder, and this game is the 3rd highest priced game of all my games. Wow. What's higher? I'd like to know what's higher.
I mean, going back to the first comment there about the road games and how they're expensive too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lions fans travel.
Yeah.
So imagine if you're a fan in Baltimore or whatever, and would absolutely look to sell your ticket because you're going to get top dollar from Lions.
You get a Lions fan to write a pretty big check.
Look at that, Corbin.
Yeah.
You
Write a
check?
Write a check. Get your ticket. 248-539-9797.
He doesn't understand what that means.
Let's go to Joel on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joel.
Hello, gentlemen. I want to try to explain this to. Let me say this to you. I'm a ticketing expert. I'm one of the nation's legal ticketing experts, and I've been doing tickets for 50 years. This is a criminal act that the Lions are doing here. They're conspiring to fix the supply of tickets to manipulate the price. Did you guys hear that the Lions sold out of season tickets?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's true. They didn't sell out of season tickets. They stopped selling them. And they're holding back thousands and thousands of tickets every week and scalping them themselves through a consolidator. And so they're literally...
Is this your conspiracy theory, or do you have proof of this?
No, this is the truth, my man. This is the truth. I was on the national board of directors for the National Association of Ticket Brokers. This is a phenomenon happening across all the professional teams.
Just to be clear here, Joel, you called it a criminal act.
Yes, I think you can't conspire to fix prices.
So can you prove that they do this?
Absolutely.
Well, so then what have you done about it?
And I can't find anybody. I'm an attorney at law. I can't find anybody in the state to take them on a class action suit because they all have ties to the Lions.
But you're an attorney. Why can't you just bring up the case?
I can't do that. That's not my expertise. I'm not a litigator.
You just... okay.
I'm not a litigator.
Okay.
And so it's not in my realm of expertise.
Are you a broker?
But I'm going to tell you, I have a club with over 50,000 members. And I'm going to tell you, because we just filled a big order for this game. The price on this game was $350 to $1,500 the week before last and last week. Today the market is $200 to $500. On Tuesday, the Lions waited until Monday Night Football was over with to see if the Bears would win or lose before they adjusted their prices. And on Wednesday, they released 400 or 500 seats.
So let me just understand.
3 rows upstairs.
So you're upset because you're a ticket broker and you're unable to get the tickets because the Lions, because your accusations the Lions are holding tickets back so they can sell them themselves.
Because these are my clients. These are my clients that I'm trying to find. Guys like you that call me to get tickets. And I can't get the tickets. I can only pay their price. And everybody else is brainwashed into thinking the tickets are worth this amount of money, and the Lions are drip pricing the tickets. If you guys want to look up what drip pricing is.
All right, thank you, Joel. I mean, nobody's in favor of higher ticket prices, and he's allegedly an expert. Also, he might be scorned ticket broker guy.
Well, he is scorned ticket broker guy, and I don't know.
A little bit of that might be going on there, but nobody's in favor of higher ticket prices. Tickets are worth what people will pay for them, right?
Yeah. So if they don't,
but if they're doing something illegal, and I have no idea, that's quite an accusation.
That's a problem.
Hey, that's not coming from us.
No, that's why I said you got proof of this. Here. Okay, well, go do something about it if you think you can. But yeah, in the end, it's all about what somebody's willing to pay. And if what he is asserting is true and the prices are too high for the ticket brokers to buy them, which is really what it comes down to. He wants to buy the tickets from the Lions, and the Lions have jacked up the price so that the ticket broker can't get them. Is that what I'm trying to figure out here?
That's, he can't make the profit.
Right. So then,
if what he's saying is true,
if what
let's
he's
be
saying
clear,
is true,
there is no. I have no way of knowing. Weird. We are not reporting this. This is a caller's accusation.
It's hard to get sympathy for the ticket broker.
Well, I can tell you that the feedback I'm seeing come in, there is very little. But just keep in mind that the ticket prices are affected by this.
Yeah, and you know what? If it ends up being Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning and all these tickets in the secondary market are still available and they haven't moved, guess what's going to happen?
Price comes down.
The price will come down dramatically.
But
so it's there for whatever people are willing to pay.
Let's go to Matt next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
What's up?
All right, Matt.
So I'm a Tiger season ticket holder, not a Lions, and I wanted to tell you that StubHub consistently prices my tickets 30% higher than what I'm trying to sell them for before fees, right? So if I'm trying to sell game against the Braves for $50, they list it at $65 when you actually go and try and click on it plus fees. And I want to sell it for lower, right? I'm happy to give someone a deal. I just want to get rid of the tickets. I contacted them about it, and they said, we price tickets based on what we believe the actual demand should be. And so if you look and compare the Lions game against the Bears, you see StubHub is by far higher for the same seats. Not in all cases, but for the most part.
So just real quick, if they do that to you, Matt, if you list a ticket at $50 and they adjust it to $65, when the ticket sells, do you get $50 or do you get $65?
Nope. I get $50. They pocket the rest, and they're pricing it. They've done a model, right, to price.
So they drive up the price so they can profit more.
Yes, but the problem is the tickets don't sell. So it screws me and them, and so I just sell mine on SeatGeek when they do stupid things like this.
Well,
and I'm almost sure they're doing the same thing in this game, because you look at SeatGeek and you can find tickets for under $400 on the sideline in SeatGeek. It's not that crazy.
Thank you for the phone call. Look, this topic's going a different way than I expected. We get people who are trying to buy tickets or trying to sell their tickets, seeing that, hey, the market's really hot. And we're getting all these tricks that are being played on us, and I
got to tell you, I just
sucks.
looked up SeatGeek for Lions tickets.
Yeah.
The prices are the same as what you would find on StubHub.
Well, look, it's a hot ticket. It is listed right now, and it's listed right now according to Victory Ticks or whatever. Said that it was the highest secondary market average sale price of any game this weekend. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming into the Karsh and Anderson inbox. What else do we got here? With the waiting list for season tickets, should the Lions require season ticket owners to sell to people on the waiting list? That's from Gary at work. That would be awesome. I mean, Gary, that is a great idea. Give the people on the waiting list first crack at the secondary market. I don't hate that.
No, that's not a bad idea.
Marlon and Wall Lake. Gentlemen, I used to go to at least 2 Lions games a year since they moved to Ford Field. That ended 2 years ago with the price increase. We usually sit in the same section and row. It used to be $250 a ticket. Just 2 years ago, that same seat and section where we normally sit is now $650 a ticket. I'm a married man with a kid. That got me priced out. So the problem is, of course, as they got better, the tickets became more valuable, and whatever the Lions listed them at, ticket brokers would buy them and resell them, and the hotter they were, the higher the prices. So suddenly the Lions selling their own product weren't realizing the gains from them. Ticket brokers were. It's a messed up dynamic as long as there's a secondary market. I guess there's always a risk. There's always a risk that the team will be maybe not as good as everybody thinks. And Gator, I remember an era where people would call up and say, I can't give away my tickets.
Right. The joke. I put 2 tickets on the windshield. I came back and there were 4. Great.
Yeah. It's actually kind of it's a clever, funny little joke that's been told 20,000 times. Like a person who has a third kid.
There we go.
That hits you with the original joke. Wife and I are no longer playing man-to-man. We're now playing zone.
Have to switch to zone. Yeah. Good.
Gotcha. Feedback, you can send it at DunganGator971 or tweet us. That's at DunganGator971 on Twitter, or text us at 248-539-9797. Let's go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid next. The very latest as Lions prepare for the Bears. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Indeed it is. He's carefree, he's laid back, but he's a grinder. He's the Birchie Kid, and he joins us here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, my man?
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me, bro. I appreciate that.
Dan Campbell speaking today. What was the most interesting thing he had to say?
Well, I think he echoed John Morton in that the Lions do expect Decker to play. He did not practice today, which means he won't practice at all this week. But, they think he'll be ready as long as that shoulder feels right. They expect him to be out there. Now, I will note Dan did at least raise the possibility that they might sit Decker down on Sunday just in the interest of preserving his long-term health this season. He was very clear that Decker wants to play. They expect him to play, but they're still working through that decision. And look, you better hope that they're comfortable having him play, because if he can't, with Jamarco Jones out for the year and Dan Skipper still not practicing, it would be Gio Manu stepping in there at left tackle. And look, he's got all kinds of traits and potential, but that would shine a pretty bright light and a potentially harsh light on a player who still feels like he's got a ways to go to be an NFL starter at left tackle. So not to raise any alarms, it does seem like Decker will play. That decision, though, isn't yet final for this team.
Yeah, it always brings up the question, ever since Penei Sewell was drafted, though, would they ever consider switching Penei Sewell over to left and then having the right tackle be someone less experienced when it comes to a situation like this?
I think this offensive line is already in so much flux with a former guard playing center and two essentially rookies stepping in at guard, that the last thing they need to do is shift another piece into another new position. So I'd be fairly shocked if they made that move. The one thing that they can hang their hat on is that their right tackle is the best in the NFL. And, why mess with that with this offensive line already trying to find its footing? I will note, because you brought up Sewell, Gator, that while I was sad to report last week that he was no longer throwing go balls with Goff to warm up the pass catchers, he was back out there today, and he closed practice with a 40-yard bomb to Demo. Just saying, maybe something to watch with noted trickster Ben Johnson back in town. Maybe the Lions throw something of his own in his face. But look, obviously a huge game, a huge Sunday for this offensive line to prove that they can get back to who they've been, or at least close to it, for most of the past 3 seasons.
Were you there when Kelvin Shepard addressed the media?
Dude, so that was the one press conference that I couldn't make this week. I was taking my Gator, into the vet, my golden retriever. Oh. So I came in and heard all about it, and then I watched it maybe an hour later, and I felt like Kool-Aid Man about to run through a wall.
I was about to say, how many reps? How many reps of 225? How many reps of 225 did you do after you watched that?
25. I mean, I was out in the parking lot just hitting the bench press. I was raring to go, man. And look, there's no doubt that Shep was not pleased with the overall performance. He did note that if you take out a few explosive plays, he felt like the defense played really well. Obviously, they snuffed out the run, and watching the way the Packers offense moved the ball almost at will at times against the Commanders defense last night made you realize that maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked for the Lions last Sunday. The one thing I'll note, maybe to counter Shep just a little bit, is that when you say, look, if we just remove the 2 explosive pass plays and the 1 explosive run play, we played really well. That sounds a little bit like me saying, if I just didn't have those 12 extra beers last night, maybe I wouldn't have been kicked out of the bar, kind of deal. But I understand where he's coming from. It is on this defense's shoulders on Sunday to prove that they can eliminate those explosives, because if they can stop the run the way they did again last Sunday against a rookie quarterback who still looks shaky, they should be okay come Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, we did the same thing when I was in high school. We lost to Troy 28-0, Andover High School. And if we had taken away the 4 touchdown runs from Barry Duquette, then he would have only had like 8 carries for 12 yards. But when every touchdown was like 60 yards plus, no, you can't play that game. Which side of the ball do you think is taking it more personally that they didn't play well? The offensive side or the defensive side? Or special teams,
the
for that matter?
offensive side and the offensive line in particular. They were all very hard on themselves after that game on Sunday. the veterans and the rookies included, I consider Mahogany a rookie because he's only played in now 3 NFL games. They were well aware that they did not meet their standard, and they're also confident that they can get back to it pretty quickly because most of the breakdowns, not all, but most of the breakdowns last week were just miscommunication errors. And obviously the play that, as Decker noted, everyone was talking about after the game was that goal line handoff where they're backed up in their own end zone to Montgomery, and Ratledge just abandoned the D tackle. He went right, Glasgow went left, and it was a minor miracle that Montgomery escaped the end zone and avoided a safety. And that play kind of felt representative of the offensive line's issues all game long. They were in a silent count in a raucous environment playing against what clearly is an elite defensive line. And on that play in particular, they went to the line with an original play in their heads and then a kill play based on how the Packers lined up on defense. And when they checked to the second play to account for Green Bay's front, only Glasgow, Mahogany, and Sewell got the kill on the check. Ratledge and Decker, the veteran, didn't, and that's why the result was a disaster. So we've heard the coaching staff speak this week about simplifying the offense on Sunday so that everyone understands exactly where they have to be and the offensive line can get off the ball cleanly. And, as Decker told me a couple of days ago, sometimes we'll just call it and haul it, meaning that whatever the defense shows, let's just run the play that's originally called and trust that if we're all on the same page, we have the talent and the power to get the result we want. So I would expect to see, from a play calling perspective, the offense revert to more of that on Sunday.
Interior of the offensive line, the impossible question is how quickly can this group get up to speed with a couple of young starters and an aging center who switch back there? We'd like to say it's week 2. I don't know what's realistic. Do you get a sense for when they expect to be better with that group? Or is it could just go back to what you said, that most of it is correctable because they have no play designs where they leave people unblocked in the middle of the line?
Yeah, let's not run that one anymore. Decker was asked a version of that question after Sunday's game. How long does it take for you guys to establish the chemistry and the rapport to where you're kind of all thinking on the same wavelength? And he said, it could take a couple games. And I think that should be encouraging for a lot of fans to hear. It obviously, over the past 3 years, was really seamless up front. And you began to wonder if that was something that did take, seasons or at least a season to form. But I think they're pretty confident that they can get to a smooth level of communication and chemistry pretty quickly. Decker already says he feels like his communication with Mahogany is really solid, and hopefully Ratledge can get there soon with Glasgow and Sewell. And it'll help, of course, on Sunday to be in their comfortable confines of Ford Field and being able to communicate verbally. But that's the biggest question for this team right now because, as you guys know, everything starts for this offense on the ground and being able to pound the ball. And when you run for 2.1 yards per carry, you're going nowhere fast.
Yeah, and defensively, they were able to stop the run, but they got no pass rush whatsoever against Jordan Love.
Yeah.
It's going to take more than just a fiery speech to get these guys ready to go there. But what have the defensive linemen said about getting after the quarterback?
Yeah,
it's a different test, too, with Caleb Williams.
First of all, I don't think they should drop into coverage with Hutchinson and Davenport on third down anymore. And I think Hutchinson agrees. When he was asked about that this week, he made his feelings rather clear that was, quote, not the most ideal position to be in. So I don't think we'll see much more of that on third down. And there's 2 names that I come back to outside of Hutch. One is Al-Quadin Muhammad, who barely played at all last Sunday, to my surprise, and probably the surprise of a lot of people who've been watching this team in camp. Only 7 snaps, 4 as a pass rusher. He did get a few on the interior in the second half on plays where Hutch and Davenport were both lined up on the edge. And, he was quietly productive in his opportunities last year. Lions feel like he's an even better player this year. And Campbell said today, we're going to use him some more. He's earned the right to be out there. So maybe that's a piece that can spark them on Sunday. And then it always comes back to Marcus Davenport. As long as he is healthy and out there, he's going to have to prove that he can win one-on-ones opposite Hutch. And when I talked to him this week, he was straight up and clear. He said, I was not good enough. I got to be able to impact the game more. Only 1 pressure last week. He was pretty much a non-factor. And he feels the opportunity across from Hutch. He knows that he's going to get chances one-on-one to win on almost every pass rushing snap he gets. And he said one thing interesting. He said there were times last week where I was halfway tilted, as in I wasn't full tilt, I wasn't full go, I wasn't playing with no hesitation. He's still, building the trust back in his own body fully, and then also shaking off some nerves playing in his first game in almost a full year. He said he kind of found himself overthinking a lot last Sunday about his specific job in the defense, where he was supposed to be each play, and said, I just didn't cut it loose enough. He says, I have to take it to the next level. And so hopefully we see that out of him on Sunday. He knows he needs to reach that level.
Birchie, when are you on TV this weekend?
Sunday morning, Lions Game Day Live from 10 to 11. Check us out there with TJ Lang, Wojo, the great Dan Miller, Jennifer Hammond, and then again on Sunday night for a little Sportsworks roundtable from 10 to 11 p.m. So check me out there.
All right. Appreciate it as always. Thanks for your time.
All right, fellas. Talk soon.
There he is, the Birchie Kid, joining us from Allen Park.
I think it's 11 to midnight on Saturday night, or Sunday night, rather than 10.
Sportsworks?
Yeah. Usually comes on 11. That's okay, though. Birchie's a handsome fella.
Maybe that's when they tape.
Maybe they do tape.
Yeah. Or it could be live.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tune in.
Yes. You'll see television's Will Birchfield at some point. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We've heard from Calvin Shepard, John Morton, the offensive coordinator, what he has to say about getting it right on that side of the ball. Start to hear that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's college football season. Well, they're delivering weekly showdowns you don't want to miss, because right now all customers on FanDuel can score a 50% profit boost for this week's big matchup on campus between Georgia and Tennessee. Here's how it works. You place a bet on the game, apply your profit boost, and enjoy boosted winnings when your bet hits. This is a great chance to take a favorite on the money line, a good chance to win your bet, and actually get a decent return. That's what I use these profit boosts for. Best part is you get paid instantly when you win. You use your boosts on bets like spreads, over-unders, team props, and so much more. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app and boost your next bet on this week's marquee game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm going to give a customer service shout out.
Oh, we don't do shout outs on the show.
We don't, but earlier when I got back from Norman, I talked about my frustration with a certain airline.
Yeah.
Because delayed flight issues.
Yes.
And I didn't say what airline it was. I just said, Delta, you're my airline.
So it clearly wasn't Delta.
Yes. I'll tell you who else it wasn't. Because we flew one airline from Detroit to Oklahoma City. We flew another airline back. That airline back was Southwest. And my daughter lost her wallet at some point between the time we passed through security and Monday morning. So we retraced our steps. We went online to Southwest website. They said, if you lost something on a flight, fill out this form. 2 days later, got an email. We found your wallet. We're sending it to you.
Wow, that's huge.
Southwest. Bravo. And our flight was on time.
Well done.
So now, do I prefer if you have TV screens on the backs of chairs in front of me during the first Sunday of the NFL season? I do prefer that. But I'm not mad at you.
No.
Not mad at you. So I just want to make sure Southwest doesn't get caught up in the frustration that I expressed with another airline.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. But thank you, Southwest.
There's that other airline is still on the hook for being a bad airline. In your
Oh, they've really frustrated me. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Rob in Madison Heights. Hi, Rob.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, I guess we were talking about the ticket prices, right?
Yes, we were. Because just so people know, for people just flip their radios on, the Detroit Lions have the highest average sale this weekend on secondary ticket prices, with the average sale being $470 a ticket.
Yeah, I think we were at $595, just under $6 there, and I think section 113, kind of right on the corner, row 30 or something like that.
Were you a buyer or a seller?
Buyer.
Okay.
My brother and a couple of college buddies, we went last year. I think it was about half that last year, but nice little twist on it. We meet up at my brother's, New Baltimore, and take the 43-foot boat down to Sinbad's, and then we get shuttled to the game. So it's a nice little day. We got some nice weather. Pretty stoked about it, and we better beat those boys from Chicago.
First of all, that sounds awesome. And secondly, that is one expensive ticket, but that sounds like it's also a pretty decent seat.
Yeah, not quite as bad as the gas for the boat, I guess.
Wait, the gas for the boat costs more than the tickets?
It sounds like it. Yeah, I would think so. It's a big boat.
Wow. Well, must be.
Props to my brother, though. My brother's the boat owner, so.
Well,
thanks, big bro.
It sounds like, Rob, sounds like brother's doing pretty well.
Got a big boat.
Brother is doing pretty well. There we go. He's a Gator as well. Gator.
Oh, nice.
His nickname's Gator?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. With football.
All right.
Yeah. Nice talking to you, boys. Well, let's beat them guys from Chicago,
That'd
right?
be great.
We're down with it, Rob. Thank you.
All right, guys.
See ya.
Yeah. You know, big boat means big gas tank.
Yeah, $600 a ticket, but he says the gas to get there costs more. I don't know the first thing about boats.
Well,
I'm
like I said,
I'm not anti-boat. I'm just not boat at all. I'm as boat illiterate as one can be. The only thing I know is if you're buying a boat, make sure it has enough cup holders. Outside of that,
best advice.
Don't know anything. Okay.
And gas is not cheap when you're on the lake. It's not like going to the gas station.
Well, you had a boat.
Yeah, it's more expensive at the marina. The gas, way more.
$600 more expensive.
Well, again, he's probably, if he says he's got a big ass boat. I mean, you know, when I would fill up my boat, it was I think like $100.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm guessing it's bigger than a pontoon boat.
That is probable. Okay.
But he deserves it. So he's good.
Yes, he does. John Morton.
Hell yeah! And then he deserved himself that boat.
Somebody else deserved to buy the boat.
Yeah, right. I hope you live on a lake. Makes sense for you.
Hysterical. Well, you enjoyed your time as a boat owner.
I did. No, absolutely. I did. And then the time came and went. It was,
Yep.
it didn't work out for me as much as it needed to.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Will you revisit it sometime?
I doubt. I mean, I would rent a boat if I wanted to go on a lake again.
That probably makes sense.
It would just do the one time, and they're expensive to rent, but yeah, it ends up being a hell of a lot cheaper.
Did you I think one of the issues, and I've noticed this as a non-boat owner, would if you'd had a way to move to different lakes, would that have been because you were kind of locked into one lake, right?
No, I didn't mind that. But the problem was that I didn't live on a lake, so you had to drive a half an hour to get to the lake, and then that was the issue with it. And I wasn't going to. I didn't want to trailer the boat. That was not going to be in the cards for me. So I wanted to have a slip at the marina, and it didn't have any slips open, so it was always in storage, and you'd have to set it ahead of time. But if you live on a lake, it's a whole different ballgame. I would 100% still have a boat if I lived on a lake. So had I won the lottery, Doug.
Oh, still chance. Not this most recent drawing.
Right. I had I won the lottery, I probably would have had a boat.
You're definitely buying a boat then.
Yeah, but that's probably for my up north home as opposed to the home down here.
Up north home will be on the lake.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, here we go. John Morton, the offensive coordinator, yesterday speaking on the communication issues they had offensively, and we all saw the result. Here's what he said. Calm, cool, collected. He did say no panic a couple of times when he addressed the media, but yeah, sometimes that stuff feels like, is it really? But I think the performance would indicate that, yeah, it probably really was, which is odd. But John Jansen told me this story. I don't know if he told it on the air or he told me off the air about running the same play 20 times. Just go hit that guy. Just go hit that guy. Guy to the right. Just go get the guy to my direct right. That's all I got to do. And the 21st time they called it, he went left and was like, I don't know why. It happens.
Whoops.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, John Morton, more. What message do you have for the rookie guard Tate Ratledge, whose performance has come under some scrutiny? Here is what the Lions offensive coordinator had to say. Practice performance, getting into the field on Sundays. That's a huge, huge part of the job. Huge part of the job. And one of the biggest challenges is completely different when the lights are on and the opponent is not being polite and being real. Then it can be
the real world of professional football.
It is a very real world. It's a harsh place.
I know preseason, John Morton said he didn't feel any pressure to replace Ben Johnson or anything like that. But a week into it, and hearing him talk today, how much pressure do you think he does feel? Because
it depends.
What he's taken over was a prolific offense that led the league last year, and the creativity we saw, and we all know he has the weapons. Do you think all right, week one they thought we can just do what we did last year, and then it was miscommunication problems, MAs, and now second week they're saying we're going to scale it back, dial it down a little bit, keep it simple, right?
I think the pressure, there's certainly pressure there because of wanting to be as good as you were last year, but also knowing that you've got new pieces that on the offensive line, it's going to be harder. And when you're calling plays like, okay, we're not really opening up things in the middle. Maybe we're going to try to run to the left side or whatever. And you call a play that's going to go to left side, but it's not blocked the way it's supposed to be when guys are all over the place. I think the pressure turns into just massive frustration. And then you got to go back to the drawing board and say, how do we get everybody back on the same page? And that's when Dan Campbell came out and said communication. And it's where it's going to have to start. I hope that they don't resort to dumbing down the offense. Let's simplify things as much as possible. This is the NFL. If you try to simplify things too much, defenses will sniff that out, and they're just going to make things more complex, and then your simplification just doesn't work.
He did say somebody would play a greater role on offense. We'll get to that today at 102. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We see that more and more of you are doing that, and we do appreciate it. Get that device today, the Odyssey app on your device. Get the app on your device, I should say, because there's going to come a day where you are not in our listening area, and you're going to go, oh, my God, what just happened in Detroit sports? It'll be at your fingertips. So Odyssey app, get it. Also, you can stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video. Hello to Twitch and YouTube. We do appreciate you guys watching the show, participating in the streaming chat. On both those websites, go to the search bar, type in 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Lions head coach Dan Campbell told the media today that offensive lineman Taylor Decker will likely miss practice again. Decker does want to play this Sunday, which Campbell says they feel good about him doing as of now. Campbell expects their communication issues to improve this week for a couple of reasons. The first, because it's week 2, and the other because they're back at home and can now communicate verbally again. Bears sideline reporter Jason McKee gave us the latest on some of the Bears injuries. Former Michigan 49ers kicker Jake Moody is signing with the Bears practice squad, according to Tom Pelissero. After a series victory over the Yankees, the Tigers continue their road trip in Miami tonight. It's a battle of the aces as Tarek Skubal faces Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara is coming off a 4-run outing against the Phillies. It's been kind of an up-and-down season for him. First pitch coming up on the ticket right here at 7:05. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Are you going to eat that coming up this hour? It is Carson Anderson. We got football games to pick today at 1:38. We do it every Friday. And we look forward to doing it again. 3 college, 3 pro games, our locks, Kang's endorsement. All coming up today at 1:38. Talking a lot of football today. We do it every Friday. Barely touched on the Tigers who lost last night. But Scuba game tonight, huh, Scott? Love the Scuba games.
Love the Scuba starts. Mm-hmm. And, the Tigers are a better team than Miami. Let's win the series. But, hey, if you can sweep, get
Just
closer
saying.
and closer. That magic number is, I believe it's 8 over the division. But start looking better than that, Doug. It's 11 is the magic number to secure the number 2 seed.
Yep.
And now you've got Seattle has caught up to Houston, and it's a 5-game lead over Seattle for that second seed. So I like where they're at. And again, they're only a half game out of the top seed overall. So this thing, it's not over, but hopefully it can be over with quickly.
Okay, so a couple things that we didn't have cuts from John Martin, but some of the notes that I made regarding his meeting with the media yesterday. He did say the run game is an easy fix, which is always encouraging. Easy fix. And we'll find out a little bit tomorrow. Neither of these teams, Bears or Lions, were particularly good in the run game. Bears were a little better. DeAndre Swift, though, 3.1 yards per carry. Not exactly a dominant ground game there, but better than the Lions, 2.3 and 2.1 yards per carry for Gibbs and Montgomery. Second part of what he had to say is he envisions a bigger role for Isaac Tesla moving forward. Now, it was important to point out and remember that he was sick going into week 1. But then that catch was also sick. He played 3 snaps. That was one of his 3 snaps. Another snap, I remember seeing him running a route in the red zone. It looked like a crossing pattern in the back of the end zone. We look at his size. We look at his leaping ability. We look at his hands. Red zone target. Indeed, bigger role, says John Martin, for Isaac Tesla.
Should be. He's got all the tools that you need to be a great wide receiver. We've seen him in the preseason. We've seen him at practice. We saw him in the game when given the opportunity. He just delivers. I mean, he's 6'4", good size, over 200 pounds, runs a 4.4 40, and jumps 39 inches straight up in the air. All that's pretty good and tells you that's a mismatch for most corners in the league. Already got the height advantage and the size advantage, but he can leap and he's got speed. And he catches everything. He doesn't drop the ball, which is also very exciting with him. I'd love to see him get more involved in the offense, but nobody can get involved in the offense last week because they just couldn't get anything going. And they completed 31 passes, but like on an average of 5 yards a pass or something. It just it wasn't a very good offensive showing for the Lions last week. They need to take big strides. And if you want to see the bright, shiny things work, well, the offensive line has to protect.
Correct. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. And we asked people earlier in the show, do you feel better or worse because of what you saw from the Packers? The Packers clearly sending a message we're legit. 2 NFC title contenders to open their season. 2 relatively comfortable wins. One over Detroit, the other over Washington. So it's easy to see why you'd feel worse. Holy crap, they might be exceptionally good, and the Lions are 0-1, and the Packers are already 2-0, and they look like right now they're arguably the better team. But it's super early. Or do you feel better in that, okay, look, yeah, the Lions lost, but it looks like the Packers are really good, and they can still make the playoffs, and there's a lot of season to go, and they just dismantled Washington as well. And in fact, Lions did a better job against the Packers offense than Washington did, at least by yardage, 260 to 404. So, people have been commenting on that throughout the day. Also, votes, last chance here. We're running out of time on our Twitter poll. Do the Lions win the game against the Bears? It's a chesty fan base as we approach 1,000 votes. 86.3% say yes, they do. 13.7% say no, they don't. If you comment on said Twitter poll, we can and will read your comments on the air as we have done throughout the day. 248-539-9797. Some of the feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I know it's not been much to go on, but I got the Lions going 10-7, losing the division, but still going to the NFC Championship. I was thinking about the division and how I'm going to be intrigued to see if this division, which last year produced 3 playoff teams, my concern is this year it might only produce 1. And it's because it's not because the division's any weaker. It's because everybody in the division plays a very similar out-of-division gauntlet. The non-division games against the AFC West is tough. And the NFC East, it's the AFC North. Because they got to play Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Commanders, Eagles. And you look at what the NFC West is playing. I think they're playing the AFC South. I have to go back and look, but I remember last week in bold-ass predictions, I predicted 3 NFC West teams are going to the playoffs, and it had everything to do with their non-divisional games or outside their own division, crossover games. I'm worried that there's going to be a lot of beating up on each other and tough schedule. I hope that's not the case, but I still think it might be one of the best divisions in football and only produce 1 playoff team and not 3.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm looking at Philadelphia's schedule. All the tough teams are going to have the tougher schedules. That's just how it works. And, the Eagles play at Kansas City, home against the Rams. They're at Tampa Bay, home against Denver. These are the next 4 games. Those are all playoff teams. Let alone that you've got your games, 2 games still to come against Washington within the division. They play at Minnesota this year, at Green Bay, home against Detroit. So they're playing, the NFC North. It's not going to be easy for them. At the Chargers.
Well, it's all relative,
Buffalo.
right? It's all relative. And prior to the season, it was all NFC North teams that populated, well, I shouldn't say all, but the NFC North teams were all at the top of the toughest schedules. Now everything is reacting to strength of schedule after 1 week, so that's not really indicative. But
no, but what I'm just saying is looking at the defending champ schedule and a team in another division, their schedule is every bit as tough as the Lions is.
Well, data would suggest otherwise, but we'll see how it plays itself out. They do have to play the Lions division. Lions play their division. But, I'm worried about the NFC North producing not as many playoff teams, even though they're really good. It does make me feel better, but it also makes me depressed to think that the Lions window is over. That's from Brent. The Lions window is not over. One of the reasons why the Lions didn't go as big as people wanted to in the offseason is because they have a young core worth keeping. When you have a young core worth keeping, your window's kind of just opening up. Really, the tick-tock's on Goff's career. Now, they better have gotten it right with their young offensive linemen.
Well, let's hope.
Yep.
And one of those is a guy who may have to play on Sunday that we didn't think about it as of yesterday, and that's Giovanni Manu.
Yeah.
If he has to start at left tackle, that's suboptimal.
To be clear, they expect him to play, but
Taylor Decker,
to play, yes. All right, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 1:20, picks at 1:38. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, sports fans, rejoice. Twin Peaks is ready to welcome everyone to an action-packed weekend you won't want to miss. Start off with some college football action tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday, there's even more. The boys in maize and blue and green and white get the day off at noon and 3:30. Then you've got Tennessee and Georgia also at 3:30, Texas A&M Notre Dame at 7:30. UFC Noche at 6 and concludes with a highly anticipated matchup between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. Now, that's a day we're spending in the Ultimate Man Cave. But don't go too hard. Saturday, as Sunday promises to be a day filled with action as old nemesis returns to Ford Field at 1 p.m. They feature every other pro game along with Detroit baseball all day long. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving up the bone-chilling 29-degree draft, craft cocktail, scratch food in the Ultimate Man Cave boasting 50-plus TVs. Why go anywhere else? See the difference all weekend long. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go. Terrible take, Doug. Everything looks good right now in Green Bay for Parsons. Yeah, it might be. We'll see. We'll see over the course of time. My question is what happens when everything doesn't look great? Doug, and that was from something I said 2 hours ago. Doug and Gator, I am more confident. In fact, I said the Lions will be a wild card team this year. All my friends called me bad names, but I am worried about Green Bay so much so I put $25 on them to win the Super Bowl. It's from Mark and Williamson. Next one here, yes, the Packers are good. They made the move we wanted, but they still have not played on the road. However, I'm concerned about the Lions because of the lack of trust on both sides in the trenches. That's from George at Work. Look, I think the defensive line on paper should be better than a year ago. Is there any question about that?
The defensive line should be better than they were a year ago?
Yeah.
For the Lions?
Yeah.
Well, a year ago they had Aleem McNeil.
And they'll have him back this year.
At some point.
Yep. And
but
they have
until
Hutch.
he comes back.
And they lost Aleem McNeil last year. They lost Aleem McNeil and Hutch.
I understand, but if I'm going like literally back a year ago.
In theory, they should be together this year for quite a bit, in theory, but we'll see. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Craig in Farmington. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. Great to hear your voice. So, real quick, a great family friend gifted me an autographed U.S. Senior Open Championship from 1981, like the yearbook. And in the back, it has Watch the Lions Battle the Best in 81. And I'll give you the schedule, and then I'll give you a guess on reserve tickets, the price. You're going to love this.
Yeah.
So, Cincy, Miami, San Fran, Oakland, Chicago, Green Bay, Dallas, Kansas City, Minnesota, Tampa Bay. So, you can cut this out and mail in your check to Pontiac, Michigan. Reserve seats in the Silverdome are, take a guess.
$25 a game.
$12.50.
Wow.
Wow.
I probably get a kick out of that. My friend gave me this, and it's all autographed. Arnold Palmer, all these other people. But
that's cool.
I saw this ad, and I just had to laugh. But good to hear you guys' voices. Enjoy the weather, okay?
Appreciate
Thank you so
the
much.
phone call. Yeah, thank you, Craig. You were going to games back then, right?
Yeah, we had season tickets back then, 1981. I'm going back and looking at the team was 8-8 that year. Did not make the playoffs.
Is that the year they beat a bunch of good teams, but they beat the two teams that are coming back from the Super Bowl?
So who went in 1980?
I feel like it was San Francisco versus Cincinnati in the 81 Super Bowl. Am I wrong? Could be.
I get it all confused, but I think the Raiders win it in 1980? They beat the Eagles that year.
Eagles, it might have been.
But they played. I think they played Oakland. They beat Oakland 16-0. I do remember that. The 16-0 game.
For $12, you got to see it.
Yeah, well, we got to see them beat the hell out of the Bears that year, 48-17. That was fun.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gator.
Billy Sims was so much fun.
Oh, he was fun to watch. Yep. Ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
There you go. Here we go. These are new items on the menu or on the shelves, various things that you can track down. Does it sound appealing to our guy Scott Anderson and Kang and me? We'll give our 2 cents. Very few people care what I have to say. All right, Arizona Iced Tea has come out with a new flavor of iced tea that actually supports a portion of the proceeds for the sale of this new drink will aid wounded veterans and provide mortgage-free homes to families of fallen first responders and Gold Star families.
That's great.
So this is awesome. But I want to talk about the product. It is a chocolate egg cream soda. Now, this is egg-free. It does have a hint of cream.
They just call it egg cream soda because it's a soda shop thing they used to do back in the day. It has nothing to do with eggs.
Yep. A hint of cream, rich cocoa, creamy milk, a fizzy seltzer to bring the spirit of a Burrow Classic into a big can. Will you try the chocolate egg cream soda?
I would try it. If it didn't have the great cause it was associated with, it may not. But, I'd give it a shot.
Yes. Cause makes it worthwhile. But Kang, what about you?
Yeah, I'm just going based on flavor here. I don't know, man. I love Arizona iced tea because it's iced tea. I'm not sure what how they're gonna do a cream soda. I mean, free sample, yes. If I go into a store and buy it, no. I would stick to the stuff I like Arnold Palmer or like a raspberry iced tea. But
Yeah, I really like Arizona iced tea. The Arnold Palmer's.
Arnold Palmer's are great.
Oh, yeah, right.
The white can, the zeros.
You
Big
don't have
fan
to
of
say
them.
zero every time.
I don't, but I do. I'll probably pass on this and
I love
support the cause in another way.
All right,
but just
all right.
going on the drink alone.
Yeah.
Next up, new offering at Memorial Stadium in Nebraska.
Okay.
Where the Cornhuskers play. They have something called Wimmer's Red Hot Dogs. These are foot-long hot dogs with a Nebraska corn dip on top. It's basically a classic, long-standing local favorite, hot dog with a unique corn dip, although there is really no description. But if you ever had a elote corn like as a dipping, when the corn is taken off the cob, it looks like that's what's on the foot-long hot dog. So, Gator, would you eat that?
Yeah. It's a hot dog, I haven't had a foot-long hot dog in a long time. I used to love those.
Step up your game, my friend.
I used to go to Dairy Queen and get those. Those are great. Or A&W.
I feel like the footlong doesn't get the love it used to.
It doesn't. No, you can find them still. Actually, you can buy them in a grocery store if you find the right grocery store has them. But then you got to find the buns for
Well,
it.
yeah,
to
that's
match.
another thing about the whole hot dog situation. Then there's bun length hot dogs,
Yeah.
and then the hot dogs that aren't the bun length. Like, what are we doing?
They're all different sizes these days. Then some come 7 in a pack, some are 8 in a pack.
8, and then the hot dog buns are always 8. And some
the
hot
buns
dog
come
pads
in
are
10
6.
sometimes.
Yeah,
It's
what are
all-
we? Come on, man. It's a
All right, so
racket.
Gator's a yes, Kang?
Yeah, I'm a yes too. Come on, man. It's like
hot dogs, baby.
Yeah, dip that thing in almost
This is
anything.
so wasted on me because I'm not going to eat this, and I'll be there a week from tomorrow.
Come on, try it
Memorial
for us.
Stadium.
Good for the show.
Yeah.
You know what? We
Gator
could get
does.
Jansen one for the pregame show and have him devour one and report back.
That works for me.
I think that'll work.
I'll accept it.
I
All right,
want
this-
Doug to do one.
This recipe is going viral. It's called the Everything But the Lunchbox Cookie Recipe. It's a standard chocolate chip cookie dough with bittersweet chocolate chips, crushed pretzels, crushed ridged potato chips, creamy peanut butter, and raspberry jelly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes these things that just throw everything in, I know you don't like. So
No, there's some of them I don't. Panera has the kitchen sink cookie. I freaking love it.
Okay.
It's delicious. So I would try this.
Can you?
Yeah, this is not too over the top like normal those things are. Cookies are a little bit different breed in that sense, but yeah, I'm all in on this.
Doug,
I'd try this.
It's got pretzels. There
I'd
it is.
try this.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: pretzels mixed into almost anything else are great.
Yeah.
It's great in Chex Mix. It's great in Jell-O. A pretzel bun is great.
It adds the salty, and it has a little texture to it, a little crunch.
Pretzels are an elite snack.
And they're making you thirsty.
Elite.
And they come up with good questions too.
Yeah. They know how to work it.
Yeah.
The big tub. Next up, General Mills has launched a limited edition Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavor.
Okay.
It's called Mexican Hot Chocolate Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yep.
It's the Cinnamon Toast Crunch signature cinnamon sweetness and layers of chocolate, creating a combination that mimics the slightly spiced, warming taste of classic wintertime drink. I don't know why it's called Mexican, but
Because that's Mexican kind of combines chocolate with spice. They do that a lot. So yeah, I'd be a lot. I'm all over this. This sounds delicious.
Yes.
Yeah, this sounds really delicious. Interesting note though, Gator, I just introduced my 4-year-old to Cinnamon Toast Crunch this week, and she absolutely loves it.
Are you?
She wants the new cereal every morning now. She calls it the new cereal because it's the first time she's had it.
Is she warming up to you now?
Yes, that's another
Oh, we've
thing.
had a breakthrough.
Yeah, we've broken
It's
through
no
a little bit.
longer mommy and you. Is she calling you daddy?
Yes, I'm still a distant second as
Well,
far
yeah,
as which
but
is
at least
fine.
it's
But
not-
I'm on the board. I'm on the
Yeah.
graphic.
Nice job. Way to go, Ken.
Yeah, right. Honorable mention.
It's a no for me. Too much like candy. Next up, speaking of candy, yeah, and I don't want candy for breakfast, but M&M's coming out with a new flavor, a honey roasted peanut M&M, perfect blend of crunch and a touch of honey sweetness in every bite.
Where has this been? I mean, yes. I mean, you get the basic. You got your M&Ms and you have your peanut M&Ms, right? But this is honey roasted peanut M&M. Hell yes. This is the thing we all knew we needed, and we forgot that we needed it, right? Like it was the next step. It's an obvious step. What about the honey roasted peanut? You know what? If you put that in M&M, my God, why didn't we think of this? 30 years ago. Yes.
Can you?
That sounds like it would be great. I don't see. I mean, this has to be good, right?
Yeah. Doug's got to be on board.
We're 3 for 3.
Yeah,
On this one.
yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Big fan of the honey roasted peanuts. Dry roasted first, but honey roasted is a close second.
So do you like peanut M&Ms?
I do. Yeah,
and these would be, I think these would be even better.
I think these have a chance to be better than peanut M&Ms or peanut butter M&Ms, which are also very good.
Peanut butter M&M, totally different.
All right, TCU football Gator. I sent you a link to what this looks like because it looks. The morning show called it duty on a stick. At TCU football games, they have half-acre Korean corn dogs. It's a hot dog and mozzarella cheese combo dipped in ube butter, fried in panko, dusted with ube power, and drizzled with a sweet and spicy honey. I think it's supposed to look purple, but it looks brown.
It looks purple, but Kang, I'll ask you, what is ube powder? Do you know?
It's like taro fruit. Do you know what taro is? It's just fruit. I mean, it's
What's
like
taro fruit?
It's a type of fruit. Yeah, I can't explain it. It's
All
purple though.
I'll answer the question. Would I try this? Yes.
Would you?
I absolutely. It's a hot dog, right? It's just, and it's got the
It's basically a
mozzarella
corn dog.
cheese. Well, it's
Yeah.
got cheese with it too, so that's good. And it's fried. So if you can get past how it looks, because what you've sent me is a picture that literally looks like it's purple duty.
Yeah, just Google search.
Yeah, taro's like a
TCU.
root, by the way.
Yeah, I knew it was a root.
Yeah, but it's like fruit flavored, basically. It's sweet.
I would absolutely try this.
Yeah, I'm all in. My girls love ube and taro. Like when they go to get boba tea, it's their favorite, taro slush. Purple don't scare me, man. I mean, it's TCU. You got to have it purple.
Right.
It's basically a Korean corn dog that's purple.
Yeah, it's not a horned frog.
Yeah, you didn't say horn dog, did you?
No, it's corn.
Corn, okay.
Horn dog's a different thing.
Yeah, that is different. Totally different.
Totally different.
There it is. I'm out, by the way. Another edition of. All right, well, it's hot dog.
I
days,
know.
What do you? You knew this. It didn't even need to be said. That's another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We pick some games coming up in 10 minutes here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator just said something during the commercial break that really is kind of incredible. We will be doing the show 1 week from today. We hope. We're still on the schedule. And we could be talking about the American League Central Division champions. We could be talking about a team that has clinched the number 2 seed.
Yeah, it would take a little bit more to do that. The Tigers have 6 games between today and next Friday by the time we go on the air. The magic number for them to clinch the division is 8. So that's a combination of Tiger wins and losses by whoever's in second place, whether it's Cleveland, who it is now, or if Kansas City ends up passing Cleveland.
And they have 3 games against Cleveland.
Right. So that could really,
expedite the clinching part.
It could, although if Kansas City wins and Kansas City becomes a team that's chasing. But yes, on top of that, that's actually realistic. But the clinching of the second overall seed, they have a 5-game lead over Seattle now because Seattle has taken over Houston. So that magic number is 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
You could technically do it. It would take a lot to get there. I mean, you'd have to sweep both series and you get your 6 wins and knock it down to 5. Then you'd have to hope for a combination of 5 losses.
That's probable. That's not probable.
It's not
but
probable,
it's possible.
but it's quite possible they could get it done as early as next week, but not likely. But you start to look at this more, and we're getting towards the end of the season, and there aren't many games left. There's 15 games left in the season, and they've got a 5-game lead over Seattle for that second overall spot, let alone that they're only a half game away from Toronto for the overall lead in the American League anyway.
Yeah.
It's time to throttle down. Take care of Miami, right? Starts tonight with a Skubal start, and they got a Casey Mize start. Was it Morton? Is that the third one? Just take care of your business. They got a day off on Monday. This is where the schedule benefits the Tigers a little bit, and it has over the last few weeks. Remember in the beginning of the season, the Tigers were playing every day. They didn't have days off. The Monday was not a day off. They didn't have that getaway day or any of that. None of it. Now, and I think this is like the last couple of weeks, they've had Mondays off.
Question for you. The 2 World Series teams, did the Tigers have long breaks? Like they clinched the ALCS relatively quickly and had long breaks between the end of the ALCS and the beginning of the World Series? Does that ring a bell? I know they did in the St. Louis year in 2006.
I mean, prior to the World Series, not playoff bound, just the World Series. Maybe?
No, I can't remember if it was the case
they
with
beat
the
Texas,
Giants.
right? In the ALCS, is that who they beat? To get the World Series?
Texas, or was it Oakland?
It was Oakland first time. In 2006, it was Oakland.
Yeah, who was it in 2011?
I think
I'm going to go look up the dates.
2012. I think it was
2012, you're right.
I think it was Texas.
Well, let's take a look. It was, and I want to look at the dates too, because people have attributed it was the Yankees. Both wrong. They had a week off between the last game of the Yankees series and the first game of the series with the Giants. So the Tigers, it seems like one of the things that people blamed their lack of success when they got there. Same thing, a week off in 2006 between clinching the series against Oakland and playing St. Louis in game 1. People hated the week off. And you know what the Tigers are going to get if they're the number 2 seed is close to a week off. And that they're going to have to overcome what has been a historical bugaboo for them.
Yeah, well.
Tripped them up in the past. Or it's just a coincidence.
I think it might be a coincidence.
It could be. The other thing is a story on ESPN says FanDuel will pay the Jaguars $5 million over stolen betting funds. FanDuel has agreed to pay the Jacksonville Jaguars approximately $5 million to compensate for the nearly $20 million that a former Jacksonville employee stole from the team and then lost at the sportsbook. So I remember we talked about that story briefly. Amit Patel, a mid-level finance manager for the Jaguars, pled guilty to stealing $22 million through a virtual credit card system the team used for expenses. He bet a whole bunch of it and lost a whole bunch of it. FanDuel's going to pay the Jags back. Think FanDuel would pay back anybody else for losing money?
Yeah.
I mean, an NFL team needs it less than some of the people All right, let's try and help with picks this weekend. It's time for If I Bet It. All right, I went 4-2.
Nice.
Last week, 6-3 on the season, 2-0 in locks. Gator, it's time for you to get hot.
Yeah,
you're due.
I was 2-4 last week. I'm 3-6 on the season, and I'm 1-1 with shooting the boot.
All right, in the college games, I'm 4-2. I'll start with the Car House lock of the week. I look, two teams I think are going to put up some points tonight. The total on the Houston-Colorado game is 44.5. Lock the over 44.5, Houston and Colorado.
Interesting. I will start with my lock as well. It's the shoot the boot lock of the week. Oregon is giving up 27 points at Northwestern. Oregon is just one of these teams that's dedicated to scoring bunches of points, and Northwestern is not. I like the spread. I like them covering the spread. And Oregon minus 27 is my shoot the boot lock of the week.
I think Notre Dame takes advantage of Texas A&M's defense. Notre Dame with a week off to prepare for this one. Hurton Group, this is their game. If Notre Dame doesn't win this game, they're not going to the playoff with their strength of schedule. They have to win it. Notre Dame minus 6.5 over Texas A&M.
Michigan is at home tomorrow hosting Central Michigan. The over-under is set at 43 points. I like the Wolverines to score a bunch of points in this one. And if Central wants to contribute a touchdown or two, so be it. I like the over total in that one, over 43.
One of the weirdest roster coincidences this offseason was that UCLA's quarterback transferred to Tennessee, and Tennessee's quarterback transferred to UCLA. And right now, Tennessee has gotten the better of the two. Nico Iamaleava has struggled with UCLA. Joey Aguilar has turned into a really good piece, effective quarterback for Tennessee. I like them at home plus the 4 against Georgia.
Doug, you and I are going to war on this one. I actually like Georgia minus 4 at Tennessee. I don't think that Tennessee has it going on this year. I think Georgia starts slow because they're still trying to feel out what they have at quarterback and everywhere else. But Georgia's ultimately way too talented. They're too well coached. I like them overcoming the 4-point spread that they have.
All
Georgia
right.
minus 4.
Let's go to the NFL. We'll start with Cincinnati coming home. Offense gets revved up against Jacksonville. I'll lay the 3.5 with the Bengals.
New England Patriots taking their share on the road at Miami. The Patriots are getting a point. Now, part of me was going to say Miami's going to bounce back. But then all the drama happened this week with Tyreek Hill, and you still have drama going on with Tua Tagovailoa. I do think that Coach McDaniel is going to be the first coach fired, and this is going to be one of the reasons why. They're not going to be able to handle New England. The Patriots will win this game.
Really impressed with Dallas in week 1 and their loss at Philadelphia. Like their run defense offensively. It was there for the taking. Early, their offense was humming. They are taking on a giant team that lost big to Washington, who obviously lost last night. I think Dallas at home covers the 5.5 and gets the win.
Buffalo is at the Jets. The over-under is set at 47 points in this game. Ed Oliver is out for Buffalo, so that's a big fella in the middle of that defense. Is going to make it easier for the Jets to get rolling on offense. I like the Jets, what they have offensively. I really think that the Fields is going to be a very good quarterback, and I trust Aaron Glenn to be the right guy on the job. I'm just picking the over. The over 47. I think both teams can score a bunch of points.
My final one with the news with Purdy out. I think New Orleans getting 3 at home hosting San Francisco. I will play the Saints plus 3.
Lastly, Doug, Denver is giving up a point on the road at Indianapolis. I know the Colts crushed the Dolphins last week, but Denver is different. Denver is a playoff team, and Denver is a team on the move with Sean Payton and Bo Nix and company. I like Denver minus 1 at Indianapolis.
Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. In the meantime, Kang, every week, loves on a pick and hates on a pick. Which one do you like the most this week, Kang?
Doug, I like your pick of the New Orleans Saints hosting the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners are really banged up. That just seems that
no Kittle.
No Brock Purdy. Yeah, I mean, McCaffrey's probably going to be hurt during the game. So, yeah, I'm going to take the Saints with the points in that one.
All right. Which one do you hate the most?
I'm going to take the under, Gator, on the Jets-Bills game. For some reason, Josh Allen does not play well against the Jets historically. So I think that they keep the score under 47. Bills still win, but I don't think it's going to be high scoring.
All right.
There you go. Those are our picks. And that is If I Bet It. Hey, despite warnings we're under air quality control alerts recently, you can still experience the pure the difference of pure clean air, rather, with a CGC Home Services, the Aris Active Pure technology. On top of that, they got a Kinetico system, the best water filter system available. Call them, CGC Home Services, superior water for your home, superior air for your home, and right now get up to 20% off a purchase of the Kinetico Premier XP Whole House System. CGC Aris Active Pure technology, 99% of the airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold are eliminated in your home. We've got one and love it. Visit CGC Home Services online or call 855-339-4242 to schedule your free analysis. That's Calvin Shepard talking yesterday to the media, the Lions defensive coordinator, and I got to tell you, liked hearing what he had to say. Lions getting set for the Bears coming up on Sunday. The polling has closed officially on our Twitter poll. Do the Lions win this game? Very simple question. Do the Lions beat the Chicago Bears on Sunday? 86.1% say yes, 13.9% say no.
Stayed pretty steady throughout the show.
Yep.
It was 86% when we started. It was 86% when we finished.
So, I mean, look, this week has been filled with doom and gloom, and I get it. That was a bit of a rattling performance where almost everything that people feared actually came true. And it was so off the charts bad. I feel like it's going to stand out as an anomaly on the season. But look, you never know. Hopefully it wasn't a window into things getting worse. But stuff to look for in this game coming up on Sunday. I think minimizing the damage that Caleb Williams can do. There's been some games in the past. Jordan Love is not like some running quarterback, but he has hurt the Lions with his feet in the past. And one of their goals defensively was to keep him in the pocket and not let him do so. And they did exactly that. Caleb Williams is a whole different deal. He's a whole different deal. He is elusive. He is fast. When he scrambled, he had good yards on the ground last week against Minnesota. But once the pocket broke down and he started to improvise, it felt like almost all the damage, to me, it felt like all the damage he did was with his feet. And it wasn't like he really freed up receivers downfield and able to make plays through the air. He ended up with 6 carries for 58 yards. Through the air, started the game 10 of 10, finished 11 of his next 25. Got sacked a couple of times. That was a problem getting rid of the football a year ago. I mean, Ben Johnson knows now what he has to work with. I imagine Caleb Williams will get better in week 2. But I think just making sure he doesn't go out of control and go bonkers and really kill the defense with his feet is one of the big priorities on Sunday.
Yeah, and you know that this is, look, Aiden Hutchinson has been in the league long enough now where and he's played against enough mobile quarterbacks where he knows that he can't get too deep with his pass rush lane, that he has to maintain the integrity and give himself enough time if it bounces to the outside that he can still track down the quarterback. Caleb Williams that first game he played against Minnesota, I just can't get past that first drive, how he literally bounced from one spot to another spot with his legs and just effortlessly. He looked great. But we've seen Caleb Williams. We saw him last year. We know what he is. It's not like this is going to hit the Lions by surprise. And then, when the game went on, the Vikings made their adjustments and they were able to handle him just fine. If you watched last night, Jaden Daniels, a very mobile quarterback, he couldn't get anything against the Packers going, and I think the Lions can look at that game and say, okay, we like what they did there. Maybe we can implement some of that stuff against a very mobile quarterback. But ultimately, it's going to come down to discipline and how disciplined that defense is going to be, specifically the front seven, so that they can keep Caleb Williams in their grasp and not watch him from behind as he runs past them.
One of the underrated disappointing things against the Packers was the play of the secondary. I feel like everything else has been, those fields have been plowed quite a bit. I think the secondary, I had a lot bigger expectation for DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold in particular. And Arnold was, I guess, dealing with an injury. He's been full practice. Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, who's back practicing, they can be a handful. It's time. DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold better show out. I thought they might be a strength, and that didn't do anything to back that up week 1, the performance against Green Bay.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not concerned about them and what they're going to do with the receivers. I think they're going to match up just fine. What concerns me is the tight ends for Chicago, because it's not just one. They've got 2. Cole Kmet, big fella, and they've got Colston Loveland, also a big fella. Big targets anyway. And these are targets that can be like wide receivers the way that they run. So that is what concerns me there, is being able to match up, because the Lions for years have struggled matching up with tight ends. And now the league is based around tight ends. Everybody's got a good one, and Chicago's got 2.
They did a decent job against Tucker Kraft. I know he had the touchdown, but he had 2 catches for 16 yards. The touchdown was 15 yards.
Yeah, well, they threw the ball to other people, and they only threw it 22 times in the game. They were 16 to 22 in throwing it in that game, right?
Fair enough. 4 targets, 2 catches for Tucker Kraft. I hope that's indicative of them being able to handle the Bears tight ends. In the meantime, both teams are probably looking to run the ball better. Lions, their combination of Montgomery and Gibbs. Montgomery averaged 2.3 yards a carry, Gibbs 2.1 yards per carry. Pathetic. The running back for Chicago, DeAndre Swift, 3.1 yards per carry. Also not particularly good. I think both teams want to establish the run, and we'll try harder to get some run game going. It doesn't mean they will, but I think they both feel better if they can run the ball. And I'll feel better about the Lions because that means maybe their issues were communication.
Well, I think that was the big issue, but the question is, okay, how much can you improve from one week to the next on your communication issues? And hopefully it's enough to where they can get it together and protect the quarterback and open up holes in the running game.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Gentlemen, happy Friday to you. And one of these Fridays where I'm very envious of you two. So
why is that?
Oh, it's gorgeous outside.
Okay, all right.
It's gorgeous.
We'll take advantage.
You spent your 4 hours in the studio, and now you can go.
Now it's our turn. Now it's our turn to enjoy the day.
Yes.
Love the old school Houston Oilers hat.
Thank you.
Love your blue is what he's really meaning to say.
Yeah.
There you go.
That was a great logo.
It was.
Great logo. Badass color scheme.
It was. I wish Tennessee and Houston could come up with some type of a buyout where they would let Houston actually use the logo.
And then the Tennessee Texans.
Yeah. It's like, how with the Browns. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
no. How the Browns just said,
I
what? We're the Ravens now. You
Yep.
guys can be the Browns. You can keep all the history. Tennessee Titans. And it'd be Houston. Yeah, anyway.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. So.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to start the show off with something that we left the show with last night and after last night's game with the Packers. Guys, you realize that the Packers are now the team to beat. They're not just the kings of the North. They're probably the best in the NFC. They look damn impressive. And, yeah.
Yeah, that was something else. And it's early and there's a lot of football to be played. And you want to look good at your best at the end and not the beginning, but they look pretty damn good.
Well, they just lost Jaden Reed for months, though.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I hate that I was thinking about putting him in my lineup. I didn't at the last second, but yeah, I felt bad. I was like, oh, he scored. No, he's out. Okay.
Good catch. Really good catch.
It was.
Unfortunately for nothing.
Sure was. What else do you guys got planned?
So we'll have that. TJ will be coming in around 3 o'clock.
Oh, good.
Well, guess we'll find out what's going on with Taylor Decker, unless something's happened in the last 10 minutes since I've been out there talking with the guys.
Okay.
And, the normal staples, prop bet casino, picks, who said it. We'll have some fun today.
Awesome. Well, you guys have a great show. Be on the air tomorrow with Michigan football, and we'll be back on Monday. Lions and Bears on Sunday. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Enjoy your ham. We leave you every Friday with the Gator Rants. So long.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium this morning. He offered the following Taylor Decker update. Decker likely won't practice today, and Campbell says he wants to play on Sunday. And other NFL news, Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed is set to have surgery next week to fix his broken collarbone, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. The team hopes he'll return by November. New Commanders offseason signee and defensive end Dietrich Wise also has a torn quad, which will keep him out for the year, according to Adam Schefter. Ex-Michigan kicker Jake Moody has signed a practice squad deal with the Bears today. The Tigers start a series with the Marlins tonight in Miami. Tarek Skubal will battle Sandy Alcantara on the mound, although Alcantara carries a 5.67 ERA. He's looked a bit better lately. Here the 7:10 first pitch right here on the ticket. ESPN says this season was the most watched for their WNBA coverage, averaging 1.3 million viewers. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to business on a absolutely gorgeous football Friday, and you know it's a good day when Rico Beard breaks out the Earl Campbell edition Houston Oilers retro hat. It's good to see you.
Love your blue, man.
Listen, it's a beautiful hat for a beautiful man.
Oh,
we got to jump in. And I am going to call TJ, by the way, because I don't know whatever narcotics he was on last week, but we're going to need to get him a downer before he comes in here.
He was excited. It was week 1 of the NFL. It was Christmas. Well, Christmas Eve for him.
No, it was cocaine. The point I'm making, we will get TJ in a better place this week. He was launched out of a cannon. But we have to talk about last night's game and how it relates to the Lions. I'm so happy. I said this to both you and David, that we did that topic at 5 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Because now, after the Packers dummy the Commanders, outgain them 400 to 200, game wasn't even that close. I got to tell you, I want to know for Lion fans, if you you can use fake names too. You don't need to call in with your real name. Call in as Pedro. Call in as Frankfurter. Call in as Benedict. Do whatever you need to do. Packers are better than you. I don't think there's a performance Sunday. There's nothing you're really going to do in the short term that's going to change my mind on this. I think the Lions are now in a chase position. They're in a chase position because the Packers look comprehensively better. Both lines of scrimmage. I think that defense looks like, if not the best unit in football, top 5. And offensively, that quarterback that everyone here makes fun of, weird. It's almost like if you have 2 legs versus 1, you look better. Mobile, stepping into throws, deep shots.
Yeah.
Look.
Oh, and by the way, who's his wide receivers again?
There's no number 1. I think there's a collection of 2s.
Yeah. But, he
and Tucker Kraft is really good.
Yeah. But he's a horrible quarterback, and I don't respect him.
No, but I want to hear from Lion fans because, look, this weekend is everything. I think at minimum, what Rico and I said to you when they traded for Parsons. At minimum, you're in for a 15-round fight in this division, and you've already lost the first round. But at maximum, the Packers may just be better than you. Now, I think everything for the Lions is about focusing on the in-house, getting yourself right. Now, that leads us to Sunday, where throw out all storylines and revenge stuff and Ben Johnson. What do you need to see Sunday to feel better? Because I'll tell you, it's not just win in advance. It's not. I need to see the lines of scrimmage look better, the interior of the O-line, and I need that D-line against a Bears offensive line that is not ready, specifically those tackle spots. And I need to see this defense look entirely different. Now, I know, update aside, that Taylor Decker stuff does not sound good.
No, it does not.
That doesn't sound good. It's early, but that doesn't sound promising. But what do you need to see? Because to me, Rico, let me ask you this. I'm not big on style points. I'm not. I think if teams do it, you give them credit for it. But when you make the demand of it, I think that's where you get into trouble. This is one I need the Lions to look impressive Sunday. I won't feel good, brother, if they escape 23-21. I won't.
No, I need the Lions to look dominant. I need to look like that the Bears never had a chance, never had a shot in this game. They were just toying with their food for 60 minutes.
Remember how they jumped the Jaguars?
Yeah.
You know, how you looked against the Titans, if you will?
Right.
Like, put on a performance? Yeah, I'd like to see that. Otherwise, doesn't it indicate maybe you're just a long way away?
Right. I don't need a fireworks of points. Case in point, and maybe this is a little too close to home, do exactly what the Packers did to you last week. They didn't score a ton of points, but they let you know you were never going to win this game. You were do that to the Bears. Okay, Ben Johnson, welcome home. Go over there, sit in the corner. We got the guest room set up for you. But yeah, win the game. If it's a 24-10 type of game and they score a late last-second touchdown, but you dominated on all three phases of the game, or at least even two of three phases of the game, then yes, that's what I need to see. A walk-off field goal against this Bears team, you won. But did you really win long term?
That's my point. And maybe this is the simplest way to do it. I think after what Green Bay has done the first 2 weeks, the bar has been set. The standard you have to get to is what the Packers are actively doing. I want to know if you agree with that, and if you don't, tell me why. Because it is very clear the Packers made an all-in move. And thus far, they look like a complete team. If you asked me right now, the one team in the NFC who could compete with the Bills, compete with Baltimore, I won't say Kansas City because you know I don't think a lot of Kansas City. The point would be it wouldn't be Philly and it wouldn't be you. Right here now, because we don't do Let It Play Out radio, it's September 12th, not November 12th. Here and now, it's Green Bay. And they're in your division, and they already beat you. I think the bar is set. And now we've got to talk about what you need to see Sunday to feel like you're on the journey to getting where the Packers are. And that defense, Rico, look, that defense of the Pack, it is as fast as any defense I've watched the first week and a game. Yeah. It just, they choke you out with their speed.
I mean, the fact that they had Jaden Daniels out there looking lost for the first time in a long time. He looked like this was the first game ever that he played.
You hate to see it.
And I'm not going to say they played scared, but that defense was on their mind. Like there are where's number one? Like they break the huddle. Where's one? Where's one? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, it's weird because I saw Rashawn Gary getting some singles last night and getting sacks, and it's almost like if you invest in both sides of your DNs that you create a better outcome for people.
No. Yeah. You would have enhanced your line.
Sorry.
No. You would have enhanced your line. I think that's the double whammy because that was a move you could have made. We could be talking about how the Lions are the best looking team.
You don't understand the salary cap.
I know. I'm an idiot. Didn't happen. So we're going to move past that and just say, man, I'm looking at that defense of the Packers, and yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row that they just look
dominant.
Stop. Like, to me, and I know it's early, they're better than the Eagles in the NFC.
Well, look, Commanders and the Lions were the top two offenses to me in the NFC. You want to say the Eagles too? That's fine. They have given up one meaningful touchdown in 2 weeks. The touchdown to Tesla, it's null and void.
Yeah,
it doesn't even count.
Yeah.
The late touchdown yesterday, it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential.
Yeah.
So, look, I just want to know, as you get prepared for your game, us coming on the air and telling you it's a must-win game, that doesn't do anybody any good. It's like saying boobs are fun. Hey, the sky's blue. Yeah, you lose your ass. You lose, you're not going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
You lose, you have a bad football team. You cannot lose to this Bears team with the way the Bears looked in week 1, period. It can't happen. You wouldn't be able to call and explain away a loss to the Bears as you are 0-1 at home. Caleb is not ready. It's clear he hasn't handled the new system. The offensive line for them has not gelled. That defense, I still need an injury update on TJ Edwards, and the other corner name escapes me, but Jalen Johnson's going to try to play. The point is, it's how you win now, because you've got to start the building blocks as we get on this road towards Thanksgiving and what will be a game that it would take an act of God for that not to be a game you got to win too. You can't lose both games to the Packers. Right. So I just would like to hear from Lions fans. We talked about it yesterday. I told you if the Pack looked impressive, it was going to at least, it would give me a little bit of faith that maybe you're not as bad, but it also would tell me it's no longer you looking eye to eye with Green Bay. I do think Green Bay is ahead of you. And again, yes, we picked them to win the division. Yippee, yippee. So here comes the hatred.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if there's a difference, Mike, between a must-win game, but I think this is one where this is a can't lose. Like,
what the hell does that mean?
Meaning it's almost like a no-win situation. It's like this weekend on Saturday, Michigan, Central Michigan. You can't lose this thing. You're supposed to win it. Don't lose it. That's the only way that it's a total disaster. For the Bears, you're supposed to beat the Bears. You just can't lose this thing. You got to keep pace.
Yeah, I'm not going to do semantical sumo wrestling here.
I'm saying, because when I think of, this is a must-win, it's like, okay, something's on the line.
Well, here's what's on the line. Your season's on the line. You go 0-2, you're done. I don't want to hear about these Santa Claus fantasies of one team every 20 years going 0-2 and making the playoffs. I ain't trying to hear it. And here's the other thing that I get tired of. The standard in this town is either the Super Bowl or it is not. Now, on your way to a Super Bowl, there will be down weeks. There will be escapes. Look at the Chiefs last year. Denver had to miss an extra point. That I get that. But you know what you can't have? You can't start the year that way. And you can't start 0-2. No. Especially when, if you guys disagree, feel free to call.
Game number 3.
It's an open line format. Feel free to call. It looks like the Packers might be the best team in the NFC, and they're your rival.
Oh, I thought you were saying you can't fall 0-2 because game number 3 is in Baltimore.
Okay, you know what? It's BOGO time. This is the opposite of BOGO. This is the Rico Beard electric chair BOGO. Meaning, you lose this game, you've actually lost twice because you're not going to Baltimore and winning. How about that? BOGO, no-go.
There you go. The no-go.
You have to win, period. 248-539-9797. Let's get it moving on a Football Friday, shall we? We'll get the prop bets. We'll get the picks. We'll get TJ Adderall out of his gourd or whatever he's on. I don't know what last week was. We'll get him a tranquilizer. That's what we need from old school. We got to get him the trank gun.
He was okay, Mike. He was fired up. It was week 1 for him.
You're
he got
cool,
out the
man.
house.
You're cool.
Ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
TJ was one step from ruining Max's birthday party and falling in the pool.
You're crazy.
You're crazy, man.
You're crazy.
Wow. He was nuts last week.
Awesome. All right.
Tell him about it, please.
All right, you may have heard me talk about the Fanatic Sportsbook's one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. It's really the best in the game, and last night's game proved that point. Green Bay versus Washington. Reed goes down in the first quarter with an injury. Not only did Fanatics Fair Play void all affected straight bets instantly, but if that was part of a prop bet or a parlay or single game parlay your bet was played on, no waiting around, your bet was stuck in limbo. No. Not with Fanatic Sportsbook. It was canceled. I got the numbers right here. Yesterday afternoon, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy saved 21% of all single-game parlays in the Green Bay-Washington game. That's legendary. This injury would have made you lose most of your bets on your sportsbooks, but why would you risk your bets when you don't have to? Fanatic's first half fair play all season long, every game. I'm telling you, winning hits different at Fanatic Sportsbook. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app for details.
Hey, everybody. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors, Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. And when you go to their brand new showroom, you don't have to ask, excuse me, sir, is this in stock? Everything's in stock. Stop asking. Call Northville Lumber today. You see it, buy it, because they got it. It's Northville Lumber. Or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, before I get to the callers, can I just add one other thing? And because I want to add as much color to the game Sunday as we can. I think there's a lot more stuff to talk about other than Ben Johnson's a meanie pants. Does anyone else not really like what they're hearing from the Lions this week? Like, if you're doing the us against the world thing in week 2, that doesn't really, that feels odd to me. Now, I don't mind Dan Campbell saying, no, we'll win this game. We have to. Okay. But the Aiden with the aggrieved, everyone's against us, all the doubt. What doubters? Everyone kisses your ass. Jared Goff got a little bit spicy with reporters on, oh, where's the noise coming from? Oh, outside this building? I don't care. Chill. It's week 2. Second of all, everyone has basically drawn you a bubble bath the last 2 years. You played like ass. You were a clown car on fire in week 1. You know what I'd like to hear from my team? We were garbage. It's unacceptable. Yeah. We're going to play better. I don't want to hear about the doubters. I don't want to hear about outside noise. What is that? And it's not just a Lions thing. I feel like so many athletes and so many teams do this whole aggrieved thing.
Yeah. You only get to do that one time, I think, in a season. Just like you only get to do one time what the Miami Dolphins did. We're going to hold a team meeting, players only.
Please.
You only get to use that once, and you've played that card. But yes, the fact that they're saying, oh, the people are doubting us, sounds like to me they were getting high on their own supply. They were getting high off of what everybody was saying. Oh, you guys are the best. You're going to win the North. You're one of the best teams to go to the Super Bowl. And I think they fed into that because now when people are just basically holding up a mirror to them, they don't like what they see, and they're blaming the mirror.
Yeah, I also don't understand. It's almost like people don't have a right to be negative about week 1. I mean, come on, man. No one's writing the season off, but you only get 17 of these. This isn't baseball. You can lose 5 games in a row, and it doesn't mean anything. You lost to the Green Bay Packers in Lambeau, and arguably outside the Dolphins and Panthers, played the worst game of the week. It's okay. You know what? If you like everybody kissing your ass, then you also got to like it if they give you a little slap to the face once in a while. So it didn't strike me as authentic.
When your biggest highlight is a meaningless touchdown to Tesla.
Right, like I'm supposed, and it was a hell of a catch, but
no,
I don't
it
care.
was a great catch, but he's the only one that can hop back on the plane feeling happy about himself because everybody else, no, not really.
David, talk to me. What's on your mind? And then take a text and we'll get to the callers.
Here's what's on my mind is you have to be dominant on Sunday because the Packers, they are, okay? It's been back-to-back weeks where they've held top offenses from last year. That's the thing. Each team that they beat, the Lions were a top 5 offense. The Washington Commanders had a really good offense last year, and they made both of them look like it was a little league team versus a pro team. That's what they did. And Micah Parsons is a monster, okay?
He's mean. He has a podcast.
He's a monster. He played just a little bit more than last week and did just a lot more than last week. So, yes, the Packers are probably the class of the NFC.
Here's the other thing.
You can't just win on Sunday. You got to look great doing it.
Let me say this, and I know the schedule game is faulty. I know it won't play out this way, but at least let me offer you a pathway. It's a week-to-week league, and things could look drastically different, right? Jordan Love falls off the toilet, and he's out. Well, But look at the Packers' schedule here, and then comp it to your schedule. So if you're telling me, hey, it's a long year, you're right. What I'm telling you is you better start playing better. The Packers are 2-0. At Cleveland, at Dallas, home Bengals, at Arizona, at Steelers, home Panthers. Can you unequivocally stand up and say they're absolutely losing any of those games?
No.
Now, I can't tell you they're absolutely not, but would it shock you if they got to November 10th undefeated? 8-0. Would it shock you?
No.
Because I can tell you, obviously you won't be 8-0, and I don't think you're going to be 7-1, and I don't think you're going to be 6-2. So when I tell you I think the Pack might be the winner of this division, and you now have to chase, the chase begins now because you can't fall 3 games behind, plus tiebreaker. You have to play, and you're going to have to win some of these games that we know you're going to have an uphill fight. Well, if you want to start doing that, I got to see him play really well Sunday. That's the point.
No, I'm with you because especially the Dallas game, you're going to have a motivated Micah Parsons, as if he wasn't motivated enough going up against his former team that he feels like he disrespected.
He may tase Jerry Jones. It's possible.
He may look like TJ last week.
What, red-faced with a dip cup? It's 3rd and 14. David, what's on the ticket text?
After watching the Packers last night, I almost feel like the Lions are the 3rd best team in the division because Minnesota looked good too. Very nervous.
He took it too far now.
The Packers look better early on, but they also have a Week 5 bye, and late season could give the Lions an opportunity to look like the better team. That is from Raymond.
Yeah, the problem is their schedule softens up the same time yours does. They played a Giants, they played a Bears twice, they played a Vikings twice. Now, they're tough games. You, Denver, Baltimore. And again, by the time you play Baltimore may not need the game.
That's true.
I'm just making a point. You need to ratchet it up now. It's more than just winning. I want to see the quality. That's important. May I?
Okay.
Let's go to Steven, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Yes, I noticed something when the Lions played. They slid the left side of their line in one-on-one, the right side of it. They played the whole game in ace and single back formations. If the one thing that would make me comfortable is if they either use the pistol or pull the tight end into the backfield, having any blocker to stop the blitz up the
They
middle.
didn't do much pulling at all. At all. It felt very straight line, very standardized. Look, Steven, it's funny you say it because when you watched, the Bears were not effective running the ball, and I think part of that's a personnel issue. But even what the Jets did, Aaron Glenn took Taylor Engstrom with him, and the Jets and their run game and all of the pre-snap candy and all of the pulling guards. I'll tell you one thing, Engstrom's offense looked a hell of a lot more like Ben Johnson's than John Morton's. Fair?
In my opinion, if you're going to play a flat line game like that, you have to play out of the pistol so that way you can give your offensive room to back up.
Listen, I think there's a million ways to skin a cat. I don't want to pin it down on a formation. Steven, I'm just talking about stylistically, and maybe they wanted to keep it simple early. You have 2 young guards, and I worry about Glasgow. I do. I know it's 1 week. I want to see him play a lot better this week, and they're going to have a challenge. They're going to have almost 700 pounds of defensive tackle in front of them with Grady Jarrett, and the other guy's name escapes me. Forgive me.
I'm more worried about Taylor Decker and whether or not he's going to play. They've held him out. They said, hey, he's a veteran. I understand that, but shoulder injury, he's still not, and they're not definitive on their answer. That to me is going to say a lot about what I expect out of this game.
Hey, nothing wrong with it. It's a left tackle, and he's a good one. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. The answer to your question as an inaugural member of the Isaac Tesla fan club is I want to see a lot more Tesla. I mean, Birch Kid was on the podcast that he does with Justin Rogers the other night. They talked about how we beat the Patriots because Patricia came here knowing how to go against Brady, and that Ben Johnson's going to have that same understanding of what to throw at our offense. Fine, that's valid. What's the new shiny object that we had that we didn't get to see last week because he was sick until the last play of the game? I don't want him eased in. I want the full Tesla experience. This kid's got unlimited potential. If everybody knows that your line is down, you're going to have to throw a lot more quick outs. Who's the one guy that can beat that? And Green Bay plays a ton of zone. Chicago's going to play more man. I don't care where you're throwing to that guy, short yardage. He can win his one-on-one with their third-string cornerback. They're going to be down a guy. The matchup for JMO is probably going to be the worst. But this is a guy that they need to go to big time in this game because it's the only thing that's new. I don't know why they changed up so much in the defense. the defense, when healthy last year, I'd go right back to the same stuff you did early in the season.
But remember,
the offense, because of the offensive line, you do have to make some changes.
But you got to remember
Play the
something,
heck out of the kid.
Matt. Here's the problem, and I'm not saying what you're saying fundamentally is wrong, but this is what fans, and I'm not being rude. Please don't take it that way. Everyone got very comfortable thinking, well, we hired from within, so Kelvin Shepard will run the same defense that Aaron Glenn. No, he won't. They're not the same person. They don't think the same way. They may think similar. They don't think the same. So again, it is a different person there. And to your point about Tesla, and I would say, J-Mo, remember, you need pass protection in order to utilize what those two do best. If your line's not going to be able to give Jared Goff the same 3 seconds per pass like last season, or if Goff is going to start to get jittery and check it down 10 times to Gibbs, then it's going to take away from J-Mo and a Tesla potential, because Tesla's built to be down the field, intermediate to long.
Yeah.
Fair?
No, very fair, Mike, because with the pressure coming up from the defensive line, if Goff does try to throw that, he won't have that precision throws like he was having last year, throwing it in the bucket. He's just going to be floating it up in the air.
Tell you what I'm going to do for you, and I want to do for Metro Detroit. I want to sell you a pen.
Okay.
I want to sell you a pen of hope.
Oh.
I have something that should make you feel incredible about this game against the Bears. Incredible.
Okay.
I'll give it to you next.
Oh.
Yeah, we're on our game today.
Eat your hand.
We're right. And it's time for Gators Rant. All right, listen. There's a lot of ordinary things you got to do on a daily basis. For instance, David has to go to 17 soccer fields today. Youth Sports Vortex. You're running out of time. You need to get dinner on the table. Well, congratulations. Through this weekend, you get 25% off Hungry Howie's final order. Whatever you order, 25% off. And that includes their brand new Kennecott Ranch Crust. Whatever you order, 25% off. It's a busy football weekend. Let Hungry Howie's make it a little bit easier. Order online, in-store, or on the phone. It's Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com. Limited time only. Okay. So I don't want you to feel like it's anger and doom and gloom. It's not. Standards are standards. But let me sell you some hope, and let me sell you why it is unacceptable for you to not play really well Sunday. I want to give you a Caleb Williams stat. Now, while I think a lot of the stuff around Caleb has been a bit, not totally, but a bit unfair, and I don't need to get into the particulars. Let's just leave it alone. The point I'm making is he hasn't been good enough. His dress rehearsal with Ben Johnson did not go well. Here's something that you should take heart in. I want to use Geno Smith as an example of something. So,
okay, I'm listening.
Geno Smith, I knew we'd get you all rocked up to talk about this. So, Geno Smith off-target percentage, meaning the percentage of throws that Geno made that were off-target and uncatchable.
Erroneous. He doesn't throw anything off target.
Close. 6%. Most elite quarterbacks, it's going to be well below 10%. Fair? Mm-hmm. Bad quarterbacks will be around 15%. Egregious as if you get to 20. Caleb Williams was 21% last year. 26% Monday night. That means not the throws he didn't make that guys were open, which Troy Aikman highlighted. And if you look at the all 22, there were plenty of opportunities. But for instance, I'm DJ Moore. Shout out, his first name is Deniston. DJ Moore. Wide open going down the sidelines. Caleb. Zzz, those throws. 26. One of every 4 throws Caleb made was uncatchable. If he comes here with that off-target percentage and lights you up, just sign yourself out. Remember, the elite quarterbacks, around 5 or 6% of the time will make an off-target throw. They're men, not machines. 26%. Now, how do you make that happen? I'm glad you asked.
How do you make that happen?
Get him off script. Ben Johnson was able to dial up a script early where Caleb was still not identifying things. But what he was identifying, he was on target. Why? He had time. Brian Flores said, enough. I'm done starring in this Old Spice ad. I'm now going to call this defense. And he ruined Caleb's life. Caleb cannot handle pressure. Well, now we're going to have some fun. Because if AG were still here, the game plan's the game plan.
65% blitz rate?
Probably 50, but fair. I need to see it. Because if Caleb's comfortable this week, Houston, we got a problem. And I think that's more than fair to say it.
No, I would blitz him early and often. Never let him get comfortable. Don't let him get into any rhythm because we see when he's off his game, there's no recovery. It only goes downhill after that. So, yes, I'm blitzing the first couple of times. The first couple of series, he's not going to see anything. He's going to hear footsteps. But flip side, you got to score.
Yeah, no doubt. No. It all goes together.
But I do like that stat. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring it to you because I think it's one thing, and I try to stay away from getting granular because you lose a lot of your audience. But it's one thing to say, hey, a guy played poorly. But when you get into stats that can show you the construct of not only that it was true he played poorly, but how poorly, it's eye-opening. Caleb won't be starting in this league in 6 weeks if he has an off-target percentage of 26%. Ben Johnson's offense requires that football comes out on time and on target. That's why Jared Goff was so good in it. Mm-hmm. So just keep your eye on it, guys. If Caleb looks good against you, that's a distinct problem. Oh, you're unfair. No, I'm not. I'm realistic.
No, it's a good stat. I mean, when he misses, boy, does he miss bad.
Oh, you could put the carousel music behind it. Right. Boo, 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 doo, doo, doo. I mean, it's when you turn on the all 22, holy mercy. He's got a right to get better. But if he gets better against you, I'm going to put it that's a you thing, not a him thing. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the call. What's going on?
Yeah, so, what I need to see this weekend for the game on Sunday is confidence. And then the team just flying around free. Like, I'm not an X's and O's guy, but I do know the eye test, right? You look at the Packers, they're flying around free. And I don't know if you watched the post-game interview with Micah last night, but Sherman asked him, like, hey, what's the message to the locker room? And Micah Parsons was essentially like, I'm here. I got us. Let your hair down. Don't put all this pressure on yourself. Fly around, play free. And you could see that, right? So if we have our Micah in Hutch, I'm going to need to see Hutch be that disruptor so the team can play free, feel confident, and then we can play complementary football.
Yeah, I just think the problem as currently constituted is your front seven's not very good. Aleem's not walking through that door until November. Josh Paschal's out for another month. Onwuzurike's dead. And your GM refused and actively refuses to try to get better. So, yes, Hutch has to be. It is. Hutch has to be a dominator, Phil. But you need the Marcus Davenports. And you need the Alquindine Mohammeds. And you need help.
Yeah.
And that's where I get frustrated. So, look, Aiden, to your point, Phil, and nobody likes to do it in this town, Aiden has to be the best player on the field by a mile. And if he wants $50 million a year, that's the standard.
Exactly. He's got to say that, I got us. I'm going to get in there, especially, if we can get pressure on Caleb, then our secondary should be feasting on that missed target rate. We got this great secondary that we stocked up on. Let's see it in action.
Yeah,
get those boys out there playing free.
I'll be really surprised if you don't get at least an interception this week, because with your ball hawking safeties, guys like Branch, guys like Kirby Joseph, unless Caleb somehow plays a completely different game, Phil, I will expect a turnover because, man alive, 26%.
How much of the Ben Johnson factor do you put into this game where he's coming back here? He knows this team. He knows the players.
Some, but not nearly what some people will put into it. I think if Aaron Glenn were still here, I'd feel it'd be more impactful.
Right.
Because he knows Aaron. He knows the man. You can't say he knows Kelvin Shepard because it doesn't matter. Shepard had a boss. He wasn't making the calls.
But
so
they're running the same thing.
Okay,
good.
Finn, sure. Up next, lamb chops. David, ticket text. No. David looks like he's about to say something.
No. I was just laughing at him about them running the same plays. That's all.
No, I mean, because I do wonder, him coming back into town, knowing what he knows about this team, this defense, he knows the weaknesses. He does, like it or not. He saw them every day in practice. And I do wonder how much of that is specially designed plays to get the mismatches that he desires, so that Caleb won't
the plays are there. Caleb didn't make them.
Okay.
No. You're not wrong. I'm telling you why it didn't look right. Go, not only watching every snap, look at the all-22. Like, look at some breakdowns on that game. Rico, the plays are there. Johnson's every bit the genius he was. But Caleb
just doesn't have the quarterback.
Again, we talk about it. Sunglasses, dread wig, and a keyboard.
Georgia?
Yeah, I mean, you cannot have that level of inaccuracy in playing the NFL.
Yeah, because I believe after the game, Ben Johnson said he missed like 2 or 3. That really means he missed
12.
6. Yeah, exactly. Like, come on now.
Look, even the 4th down play where they passed up the field goal in the first half, he had DJ Moore wide open.
Yes.
He missed him by 5 yards.
So much so he's like, wait, is somebody behind? Oh, wait, there's nobody back there.
No.
Okay. Like, yeah, because it's one of those receiver. I don't want to tip it away from the other guy.
And mind you, that was a home game. You guys are going to bring the thunder. This is not going to be comfortable for Caleb Williams. This will not be. And by the way, shout out to the Bears having 5 false starts in a home game. What the hell's that going to look like this week? Just start 1st and 15. There, done. Get it out of the way. Give him a free roll. Dave, go ahead, buddy.
We may be screwed. Not only are the Packers in the lead, but we won't be able to catch them. Their O-line protects Love, and their front 4 actually creates pressure.
Yeah, I also think their linebackers have taken a step forward with Devondre Campbell, with Quay Walker. And I know it took Walker a little bit. He's a ding-a-ling, little out of control. They're playing fast. They are shooting gaps. There's no hesitation. You can just tell experience has paid off. That front 7 of theirs is pretty terrifying. And Nate Hobbs played last night. You didn't even have to face him. I don't think lockdown corners exist, but he's a really good one.
Right. The most annoying comments were John Morton's comments this week. It was arrogant to tell the media it's an easy fix to improve the run game. Well, we better rush for 100+ on Sunday, or he will look like a fool.
See, here's the thing about the easy fix. You fix it at halftime. If it's that easy, hey, guys, you go here, you go there. Boom, done. Right? If it's easy, you don't have to wait a whole week, right? Am I overthinking this?
No,
I'm with you.
Listen, I just get upset that people get upset. We only get 17 of these. Every game there's a result. We talk about said result. You can't just wash it all away by saying, well, you're overreacting. Then why follow sports?
Right. But it was easy. You know what I saw was easy? Like Minnesota said, you know what? Halftime. JJ, go out there, play.
Right. Now,
going to change things up.
Here's what you can't. Here's where I wouldn't overreact. When your team's really good and you just have a bad day at the office and it's week 10 and you've established essentially 9 good weeks of play,
right,
and then Josh Allen puts a baby in you. Okay, bad day at the office.
Right.
Clean slate, burn the tape, go play again. That's different.
Right.
You opened your season in a game you absolutely prepared for. Don't tell me you didn't. Don't tell me you were distracted and you fell on your face. It's okay to talk about it. We'll get more of the people. We got to do some prop bets. What time's TJ coming in today?
3?
Yeah, supposed to be, yes.
Okay. I'm going to call him during the break. I want to make sure he's focused. I got to talk to Evan, see if we got tranquilizers in the bistro. College football season showdowns you don't want to miss. FanDuel, 50% profit boost on this week's best games, including Georgia and Tennessee. Here's how it works. You place a bet, you apply the boost, and if you hit, well, there you go. You got a little extra juice for the squeeze. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the app, boost your next bet on this week's marquee games. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, this is the most cursed segment of the week. Can't wait. It's Rico's Fantasy Prop Factory. Now, a question before we begin.
Yeah.
More congressman from Utah or detective Corbin Simons?
What?
That name either strikes me as a congressman from Utah, Congressman Corbin Simons, or Corbin Simons SVU.
Yeah, SVU.
Okay, Detective
I'll
Corbin
take
Simons joins us.
I like that. Thank you.
It is. It's excellent.
I was like, Utah, where are we going with
No.
this?
I was talking about the name. It just sounded like it's like you have to say the venerable. Right. It's different with like Kenny Cott. Right. There's nothing regal about that. Corbin Simons suggests something higher brow. Right. Okay, carry on.
Shout out to Mike Valenti.
That's
he
right.
won last, but it's the game you hate, and you won. All right. Let's start off in the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, hosting Central Michigan. Over-under rushing yards for Bryce Underwood set at 15.5.
Over. It has to be over. They have to let Bryce play, and his legs have to be a part of it. You can't. I don't want to hear this, I'm saving all the good plays. No, they have to get this thing moving forward, and I think last week was a reality check. Over.
David? Oh.
I'll go with the over as well. I don't remember the exact amount, but Pitt's quarterback against CMU, Eli Holston, had, I think, like around 30 to 40 rushing yards. So, yeah, I'll take the over.
It should be over. Sack yardage are included, but it's Central. They're not going to get any sacks, right? So I'll go over.
I'm going to go under.
Oh, come on. Sparty.
No,
please,
you
come
know,
on.
I had a conversation with a certain play-by-play guy.
Ooh.
And he was saying that, yeah, that sounds like a good number for him. So, yes. So I trust him. And, you know, he may or may not have been my college roommate. Over, under, Justice Hayes, touchdowns, 2.5.
Under. There's no world I predict any running back to have 3 touchdowns. I'll just say under. He's a really nice player, but come on. 3? Under.
Plus 685 if he does that.
But then I made the right play. This guy's handing out Powerball tickets, Corbin.
I'll go under as well. I think it's going to be more of a big passing game from Bryce Underwood.
Okay. You know you can disagree with him. Okay.
I will later.
Time out. What's more sensible? Saying something that's plus 700 is going to happen or not?
You know what? We may put something up on the board.
Do it.
Over.
And I hear both of you, but they don't pass the ball. So it has to be over.
Thank you.
This is going to be Bryce Underwood air raid.
You're going to be thoroughly disappointed.
I won't because I ain't watching. I'll watch the Quick Cut Sunday morning.
Central Michigan total points under 7.5.
Under. They're running. They play a different quarterback every play. They go and get an almond vendor and put him at quarter. I watched some of that Pitt game. Rico, first down is one guy, second down's another guy, third down's another guy. I don't buy it.
It's the strategy.
They're doing a lot of option concepts.
It's called the curly shuffle offense.
They had one real drive against Pitt. That's all I'll say. I'm out. Under.
I'll go over, but they'll get 10 points.
You stole it right from me, Mike. You're right. They play different quarterbacks. It's ridiculous. Under.
I'm going with the 10 points as well.
This is one game I want Michigan to bomb that scumbag school.
All right. See, I don't know where I'm at on that.
Well, outside of a stadium collapse, this is all I have.
I don't know which team I want to win.
Thank you, Central. Thank you.
I'm just waiting to see if Sharon shows up.
Dressed as Connor Stallions.
Right.
Honestly, it's the only thing missing.
I need that in my life. Who will have more
rows up?
Who will score more at halftime? Either the University of Michigan against Central Michigan or Michigan State against Youngstown State. Who will have a larger halftime score?
It better be Michigan State. One team's Division I and another team plays in the GLIAC or whatever. So give me State.
I'll go State as well. When you go up against an FCS school, the game has to be done by halftime.
Standards.
I'm going Michigan.
Yeah, you would. You POS.
All right, you convinced me.
Central, thank you.
State. Total touchdowns, including passing and running for Aiden Childs, 2.5.
Over. 2 passing, 1 rushing. I don't know, because that's what I'd like. That's what I
things
offered
and
you.
feelings.
Feelings.
Once again, when you go up against an FCS school, you just got to have a good day. So I'm taking the over.
He'll have 4 passing alone. So
Wow.
over.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. We'll make a clean sweep of over. Youngstown State total points over under 11.5.
Just going to go over because our defensive line is a collection of dead people. So over.
Zombies.
It honestly.
Walkers.
Zombie Carl. Coral.
I guess the theme for this game for me is they are an FCS school, so I'm going to go under.
What is Corbin AI generated?
Yes.
I am with you, Corbin. Come on now. It has to be under. Youngstown State.
David,
I
45
know.
pass attempts by Boston College.
I know.
0 sacks.
Alessio gets in the game, goes 3 for 3.
To
3
the other
pick six.
team.
Yep. I'm going to go over. Amari Kelly touchdowns, over under 0.5.
Give me an over. I like him. Give me an over. Little deep shot to him. Marsh draws the double.
Okay.
No hurdles. No more hurdles.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 1 touchdown. I could see it happening. I'll take the over.
So I said Aiden has 4, so this will be one of them.
Okay. You're going
Over.
Over. I'm going to go under. I think he'll hit one of the other receivers. Let's go to the NFL. More passing yards. Jared Goff, Caleb Williams.
Goff. To complete passes, they have to be on target. Caleb, 26% off-target throws last week.
That means that Lions aren't running the ball that much.
They still got Glasgow at center? Goff.
I will go Goff, but I will say the difference in yards won't be that large.
That's because Williams will have the larger amount because you do have Glasgow at center.
I am going Williams as well. Longest play.
Oh, we were losing him.
No,
Get the defibs.
Longest play from scrimmage for the Detroit Lions, over under 37.5 yards.
Over. Somebody's going to do something. It can't.
That is nuance right there.
Hey, I'm basically Tom Brady. Hand me $350 million.
You sound like the chopper pilot from 7. Somebody call somebody.
Somebody. I can't look at 2 weeks of no explosiveness. Over.
I'm going to go under. I think they'll have a play in like the 30-yard range, but over 37.5 now.
They paid J-Mo for this reason. Under. They won't get it this week.
I see what you did.
They won't get it this week.
I'm going under as well. Chicago trick plays, over under 1.5.
What defines a trick play, smartass?
You know, the Ben Johnson cutesy stuff.
Okay, a reverse?
A reverse, double reverse, pitch it back to Caleb. He throws it. That
A
type
pitchy
of thing.
woo-woo,
Yeah.
things of that nature?
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah.
He'll be in his bag.
You could tell me that the line was 10.5, and I would still take the over. I think Ben Johnson is going to try to act as cute as possible in this game.
I hate to agree with Corbin, but I think the first play is going to be a trick play.
What is
so
Ben Johnson
over.
showing up on a daiquiri from
Yes.
Comerica Park? Like, what are we doing here?
100%.
Here's what
Jesus.
you're missing, Detroit.
Tesla touchdowns, over under 0.5.
Under.
You're missing out again.
I'll go over. Why not?
I want it to be over. They played him in garbage time last week.
Yeah, under.
Corbin, I'm with you. I'm going over.
Oh, do you ever disagree with him?
No, we don't. He's AI. He knows everything. He's detective.
Detective Corbin Simons.
Hutch, sacks, over, under 1.5.
Over. They played the victim really well this week, so maybe they'll come out and play well.
I'll take the over as well. That Monday night game, Caleb Williams was running around a lot. I think Hutchinson's going to get on him a lot.
Yeah, 1.5. Nope, can't do that. That's an under. If
under
it was a
as-
half, but no.
Under as well. Finally, we got, I think Scooble's pitching tonight.
Can that season end already, please? Can we just get to the playoffs?
Scooble strikeouts or Amon-Ra receptions.
Scooble. These basically 8 or 9. Hard to predict a receiver to catch 8 or 9 passes, so I'll go Scooble.
I'm going to go
Gibbs
Scooble
did.
as well. It's against the Marlins. I mean, he should have another great night.
No, they want to prove something regarding Ben Johnson leaving, so I'm on Ra on this one.
You know what? I'm going to go Amon-Ra as well because I'm with you, David. I think this is going to be a battle where in the end, smart people will just throw everything out and it'll be like, we got to beat. It's the grudge match. Kind of like Ryan Day with Michigan. Could have beat them, but you decided to do stupid things. So I'm going to go Amon Ra. That's your prop bet casino, 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Pick Up for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, man, there's so many that are unlucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet and drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference. Then, while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. Just bring in $995 down and you drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions head coach Dan Campbell told the media today that offensive lineman Taylor Decker will likely miss practice again today, which it looks like he did. Decker does want to play this Sunday, which Campbell says they feel good about him doing as of now. Bears sideline reporter Jason McKee gave us the latest on some of the Bears' injuries. Chiefs star receiver Xavier Worthy has been listed as doubtful for their game against the Eagles this week. Former Penguin star I'm not about it right now. Former Penguin star goalie Marc-Andre Fleury officially retired from the NHL in the spring, but he signed a tryout contract with Pittsburgh and will put on the sweater one more time in their preseason game against the Blue Jackets at the end of the month. After a series victory over the Yankees, the Tigers continue their road trip in Miami tonight. First pitch coming up at 7:10. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Jeremy Otto's in a bad mood, so we're going to move on. I feel bad. I've never seen Jeremy angry. Oh, well. Okay, TJ Lang joins us.
You do make it very hard for him to do his job.
We have fun with him. Honest. I have said to Jeremy from the beginning, you know we don't like you if we don't mess with you. Think about it.
What's happening?
He's like, I'm not about,
you know what it was?
I'm not about this right now. It was like Ned Flanders
He
snapping.
crumpled his paper and slammed it.
He swung back.
Boom!
He was like, I don't have a drop board, but I can throw stuff at you.
That was his Michael Douglas falling down moment. He may walk back here with a bazooka.
I'm impressed.
I'm worried about him.
I'm not.
He's normally a very happy man.
I'd like to see a little fight in him.
Well, I'd like to see fight in the Lions Sunday. We bring in
Look at that transition.
TJ,
Yeah.
cell phone down.
No, I got it.
Okay. Well, first of all,
spam calls are getting out of control.
Well, so's Eastern losing.
Why do you got to bring that up? Yeah, poor choice by me wearing the t-shirt.
Well, you
by the way.
wore the shirt.
I know.
We'll get to it
Longer
later.
day.
I took a
Long
triple
Island?
take at
Laundry
that.
day.
Fair.
Yeah, rough.
I want to ask you. We can leave it alone. There's the rest of the fall to talk about it. I want to ask you about. We did a topic at 5 yesterday, and I said, look, I think the Pack are going to beat up on the Commanders, and I think the Pack, they might be real, and they did exactly that. And we asked Lion fans, like, TJ, when they made the Parsons deal, I thought the Pack were kind of eye to eye with the Lions. There was going to be a 15-round fight. Mm-hmm. I kind of look at the Packers right now. You're in chase mode. Like, the Packers are legit. What do you need to see Sunday to feel better about the Lions? Besides a win, like, doesn't it have to look a certain way to you? There you go. Get a little.
Yeah,
bit.
it's got to be.
There you go.
Well, I never ask, or I never question effort. You know, unless it's like blatant guys just loafing out there jogging around. I didn't see that.
Like
but
losing
to
to Long Island University.
Yeah,
perhaps.
exactly. But I didn't see last Sunday. I didn't see the same urgency that you get used to watching this team. Defense. I mean, I thought they played well for most of that game. They played well enough to win based off of the type of offense that you have. You just couldn't get complimentary football. But I need to see some sort of rhythm start to develop in the pass game. And I know I've heard about it all week about the offensive line and the sacks and the pressures. Like, bottom line, and I've rewatched the film. I'm very hesitant on Monday mornings when I come in with Jim and Jansen because I haven't watched the film, and I can give you my gut reaction, but I'm never going to say, oh, this guy didn't play well, because you got to go back. You got to study those, right? Graham Glasgow has been taking heat. I'll promise you this: Graham Glasgow was the lowest PFF guy. He was not a bottom 10 player on that field Sunday. So going back and watching it, and also, by the way, we talk about the offensive line, the pressure. Certainly the run game was bad. I didn't like the scheme. I didn't like some of the calls in there. It's just like confusing when you go back and rewatch it. Like, why are you asking this guy to do that from this line? Like, it just didn't make sense. But in the pass game, and Mike, I sent this to you earlier in the week.
I know. Like,
these are facts. Jared Goff had the third most time out of any quarterback last weekend, an average of above 3 seconds before pressures. And you got into the game certainly in the fourth quarter where they know you're passing the ball. We know you're passing the ball. It's extremely difficult to pass rush. But the pass game to me looked disjointed. Mm-hmm. Nothing looked like it was meshing up or matching. Jared Goff's, hitting his drop back, and guys are still 15 yards down the field with their back turned to him. And then it's kind of like, okay, like, where's my guy, right? And you're kind of waiting. And it was the entire game. And it was concerning for me because there wasn't any adjustments. And Green Bay didn't do anything special. The couple times that they blitzed, you're getting man coverage. You actually had a lot of success on those. Some of the third downs, throws down around St. Brown were man coverage. But they dropped into zone coverage. They played deep safeties. We're not going to let you beat over the top, and we're just going to jumble up the middle of the field. And the pass game had zero answer for it. understandably, that makes your offensive line look worse because if you're not getting to your first target, your second target, and you're just relying on check down, that's a long time to protect. And I was just concerned with the fact that they didn't really make any adjustments to scheme certain guys open. Like, there's ways to scheme a shot play to Jameson. There's ways to scheme getting the ball into Amon-Ra St. Brown's hands more. I just didn't see that. It looked jumbled. It looks disjointed. And some of the routes they were running, I'm not saying that they were lazy or like low on effort. You watch it almost looks like slow motion some of the times. Like some of the guys don't know where they're going. And it's just like, okay, kind of confused. Like, do I convert? Do I do this? It looked disjointed to me. That was my biggest concern coming out of the week. Not the offensive line, not the run game. It was the passing game. If you can't figure that out in the passing game, and if this is only a team that, you can play on turf and dome stadiums to have success, like,
but hold on, TJ.
And I don't overreact to week one, but that was, and even watching it back 3 times now, I'm just like, the passing game just looks just like a jumbled mess to me right now.
Well, to me, the biggest thing for me was coming out of training camp, you just didn't look – they looked like the better team just across the board. Looked like you didn't have a chance from day one. Now, I get the passing thing, what you're saying, but if you can't run the ball, like this offense is based on your ability to run the ball. If you're running the ball, then, you draw in the safeties, you draw in the linebackers, and you're able to throw over the top, and you're able to hit those guys. If you're not running the ball, then they don't really have to respect your rush game, and they can leave guys back there and kind of muddy the water.
Yeah,
for golf.
And the play action game, like I think what made – and look, I'm not saying this as some sort of testament this is what the offense is going to be, but last year their play action game really matched up well with the run game. You know what I mean? Let's show them this look, run this play. Show them this look, we're running the ball. Show them the same look, we're running the ball. And then, boom, you hit the play action. That's when you start to get the guys biting up and get the wide open receivers. I didn't feel like their play action game matched up with the run game. And the run game was just kind of like throw stuff here, throw stuff at the wall. We'll see what works. We'll see what we'll run zone. We'll run a little power. We'll run a little counter. We'll do a little this. We'll do a reverse. Like, let's see what our bread and butter can be. Obviously, they didn't have anything that game, but it got to a point where, and even watching early on, like they tried to keep running outside zone. Let's use our athleticism. Let's reach the guys. And I thought, more than anything, Green Bay's linebackers played a hell of a game in the run game. They were borderline unblockable. And whether it was bad angles or a guy getting beat here, hey, I'm expecting, the contact point to be on the hash because it's outside zone. Oh, well, the guard gets beat by the nose tackle. Now it's got to cut back. Now you can't get to the second level. A lot of that on the film. And, like, I go back to adjustments, too. They ran a counter early in that game, and it would have been a huge play. Penei Sewell, gets thrown off his block late, but you watch it and you're like, man, that's probably a 20-yard gain. If I'm the coaches, it's like, okay, you know what? The zone, like the linebackers are kind of beating us to our spot right now. Let's switch. And teams, you're allowed to make adjustments. You're allowed to say, hey, guys, I know we came into this game thinking we want to reach the 3-tech or we want to do this, we want to do that. But you have to adjust as the game goes on. That was the only time I saw them really run a counterplay the rest of the game. And it was like, man, that was like potential to – you get fast downhill linebackers. The best way to do it, boom, pin, get a double team on the backside. Let them get caught up in the mesh. Get a counter, get a trap, get a wham play, right, to throw these guys off. Use their aggression against them. Zone runs against linebackers that are pretty much blitzing.
They're going to flow
It's very
and kill
difficult
you.
because now you can't get the proper double team at the front level, and you're not getting the movement. So I hope that, and I know certainly these coaches, it's a hell of a coaching staff, and Hank Fraley, what he does in the run game, he's doing it for a reason. I'm not panicking when it comes to that, but there were a lot of plays too where when you hear coach speak and you hear players talk like, man, we're not far off. That game to me felt like you're not far off because it's just one guy here, and then the next play it's, bam, you see a hole this big, and then it's, shoot, but this guy got thrown off the block. You know what I mean? So it was a little bit of everything, and I certainly still have belief and hope that they can get it done. Now, honestly, looking at Tate Ratledge, outside of going the wrong way 2, maybe 3 times, I saw a lot of promise in him. I thought he did a lot of good things. I thought he, looked decent in the run game, like for your first time, and I think he showed me some athleticism in the protection game as well. So there were some positives that stood out, but nothing that I'm looking at that's just like, man, this is a concern, and you just can't play this guy moving forward because he's going to be a liability. I didn't see any of that.
I got a question for you, TJ. And
Can we do it next?
Yeah,
Just
I was gonna
so
say,
we have time.
Think about but how do the offensive linemen end up on the wrong page of a play where some are going this way, some are going that way?
Yeah.
You'll give us the answer.
Do it next, and I want to give TJ the stat on Caleb, and I just want there are some things with the Bears that I was disturbed by in week 1, and TJ, I don't want to put you on blast. Did you watch the tape of that too?
I haven't watched the tape yet. I watched it, obviously live on Monday night. But
I want to see if you're with something on this. We'll get to it next. All right, injury attorney David Femininio, the guy to call if you're in an accident. But what if you don't have to make that call? That's why David started the Driving Edge. It's about keeping you safe and preventing the crash in the first place. GetDavidGetPaid.com/Driving Edge. You'll find driving tips and reminders because accidents do happen, and when they do, David's here. The real win, staying safe in the first place. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, TJ is with us. We're talking through week one and now getting to the Bears game. Rico, you had something for him, and I'll give him a Caleb Williams stat momentarily, but please, Rico.
Yeah, TJ, as an offensive lineman, when you hear, it was, plays where two guys were running one play and three guys are running the other play.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen? When we hear that, we're like, well, weren't you guys in the same huddle?
Well, it mostly happens when you make adjustments. So NFL football is you normally get at least two plays in the huddle. Hey, we're going to line up here. We're running this play. If we get a certain defense, I'm going to check it. You see Jared Goff. You see every quarterback.
Right.
Kill, or whatever they want to say, right? Over, flip. These are all words to let you know that you want to run the other way, right? And you have a lot of game plan plays where, hey, this week we want to run inside zone to the 3 technique. And if you're playing a team that, hey, they line up in an over front, under front, you got to be prepared to change. So you might start with a play call, get up to the line, find the 3 technique. Hey, flip, we want to go the other way. That's where a lot of times I think you can get the miscommunication where a guy just doesn't hear the adjustment. And that's what sounded like happened, that one play on the goal line. Lucky it wasn't a safety, but even Decker, who's a 10-year veteran, said I was blocking the same play Tate was. Right. And I think that, not trying to make losing Frank a huge deal. Obviously, we know we miss his presence in there, but that's also the benefit of having veteran guards next to your center, because the way that the Lions like to operate is when you're on the road in crowd noise, your center's got his head between his legs to look down for the leg kick or the hand motion from your quarterback. You might put your head down and, hey, I got a nose tackle head up over my, right over my helmet. And then next time I pick my helmet up, I got a 3 tech. That changes what you have to do. If you have veteran guards next to you, they're talking to you. They're telling you, hey, a single just went to a double because this guy moved. And you can do it without, having to pause or really think too much. So, and look, Tate and Mahogany, they're going to get there. They're going to have to get there, because I guarantee every team's going to watch and say, hey, when your veteran center puts his head down, we're going to change the defense so they can't communicate. They're going to have to get there, because you have to do that. It's part of a requirement if that's the way you want to operate with the center looking back. Some teams like to do it with the guards. Some teams will look back with the guard, right? So the center can be the guy to communicate and adjust and tell you what the moving pieces are. Everybody's different, though. So, those I'm sure those guards are going to learn a lot from this past game, last Sunday. And good thing is, at least this week you got a home game, so you shouldn't have guys going the wrong way. You shouldn't have those miscommunications. Yeah.
Well, it didn't stop the Bears from 5 false starts in a home game.
But that was wild.
I want to ask this because the problem that happens is you think your team's the only one who's got a right to get better. All right, I thought the Bears were largely disastrous. Even when they were up 17-6, it didn't look right. It was awful. The Caleb Williams thing, TJ, I gave Rico the stat, 26% off-target rate, and that's not an anomaly considering last year he was at a 21% rate. Ben Johnson took a lot of heat, and it's actually wrong. He dialed up everything he was dialing up here. Guys were open. And Aikman alluded to it, but he was being PC about it, basically like, what is this idiot doing? There are... Whether you're calling the game or you watch the All-22, there are people wide open. And he just didn't see them, or when he attempted to hit them, he didn't. How much of that is correctable as they enter this game, and Ben Johnson's going to be in his bag? I mean, look, the Caleb Williams thing, I'm not going to give it a lot more time. I thought his rookie year was fine enough. But you started year 2 with a great head coach who's a play caller, a ton of weapons, and the scheme was right. He couldn't do it. How much more time before you go, okay, we have a problem?
I mean, I don't know. Is it fair to put a limit on it? Obviously, if you play, 4 or 5 games and it's okay, this guy just can't see the field for some reason. Maybe you got to dumb it down. Maybe you got to change everything we're doing. I mean, look, Ben Johnson's offense is extremely complex. What Caleb was in last year going to Ben Johnson is come on, that's going to, senior classes as a freshman, right? It's just like, but it takes a lot. And Caleb's in the same boat as a lot of teams, and I put the Lions in it. Like, it takes time to build the chemistry with the new players, with the new coaches, the communication, right? Like, just the overall feel of a game. It takes time, especially for young players with a new coach. I think with Caleb and, watching some of the plays now is his strength can also be a weakness sometimes, where his strength is being very mobile and being agile and being able to get out of some pass rushes and some blitzes where it's free guy, and man, you get out of those, it's like big plays, right? But that can also be a weakness because you rely on it too much, right? Hey, my first read's not there. What do? I lower my eyes. I try to feel the rush, and then I try to avoid, and then it's just backyard football at that point. Yep. And he does have a ton of talent. I mean, he made a throw early in that game. He rolled out the pocket and threw a dart onto the sideline, which was like, whoa, that's going to be a problem if this is who this guy is. But then you see the flip side of it, where you take away the first guy, the second guy, and it's just, man, like now we're in a track meet, right? Let's just keep up with the guys and put some pressure on him, make him make the bad throws. I wonder how much of that last week was going against Brian Flores' defense and maybe having a sped up time clock where it's like, we know their pressure scheme. Like, they always dial up a free rusher. Maybe I got to get this ball out quick because I don't know who's blitzing.
I'm not going to let you just go 10 for 10 on your passes.
Right, which is why this Lions pass rush is going to have to improve. If you give Caleb Williams time, I promise you he can be a top 5 quarterback. And I know we talked about the offense early on. The defense, though, that was you never really got in the rhythm to where you could just peel your ears back and go, right? Just the way that game was going. Green Bay was like, we'll just keep taking what you give us. It's basically us against the clock at this point. But they're early in that game, I mean, multiple, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s that just nothing. I mean, just not even, not even close to give them a high five. And it was Calvin Shepard was dialing up blitzes. You go back and you watch that.
They didn't get home.
There's 5-6 guys with one-on-ones, and you're trying to run stunts, and you're trying to beat, and it was just nothing was working.
I thought Tam ate Hutchinson's lunch.
Who?
Tam, the right tackle.
Oh, Zach Tom?
Yeah. Sorry.
But then the frustrating part is I think he went out early in the second half, and they're playing with the backup right tackle, and nothing changed. Now, Green Bay kind of protected him a little bit, and the flow of that game was like, we can run, we can play action, we can mass protect.
They threw 6 passes in the second half.
Exactly, right. So they kind of protected him, but, even when you go to the backup tackle, it was still – you couldn't even tell. I mean, by watching the game live and then going back and rewatch it, you couldn't tell that Green Bay was playing with the backup, right tackle, because then it's like – I mean, we all remember the Tampa game from last year. They were playing with a backup tackle, and Hutch had like 4.5 sacks.
Right. Yeah, and then twice, I think, in that game, Hutch got a sack against a tight end.
Yeah, which I wish Green Bay would have tried to block him more.
Yeah, I mean,
but obviously teams are smarter than that. But I think an overall out of the past 2 years, like the overall description of this team characteristic has always been like, man, complementary football, right? When the defense is struggling, it's like, hey, offense is like no problem. If we got to get into a shootout, we'll get into a shootout. Offense sputters a little bit. Defense has always been, you know what? If we got to keep them to 17 points, like, okay, we got to go out there and pick the other side up. I didn't think any 3 phases play well, special teams included. I mean, you had a punt early in that game where you pin them down to the 18-yard line. Oh, never mind. It's a false start. And you redo it, and Green Bay gets the ball at midfield. Yeah. I mean, that's a 30-yard difference, to a pretty damn good offense where – and none of the 3 phases did anything to help out the other guys or, like, bring that spark play. You had opportunities, too. You dropped a couple – Anzalone dropped the pick that was right in his hands. It's like 17-6 game. Maybe that's the spark you need. Next play, you do get a pick. Never mind, it's illegal contact. You know what I mean? So nobody made that splash play to really get that hot sideline hopping. The
problem for me is they got outplayed. They didn't look prepared in that game. Either that or Green Bay is just that much better.
Green Bay played at a different speed. They did. I mean, as many times as Detroit was touching the ball, like I would pause the film and there would be 10 green jerseys in the picture. And it's just like, man, they played at a different speed. And that's the Parsons effect, right? That's what that guy can bring to your team, man, a whole lot of energy.
You know what? How about this? Change is always happening. Hey, it's a part of life. When it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes, and no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain the same. That is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Award USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Bears have released their injury report for the game against Detroit this week. Defensive lineman Grady Jarrett returned to practice in a limited capacity, but stands as questionable. Defensive back Kyler Gordon is out with a hamstring. Lions coach Dan Campbell weighed in on whether offensive lineman Taylor Decker would play this week or not. Decker was out of practice today. Commanders defensive lineman Dedrick Wise is expected to miss the season after tearing his quad, per Adam Schefter. The Tigers are back on the field against the Marlins tonight. They'll send their ace Tarek Skubal to the mound. Hear the 7:10 first pitch right here on The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
Also, for those of you asking, TJ will not be doing an update today.
I was hoping for it.
I do have TJ's critical question, and we'll do that now before the picks, okay?
All right.
So, the only way I can intro this is the ref with the iron penis. I watched I watched NC State and Wake Forest as commercial break fodder last night to the Pack and Commanders. TJ, I'm asking you as a former player because I watched a ref, the quarterback for Wake, Robbie Ashford, who's like 30 years old on his 10th school, fires a laser on a mesh concept over the middle. It hit the ref squarely in the penis.
I didn't see that.
But guess what? He didn't flinch. This dude took a 50-mile-an-hour football to the sack and didn't flinch. And the announcers were like, whoa, that's got to hurt. They cut scene to the ref, and he's just like, hey, you forgot your ball. Do refs wear cups?
Oh, I think just some of us have a small target, Mike.
Whoa! So here's my question for you as a former player who played
Sorry, some of you guys have.
Listen, not everybody can be Donald Driver.
I don't know. I wouldn't imagine they wear cups. No.
Okay, but here's my point. Either that or he was wearing a chastity belt. Go pull up the highlight. He got hit square in the zucchini. Square.
I'm thinking you answered your own question. Yeah. You know what? With everything happening out there, if I'm a ref, you don't have any pads on. You got to protect yourself.
So here's the question. What's the hardest you've ever gotten hit in TJ Jr.?
Oh, you know that.
No.
You've seen the clip. Yeah.
Which clip?
Minnesota. Ryan Robeson?
Yeah, okay.
With a cleat.
Yeah.
Straight. I was kind of taunting him a little bit. He tried to jump over on a field goal. I slammed him, and then I kind of stood over like, bragging, and he just picked his cleats up and just right between my legs, like used my thighs to kind of guide it, and then just walloped. Oh, yeah, look it up. I think it's a GIF. I actually think I looked at it last week. Somebody asked me the same question. I said, well, watch this.
Let's see.
Yeah, cleat right up there, too. And NFL player, like, I think a lot of guys stop wearing cups in college.
Yeah.
I think high school you have to.
They're not even wearing the knee pads anymore.
No, those things are so thin.
Why are you not wearing a cup out there?
I'll tell you what, I've only been hit there maybe twice, once on purpose. So really once on accident, but
right, one is one time too many.
Yeah, but you don't think it's
does it slow you
generally
down?
not an area that you make a lot of contact at if you're an offensive lineman.
If you're
if you're a guy that's getting
different.
if you're getting hit or quarterback or running back, if you're getting hit like that, then it'd probably be smart. But even those guys don't. And I'll tell you what, it is just we've all worn a jock. We've all played sports at some point. It is so uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable when you get that thing and it's grinding in between your thighs. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
want to be a drop.
I'm just saying on your inner thighs, it's just man, it's almost like wearing a brace or something where you're like,
I guess I figured that the teams have state of the art Nike stuff.
I've never seen the last jockstrap I've seen looked the exact same as when
Ron Popeil for Ball Cradle.
I don't think
Nike has probably come out with some.
I can't imagine there's many technological ways to cover that part of your body.
What do you think this is, RoboCop? I'm saying.
You got like a Kevlar sleeve you can put over.
Billy Mays here for Ball Box.
Where it's like they put a plate like in the front of the pants or something, so you don't have to wear it, but it's already there.
We all know that's a very uncomfortable spot to have something, especially like the cups, the
See,
jock
I figure
material
like in the
that
scrum,
hard.
in the scrum, it's a fumble. I figure at that point, man, you
The
you know.
scrum
Well, look,
is
I mean, that's
the
a risk you're willing
nastiest
to
stuff
take,
on the
man.
planet goes on in those.
Right, that's
those
why I
things.
figured that's the time you want to wear a
Yeah,
cup.
I guess it's just I'd rather be comfortable and take that risk than
As a lineman, I tell you.
Yeah. But I don't think any of the guys. wear
No,
'em.
they
I
don't.
think any of them do.
But I just wanted to shout the ref out from Wake Forest because I'm telling you, he basically took a Randy Johnson fastball.
Did he just
didn't-
not? I got to find the clip. But
You
he
got to
just
see
didn't
this clip.
He just didn't see the ball coming.
The announcers were gobsmacked. They were like, how is he standing?
Well, it's 2025, Mike.
Laser beam. TJ, an absolute rocket. Right to the kibbles and bits.
Tough dude. How old was he?
Older guy. Like 50s maybe? High 40s? I don't know. I was in disbelief. I thought he was dead.
I got to watch the clip.
Yeah, just
I'm trying to find the clip.
Well, be careful Googling that one.
Yeah, go ahead, keep Googling that. Golden penis on the Odyssey.
On my own laptop. I don't use the ones here. No.
Jump off the Wi-Fi real quick. Yeah, I'll show you the one of me though. It was, and I went down too. Yeah,
Okay.
I went down too.
David,
it was brutal.
I want to be timely here so we can do the picks, but I had to ask TJ his critical question. And watching that last night, I went, okay, I have the critical question now. I forgot about that against Minnesota. I did.
I think 2011 or 2012, maybe.
Early in young TJ.
2011, I want to say. Yeah,
When you
super
had
young,
your little
yeah.
fro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You looked like Eric Wood Jr.
Back hairline was a little stronger back then.
I will
All
tell
right,
you this,
we're going to get to
TJ.
the picks. Yes, David, go
It
ahead.
is not a requirement in high school.
Anymore. Okay, maybe
Not
that's
a
different.
requirement.
Yeah, maybe they changed
Really?
it then. Because I think I remember wearing it in high school.
Also,
maybe it was little league where they you'd have to stand in a line and
Now,
everybody. would
that's
have to
what you
knock
have
on
to
it.
do,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
Shout out Rico also for advancements in ball technology. This segment really had it
Rico's
all.
$1 million idea.
Billy Mays here for Sack Protector.
If I'm not here next week.
Oh, yeah, Rico's retirement package. All right, football is back. Your TV shouldn't play like a backup, or Caleb Williams. Upgrade your Paulson's TV. They are your technology partner. The 98-inch 4K TV, it's a front row seat. They have instant savings, 65-inch LG 4K OLED TV. They even have a 163-inch complete wall television. Biggest on display in Metro Detroit. Their showroom is second to none. Stop in and get that in-home consultation to design your perfect game day setup. It is their September special. Just say, Mike sent me. You could say, I hate Mike, but he sent me. They'll still save you the money.
Jeremy Otto, and I hate Mike.
Right. I'm a Wolverine, and Valenti's a Sparty scumbag. Still save money. It's Paulson's, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Okay, we do it every week. It is time for the picks. Okay, let's get into it. We are going to replace Kenny with Detective Corbin Simons this week, so let's dive in. We're all terrible. Let's be better this week. Number 12, Clemson, laying 3.5 as they travel to Bobby Dodd Stadium to take on Georgia Tech. Rico Beard.
Well, Mike, I look at this, and Clemson has beaten Georgia Tech 9 games in a row, make it 10, and I think that they cover.
Okay. I hate you. Let's go over to Corbin. Sorry.
So I'm going to take Georgia Tech plus 3.5. Clemson obviously lost to LSU in their first game, and they struggled last week against Troy. You can't struggle against a team in a city where my sister lives at. And at the same time, Georgia Tech, their running game is extreme.
Elite.
Yeah, it's very good. So give me the points.
David.
Right now, I cannot trust Clemson. This has been my play of the week. I got to take Georgia Tech here.
TJ.
I feel weird now that we're all going on Georgia Tech. Well, Rico, you took Clemson, right? But
yep.
Yeah, Clemson just been a bit of disappointment. Looked a little disjointed so far. Kind of weird with the veterans that they have and all the seniors.
I just
and guys
need them to
that have been
win
there
by
for 4
4
years. It's like I think Georgia Tech and pardon me, Faux Kenny.
Corbin.
Mentioned Corbin. Yes, I apologize, Corbin.
Much better hygiene.
We haven't met yet. Georgia Tech's got the run game to keep this close. 280 yards a game. I think they're averaging on the ground. They can control the line of scrimmage, control the clock. I don't know if they win. I think
Haynes
they get close.
King.
Yep.
Haynes King, FTW. I'm tired. Clemson burned me. I showed faith in them one time. Look at them. They're garbage. Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Texas A&M at Notre Dame. ND laying 6.5. Mr. Rico Beard.
You know what? Texas A&M is a team kind of like Clemson is for you, Mike. They never show up in big games. It's going to be in South Bend. Give me the Irish.
Yes. Corbin.
I'm taking Texas A&M plus 6.5. Notre Dame, they haven't played since August 31st. I'm a big believer that Russ sets the longer you sit. And at the same time, that game against Miami, not really convincing to me. Give me the points.
Over to David.
Well, I have to go with Colorado here. And please don't fail me here. Notre Dame.
That sounded real confident. TJ.
Yeah, I mean, Rico nailed everything. I'm taking Notre Dame. I just can't trust the Aggies in any sort of big moment. It seems like every time they're about to be back.
30 years of A&M football. 30 years of A&M football has been nothing but ED. They just don't show up in big spots. And I love Elko, but that defense isn't right. I'm going to trust Marcus Freeman. And if ND doesn't cover this game, caller Rob from Brighton, banned from this show.
He's not banned.
He's banned. Okay. Georgia laying 3.5 as they travel to Rocky Top, taking on Tennessee.
You know what? I don't know if they were just sleepwalking last week and just looking ahead to this Tennessee game. But, Kenny, I'm going to pick Georgia for you. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs.
Over to Corbin.
I'm going to take Tennessee plus 3.5 here.
Yes.
So far in 2 games, the Volunteers have 8 sacks, and Gunnar Stockton likes to hold on to the ball, and Tennessee can beat you both ways.
Love it. Over to David.
Rico, you said it. They were up, Georgia is up 14-3 at halftime against Austin Peay. Something doesn't right there with Stockton.
Ahead. It was a look-ahead game.
Oh, sure it was. They're going to lose. Tennessee.
TJ.
I'm taking Tennessee as well. I think that Nico Iamaleava holding out and transferring maybe the best thing that happened with Josh Heupel in Tennessee because their quarterback Aguilar is playing some – I know they haven't been tested too hard, but he's playing some good football.
Aguilar's really good, and if his grandmother's at the game, that woman's an electric factory.
Yeah. And Gunnar Stockton really first time he gets to go – yeah, first time he's got to go on the road in a hostile environment. So I don't know if they win, but 3.5 points. Give me Tennessee.
Give me Tennessee. I'm tired of Georgia. Youngstown State, Michigan State, MSU laying 30.
No. It's now 23.5.
The official number's out. 23.5.
The official number came out. 23.5.
That's it.
How bad are we? We're only favored by 23.5. Oh dear, Rico Beard.
So if it was 30, you were already surprised. They can't win with you.
I was hoping it was 40.
They can't win with you.
50.
They haven't scored 40 but once. Now that it's 23.5, I think that, yes, I think Michigan State will cover with this. Aiden Childs will kind of roll the offense. It's his birthday today. Give me the Spartans.
Ooh, Corbin.
Are you going to his party? Are any of his teammates going to his party?
Yes, they're all there.
23.5, 30.5, 99.5. I don't care. It's an FCS school. Give me Michigan State.
David.
Well, it matters with this team because Michigan State, while they scored last week, not sure if they could do it 2 weeks in a row. Youngstown State.
TJ, eternal Spartan hater.
Yeah, I was going to take Youngstown at 30.5, but 23.5. That feels like it should be over by halftime.
I'm with you. I'm just taking MSU.
I'm taking MSU.
They don't drill this idiot Penguin team by 50. I'm going to be pissed. Central against Michigan in the Cheater Bowl. Michigan laying 27.5. Get your spy glasses, bitches.
Yeah, I heard Central's coming out in the Connor Stallion jerseys.
The pro combat
Right.
uniforms.
But there's no Sharon Moore. I think Michigan's going to go out there. We're going to win it for Coach, and they'll cover.
Yeah, we'll win one for the Gipper. Go ahead, Corbin.
Give me U of M minus 27.5. I think it's going to be a big game for Bryce Underwood. And last week, CMU got just beat down by Pitt, and their quarterback Eli Holston had 304 yards and 4 touchdowns.
David.
Will not be a big game for Underwood. Will be for Haynes, though. I am going Michigan here. Thank you, Central.
TJ. Just
I
say one word.
I feel like I want to go Central.
Then do
just
it.
Because,
Michigan,
this kind of drives me as a game that's going to be like 60 runs and 12 passes, and they're just going to win 23-3, an ugly game. Let's get our win and move on.
I can't take a team that plays a new quarterback every play. You're not wrong, but CMU is happy horse bleep. Give me Michigan. Can we go to the NFL, please?
Start with a banger here.
No, it is.
Right.
It is. Patriots at Miami. The Dolphins favored by 1.5. Rico.
You know what? I don't know why the Dolphins are favored by 1.5. Maybe it's because Vegas heard they had a players-only meeting. That tells me you're in trouble. I'm taking the Patriots.
Corbin.
Betting on the Dolphins is like relying on your deadbeat father to come around Christmas time. It's not happening. Give me the Patriots plus 1.5.
Oh, my. I think that, David?
There's not much to say there. Patriots.
What is this, the Benny Blades Bowl?
Whoa.
My God. TJ.
I'm taking the Pats as well. I think Mike McDaniels just looks like a walking corpse down in Miami. I think he knows his time's coming. That team just looks like they do not want to play football for him. I think it could get ugly for New England.
Comprehensively, the worst O-line and D-line maybe in football.
Yeah, and they're missing a couple guys,
But
too.
the Patriots haven't won there since Brady was their quarterback. Fun fact. I don't care. I'm betting on Vrabel. Give me the Pats. Broncos this is the Kenny Cott stinky spot of the week. Broncos laying 1.5 at the Colts. What the hell? Rico.
Don't know why. 2 words for you. Nope.
That's
Daniel
3.
Jones. Never, ever bet against Daniel Jones and the city of Indianapolis.
Corbin.
I'm going to take Denver minus 1.5. The Broncos defense is legit, and the Colts, who did they just beat last week? The Dolphins. Dolphins are nothing, and I'm not worried about Denver's offense.
How dismissive. Over to David.
Yeah, the Colts are going against a real defense this week, so I have to go Broncos here. Sorry, Daniel Jones.
TJ.
Yeah, it feels like a sucker bet. I mean, I think Denver should be, 2.5, 3.5.
That feels
way
way too
this
easy.
feels weird,
right?
maybe because it's at Indy. But, yeah, look, like Corbin said, I mean, Colts took advantage of a dying Miami Dolphins team last week, embarrassed them. I think Daniel Jones comes back to earth this week. Give me Denver.
Well, I'll walk into it with you, Denver. I don't know. It looks weird. It's dime season. Give me the Broncos. Jags, Bengals. Bengals laying 3.5. Rico.
I think the Joe Burrow Bengals are looking to really right the wrongs from last week. They got embarrassed. They're going up against the Jags. Give me Joe to fix this thing. I'm going with Joe Cool.
This game right here is disgusting to me, but I'm going to take Jacksonville plus 3.5 because the Bengals,
Yes.
their D&O line, just absolutely pitiful.
Yes. David.
Yeah, this line speaks a lot of who the Bengals are, so I have to go Jags here.
Come on, TJ. You know what to do.
I know they won an ugly one last week against Cleveland, but Cincy is just notorious for early season just what the
TJ,
F
they got
is
outgained
going
by
on.
300 yards by the Browns.
Which is why I think they
the
fixed it.
Jags are some killer team, but I'm going to take them at that 3.5. I'm taking Jacksonville.
Capital idea, my man. Jags. This is the year. Okay. I'm kidding. Just give me the Jags plus the 3.5. Eagles, Chiefs. We are going into Arrowhead. The Eagles are favored. Mahomes is a dog. What are you going to do, Rico?
I think it's going to be the same outcome as the Super Bowl last year. Give me the Eagles. Chiefs at home, coming back from Brazil. Maybe a little hangover effect from being down there in that loss. Give me the Eagles.
Corbin.
I'm going to take Kansas City plus 1.5. This game feels like a big setup game. Kansas City not really on their game in Brazil against the Chargers. Eagles did whatever. And I think Philadelphia in general won't have the luxuries that they had going up against Dallas.
Over to David.
Yeah, I was leaning Eagles here until I found out that the Chiefs haven't started 0-2 since 2014. 2014, Mahomes was a freshman at Tech. I am going Chiefs here.
I'm taking Philly.
Yes.
Chiefs just look a little disjointed to me. I know it was a weird game in Brazil and a lot of travel going back and forth. Both teams coming off of a long weekend with extra rest. Kansas City looks
they're garbage.
Just slow to me. And then Philly, look, you get Jalen Carter back. They're missing Joe Tooney, who was a big part of keeping Patrick Mahomes dry, keeping that run game strong. They're playing with a rookie tackle. I think Philly's defense is going to take advantage of that.
We're walking into it. Mahomes as a dog is unbeatable. Reed at home as a dog, unbeatable. I don't care. It's the past. They're not good.
I'm scared we're taking all the away teams, though, Mike.
It doesn't matter. Just we're rolling with it.
I can't believe you didn't take Daniel Jones in the Colts.
I know. Leave me alone. Bears, Lions. Lions are now 6.5-point favorites. Rico Beer.
I don't know the status of Taylor Decker. I think that 6.5. I was ready to go at 4.5. 6.5 too much. I'm going to take the Bears in the points.
Over to Corbin.
I'm going to take Bears in the points as well. As we've kind of said all throughout this whole show so far, the Lions offense, a lot of concerns. I think the Lions win, but not by a touchdown.
David. No way you're going Bears.
No, Decker is questionable. I don't know what he actually looks like, even if he plays. So I have to go Bears.
Oh,
it's Manu time.
Man. It is not Manu time. TJ.
Well, who else? Are you going to go play left tackle?
Honestly, sure.
Marco Jones is on
I may not
IR.
be able to do it for the Lions. I could start for the Bears.
All right. I'm taking Detroit here. I think Dan Campbell has the advantage over Ben Johnson. I think Ben's going to be emotional coming back to Detroit, maybe trying to prove too much, maybe puts his team in a little bit of trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like desperation mode. We're faking punts. We're faking field goals. Like, we're going to try to do something to steal some possessions. And I think the Lions are going to make the necessary adjustments going into this week. When I say last week that they weren't far off in that Green Bay game, I truly mean it. Couple tweaks here. I trust this coaching staff. They have star players all over the field. I'm taking Detroit.
I'm going with the guy who's wearing 3-inch shorts right now, showing aggressive thigh.
It's the chair, these leather chairs.
Listen, you're glowing in the dark over there. Here's the point. Listen, I also think if the Lions get a chance to rub Ben Johnson's face in boo-boo, they're going to do it.
Could be like a Dallas game from last year.
Late cover. Yeah. Give me the Lions. Those are the picks. Hell of a job by everybody.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions' last practice report is out before their game against the Bears this weekend. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker officially questionable, along with safety Kirby Joseph, who has a knee injury. Joseph was not included on the practice report earlier this week. Running back and special teamer Sione Vaki is out with an elbow as well. The Bears report has defensive back Kyler Gordon out. That was, wow. TJ just banked it off my shoulder into the trash and swished it. Although Alcantara carries a 5.67 ERA. Oh, okay. The Tigers start a series with the Marlins tonight in Miami. Derek Skubal will battle Sandy Alcantara, though Alcantara carries a 5.67 ERA. He's looked better lately. Here, the 7:10 first pitch. Right here on the ticket. A.J. Hinch's lineup is out as well. Parker Meadows will lead off and play center field. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Gary Carpenter will bat third and right field. Riley Green, that's cleanup in left. Spencer Torkelson, Colt Keith follow in the middle of the order. Javi Baez, Zach McKinstry, and Jake Rogers will round it out here today. Here the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10. According to Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News, pitcher Jose Urquidy has a locker. He's coming off Tommy John surgery and hasn't pitched in the big league since 2023. The Phillies have designated former Tiger pitcher Matt Manning for assignment. He's not pitched in the big leagues this season. And WWE has announced today that WrestleMania is heading to Saudi Arabia in 2027.
I can't imagine why Jeremy doesn't like you today, Mike.
At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket.
.com. I've been wondering why Jeremy's been in a bad mood all day.
Listen, it's part of the fun.
I can't figure it out, Rico.
Oh my God! All right. In all seriousness, the injury report is out. TJ, former player, you'll be able to give us a guide here. David, do you want to provide the injury report, please?
Sure. I'll start with the Bears first. Kyler Gordon out. Grady Jarrett, defensive tackle, is questionable. And then the ones that people were really worried about: T.J. Edwards, Jalen Johnson, DJ Moore have no game distinction.
All right. So best linebacker, he's back. He missed week 1. Jalen Johnson missed week 1. Grady Jarrett, from what I've read in the Chicago, not papers, but media, good chance he plays. He's 400 pounds of angry.
Yeah, that's changed from early in the week. I thought, his knee injury, whatever, I think it was a knee.
It is a knee.
Was going to be a couple weeks, but who knows? I mean, nobody on that list really changes my outlook on the game.
Well,
T.J.
Edwards
Johnson's a hell of a player. Don't get me wrong.
And T.J. Edwards is a really good linebacker.
You're facing two really good linebackers again. And Tremaine Edmonds is he's really good as well. They're certainly going to take a look at what Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper, the Packers linebackers, did last week. And man, it looked like they had some tips on some plays, because every time it was a run play, those guys were playing downhill and play action. They were just almost backing up. No, I'm not saying that, but maybe
he needs his job.
Maybe you could pick up a tip on somebody's stances or formations, or hey, when they motion, they're 80% this. You know what I mean? So that's going to be something that I know it's week 1 and
it's a new coordinator.
Right?
That's weird.
Something like I used to have to be very cognizant of my stance, because I knew just watching myself which way I was going without even playing the play, based off of what my feet looked like. And look, these guys are so good at self-scouting, and hey, anytime you're in a 2-point, you do this, or hey, when your feet are a little bit more staggered, like it's 80% this, like let's change it up a little bit to throw off the other team. I'm not saying that's what happened, but just watching the speed that those linebackers played with, it was like, man, it looked like they knew it was going to be a run right there.
The thing is, they played with that speed last night too.
Yeah, they did, and I tell you, man, that is the Micah Parsons effect. Like, you bring a player in like that, and it just raises
Why would we do that?
Expectation
TJ?
levels. Go ahead, get it out of the way. Did you slow that down, or is that actual? That's going to be next week. No, but anytime you add a player like that, I mean, it obviously raises accountability. It raises expectations from the entire team. So
and
you can tell that, man. They're playing. They're playing fast.
Free.
They're playing fast.
David, ticket text coming in before we bid adieu to TJ. He's too good to stay for who said it.
I have the other side of the injury report.
Well, we had the injury report. I'm sorry. We're doing live radio.
Yeah, I have the other side. I have the Lions side.
Oh, good.
Nowoski out. Vaki doubtful. Decker and Joseph questionable.
What's the Kirby Joseph
I don't
thing?
know. I don't remember seeing him on Wednesday, or maybe I
idea.
missed it yesterday. Yeah, weird time. I mean, you normally don't see guys pop up on Friday because that's a little bit more of a toned down, scripted type practice.
Is it wrong that when I see a guy like Decker questionable, I still think that's probable? I just view linemen as the toughest SOBs on the planet.
Especially veteran guys.
That he'll play.
I think coaches, like, I mean, I got to a point in my career where it's like, hey, we'd love to have you on Wednesday and Thursday, but we need you on Sunday, right? So if you need to get healthy, if we do anything on, Thursday that's going to set you back, in the next 2 days, Friday, Saturday, like, we trust you. We trust there's certain guys you have to earn it that you can trust will be fine on Sunday if they miss physical preparation during the week.
Like Calvin by the end never practiced.
Yeah, like young players, and there's some coaches that were like, if you don't practice on Thursday, you're not playing on Sunday because you got to get that preparation. But there's certain guys, Taylor Decker falls into the category of veteran guy. Hey, as long as I'm tuned in with the game plan, obviously you're still going to meetings and everything, physically I'll find a way to do it on Sunday. So that's kind of the vibe I've been getting out of Allen Park, is that, maybe they're just being a little more cautious right now with him.
And he's earned
it's, hey, we need you on Sunday, man. I'd rather get 70 plays out of you Sunday than let's go do 50 on Thursday, and, man, you wake up Saturday morning feeling like hell and, damn, wish we would have laid back a little bit. So Lions have always been pretty, I would say, conservative when it comes to, veteran guys dealing with little.
The Kirby one, that's new.
Yeah, new. Yeah, obviously to be questionable. I mean, that's something that, and the injury report changes on Saturdays too. You can upgrade people, downgrade. Like, he's played a lot of football too. Maybe it's not. Hey, maybe something flared up. Hey, we got to put you on the list because you're getting treatment for it. Let's see how you feel tomorrow morning when you wake up, and change the designation based off of what you feel like about 24 hours before the game.
I never asked him. Now's as good a time as any, since he's in such a big rush to go sit around all afternoon. Listen,
gotta go make tacos. It's Taco Friday, Mike.
Tremendous. What do you make of the JMO extension?
I think it could be. I mean, I'm looking at it from a optimistic point of view. I think it could be looked at as potentially a year or two from now as a bargain. And obviously that's a lot of money. I mean, what was it, 27-ish?
Yeah, 83 career catches, 83 mil.
Yeah.
Good work if you can get it.
Yeah. I mean, look, with receivers getting paid 30, 35, it's going to be 40 at one point. You got him for 20-something. I mean, I'm not saying – I'm saying I think that contract, when I look at it, is more of a where we picture the future is going to be with this kid, rather than, like you mentioned, the 83 catches. You don't get paid off what you've done in any pro sports over the last couple of years. We're paying you for what we picture and what we vision and what we're predicting you're going to be. I think, look, I mean, in a year from now, if he's a top 10 receiver and you're like, damn, we got him for that.
Okay, but there's only so many passes and only so many balls that Goff can throw to all of these different weapons. The teams.
Well, he threw a lot to the running backs.
The Lions want that longevity. They want to be good for a while. Those are teams that invest in the offensive and defensive lines. Yeah. And then you just draft rookies to play the outside. They're going from the outside in. They're paying all of their special players.
Okay, but like, especially with you two, and I'm not saying this isn't a negative.
No, this feels very
negative. You two always talk about salary cap's not real. You can find ways to do things. So if you're going to go pay a guy a bunch of money, you can't be looking at it and saying, oh, well, you're not going to be able to keep Laporta around, or you're not going to be able to keep
I don't
Gibbs
care
around,
about
right?
No.
I think I'm trying to look at it from and everything. Certainly we didn't see it last week from anybody, not JMO. That wasn't a JMO problem last week. I'm saying is if he keeps on the trajectory of, having a 1,000-yard season last year, training camp doesn't matter. Like, yeah, they saw what they needed to see from him in training camp to say, you know what, this kid is part of the future.
Yeah, it just was puzzling based on the Tesla and what you paid to get him. And it felt like 6'4", 220, insurance policy, and then all of a sudden, boom, we're paying them all. And I'm going, but you wouldn't add a defensive end.
Sure. I mean, I see both sides of it. Like, did you need to see maybe a little bit more from JMO? Also, it's one of those things, and we know if JMO goes off, and take last week out of it,
he hates wide receivers. That's where it resonates.
If he's going to turn into a guy that averages, 8-9 catches and 95 yards a game, and you wait 6 weeks from now, that price tag's going to be
I think it just
in the triple digits.
It
right?
boils
So
down to you gave
taking
up
a chance, man.
You
You're
gave
taking
up a lot of draft capital for Tesla. You got Gibbs, you got Laporta, you got Amon-Ra. They're all studs. TJ, there's too many mouths to feed. You got to make a decision. So again, I don't care. They want to pay him, pay him. It was just, it flies in the face of everything they needed. And here they are doing these deals that don't start till 27. It goes, well, how about right now? Bring in some, like they could have. I still don't get the Za'Darius thing.
And I'm not saying that. We talked about it last week
I
too.
know.
I think that based off of the way the next 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks look, I don't even want to get started on the NFL trade deadline.
I do.
It's the
I love
only,
trades.
But it's the only professional sport, where the trade deadline is before the halfway mark of the season.
It's stupid.
It's ridiculous.
But you ready?
Look at baseball is like the end
The
of July.
Bengals are
going to
be
100 and some games.
Bengals are going to be 2-4.
You know what I mean? You get
We're
to play
trading for
majority of the
Hendrickson.
season.
No, David and I figured it out, Mike.
They have a ton of cap space
Bradley
this year.
Chubb.
That's what I'm not hinting at anything.
Gonna raid the Dolphins.
I don't know anything. But the way the next 3-4 weeks go, maybe there's a team out there that says, you know what, our hopes and dreams are dashed. Like, let's just start offloading pieces.
That'll be the
The
Giants.
Lions
No.
have the flexibility to add somebody.
We're going to raid the Dolphins. That's what you're going to do.
Okay. All right.
There's going to be a lot more teams on that list.
You've got Taco Friday. You go enjoy yourself.
Are you doing Who Said It next?
Yes.
We are.
Stick around. You're fine.
What are you
would,
doing?
But Gov got mad
What
at
do
me
you-
last
tacos
week
take
because
10 minutes to
I
put
guess
together.
him is, not knowing where Michigan State was playing. I don't want to piss off my coworkers. All right.
Oh, shut up, you pansy. 97.1.
All right. This is called radio. We are having fun. You want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist? You want a career in entertainment? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn from day one by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. So what does that mean? It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes with the hands-on approach. Yes. Yeah. You want to be like me? Hands-on approach at Specs at LTU is what their forte is. So you need to get enrolled in the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, or Graphics Media Arts program, and you need to sign up for the winter semester right now. Make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today.
Okay, then. David, I can only tell you I needed to wait an extra few seconds. The language was very spicy.
Rico was getting worked up.
Unbelievable.
I'm not the one turning red.
It's time for Who Said It. All right, our coworkers say things. We have to guess who said it. Corbin joins us. David, who's eligible?
Anyone from, let me just double check, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay,
No
so that
Woj
would-
or Rieger. this
Okay.
week. Unless they filled in. Well, I know Woj didn't fill in. Did
Yeah,
he? Was
right.
Rieger in at all?
Wojo working 4 hours?
I
A
heard,
month?
I heard Stoney was in when you had a little stuffy nose a couple days ago.
Well, I didn't want to get everybody sick. Try to be a good human being. My bad.
Too bad, because Kenny's now out.
Oh,
Kenny's on IR for 2 days.
Kenny lives in squalor. That's his problem. Let's continue.
All right.
Jesus.
TJ, you want to repeat what you said?
Whoa!
Number one. One of my little things is attaching himself to Caleb Williams because I don't like Caleb Williams. I don't think Caleb Williams will ever be a franchise quarterback.
Anyone have an early lean here?
How did that start off again, David?
One of my little things.
Okay.
Ooh. Mike, you've got little things. Do you have any guesses?
Who hates Caleb that much?
It's not me.
No, I don't think it would be anybody from this show.
Doesn't that feel Gatorish?
That's who I was thinking, Mike. I can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I got him or
Does
I
Cookies
don't
hate?
think Karsh would say anything like that.
Does Cookies hate Caleb?
Cookies hates everything that's not Lions.
Or
I
maybe,
don't know.
or maybe it's Jansen. You're thinking Gator?
Read it one more time.
One of my little things is attaching himself to Caleb Williams because I don't like Caleb Williams. I don't think Caleb Williams will ever be a franchise quarterback.
Okay, hold on. Would that be Jansen?
Somebody was talking about Ben Johnson attaching himself to Caleb Williams.
Gator or Jansen would be my two leans, but I don't feel confident. Corbin, go ahead.
So Gator is like my 1A. My 1B for some odd reason is Rieger.
But did
Yeah,
Rieger,
but he's not eligible.
Did Rieger do a day part this week?
Oh, never mind. I thought I heard 6:30. That's my bad.
Okay.
I thought I heard till 6:15.
I'm gonna go Jansen.
You're going Jansen.
Yeah, you go Gator.
All right, I'll stick
We'll
with
split
Gator.
the difference.
All right.
I'm gonna go with Gov on this one.
Oh, the
Yeah,
man you
I think
offended.
David's going to start us with a little curveball here.
You offended
Thinking
him
about
this
the
week.
primary guys. I think I could see Gov saying that.
The curveball.
Why did Ben
be
Johnson
Heather.
go there? He attached to Caleb Caleb
And it
Williams.
is authoritative about Caleb. Maybe it is Tecumseh. All right, this is a good wild card to start. Let's get after it. David, who said it?
Good choice, TJ.
Nice job.
Nice change on that. Was nice.
Dad was throwing a dart at the wall on that one.
TJ
but I'll
made
take
the
it.
adjustment.
Yeah, I'll
Well,
take it.
plus, you
I've been
know-
in slump lately, man. I needed that one.
Plus, it was critical of a black quarterback. It should have been a leading indicator.
Number two.
Down in the Metamora area. All right. Let's go.
He's not going to win the Heisman. He's a very good football player. I would say an excellent college football player. Great decisions, an accurate arm, and very elusive.
That could be anybody.
What the hell, David?
He's not going to win the Heisman?
Corbin, go ahead. You look like Corbin's got a clue here.
Well, we got to figure
not
out who
at
they're
all.
talking about first.
I'm in the mental gulag right now.
Is this like Bryce Underwood talk?
I don't know. Did you say he's not going to win the Heisman?
He's not.
He's not going to win the. So I'm thinking maybe it's Bryce Underwood?
It has to do with Michigan and Oklahoma.
Or is it John
They're
Mateer?
knocking John Mateer. You know what?
Say that. Hold on.
Okay.
Go,
No,
you go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I want to hear it one more time, but you go ahead.
Go play it for TJ one more time. I can wait, please.
He's not going to win the Heisman. He's a very good football player. I would say an excellent college football player. Great decisions, an accurate arm, and very elusive.
Yeah, I'm getting Karsh.
Jansen.
I'm getting Karsh vibes. Oh, weird. I thought we were going to go the same one.
that's
See,
okay.
I was
getting
thinking
Karsh
Karsh as
vibes. Like
well.
he was there in person, and he
You both were there.
He corrected himself. Like he's very good.
And
Actually, he's
it would be
excellent. That sounds like
Wolverine
Karsh to me.
play-by-play booth minimizing opposition.
Yeah, that sounds like Karsh to me. I just watched him in person. He's very good. Well, Actually, he's excellent.
Be respectful.
I get a Karsh.
I'm gonna go Jansen. What do you
Wear a
think?
helmet.
Karsh.
Ride your bike.
I heard Karsh as well. Like,
stay with it.
He's not going to win the Heisman, but he was excellent. He did this, he did that because he saw it firsthand.
It's time for Gators Rant. Corbin.
I'm gonna go with someone that hasn't been mentioned. I'm gonna go Cookies.
Okay. I will say this. Unless Jim did a WWE heel turn, he was with me that John Mateer on the podcast was our long shot pick to win it at plus 3,200. So he would have to do like a scumbag heel turn.
Well, with all the
3,200
information,
right now?
do you get
in preseason we selected John Mateer.
Okay.
We tiered them out, and I said, hey, in this tier, this kid could do it.
Corbin, would you like a new pick?
No.
I'll live out.
Sticking with
I'm just trying to help. That's all.
No, he's got more information.
I'll
I know if he was gonna
stick with Jansen. I don't know why. I'll get this wrong. David?
Wow.
Yeah!
Man.
You dismissive Wolverine scumbag. Yeah!
Real close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
What?
I knew it was one of the two.
He's a cute
Good
little
guess.
player.
I'm not taking anything away from you. Yeah.
He's a cute player, but, he's not Bryce. All right. David, next.
Week 1, every defense is going to show you something that wasn't on film last year. They're going to make you adjust, especially when you're on the road and it's loud.
Can I ask one question? Man. I never do this to David.
Back-to-back John?
That's what I was going to. All I ask is, you didn't go back-to-back John here, did you?
Sure didn't.
Okay. Thank you. Now let's play the game.
Now, is he telling you the truth?
He's a pastor.
I wouldn't lie.
He can't lie. Well, I mean, he does to his wife, but that's a totally different conversation.
Right. I mean, the second family.
I do not.
Not a lie.
I know this was a thought of mine, and I know I was in Monday morning with those guys.
Okay.
That was something I was talking about over the weekend was, you got to be prepared for unscouted looks. I don't know if I said that, though.
Say it one more time, David, please.
Week 1, every defense is going to show you something that wasn't on film last year. They're going to make you adjust, especially when you're on the road and it's loud.
See, the film comment would be TJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or would it be Cookies trying to sound smarter, which he always does?
Yeah, I'm kind of getting that vibe. Or maybe a Karsh vibe. I'm getting a Karsh vibe again.
Oh, damn it.
Week 1, you're going to see stuff that,
Corbin's head's going to explode. He's never played this game before. His hair's going to fall out of his head.
I think that Coach is always on Tuesday mornings, I think. I think maybe this was Karsh talking about maybe Coach's interview, because I did hear Coach on here, and he just talked about communication. Said it like 17 times.
You're going Karsh.
Maybe this was Karsh, like kind of going back to Dan Campbell's thoughts, and hey, we're just not on the same page, and maybe Karsh's way to say, hey, there's a lot of stuff we haven't seen, but every team's the same way. I'm going to go Karsh.
I'm going to run it back. Give me Cookies.
Rico.
I'm going to take this man right here.
You're taking me?
In the Eastern Michigan.
Boy. It's going to say a lot about me if this is me.
I'll go with TJ just for fun, because it does sound like something you'd say. It's not a dumb comment.
No.
And the film thing.
But I know I was thinking about that, too. Like,
all right, well, let's find out, David, who said it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah!
I mean, this is an idiotic take, so I figured
we are on fire.
I don't know why I second guess myself. I don't remember most Monday mornings, if any mornings, but.
Do you remember saying this?
Jack Dealers? Yes, I do remember saying that. The end of that.
David, one more. Let's do it. Come on.
One more. Graham was a backup last year. At the end of the season, when they got into the playoffs, Graham Glasgow wasn't good enough to play on this offensive line, and now he's the center, and he has to show up. It's not his first season or his first couple starts.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. I hate to do this right off the bat. One more time on that.
Sure. Graham was a backup last year.
No, he
At
wasn't.
the end of the season, when they got into the playoffs, Graham Glasgow wasn't good enough to play on this offensive line, and now he's the center, and he has to show up. It's not his first season or his first couple starts.
I mean, that's just patently false. Graham was never a backup.
I mean, he got
Graham was a
hurt,
starter.
and obviously Mahogany played 2 games.
Well,
but
Mahogany played for Zeitler.
Oh, you're right.
Zeitler missed a playoff game.
You're right. Okay. I don't.
So who would say something like that? I mean,
is it wrong I take middays out because that's kind of a scathing commentary?
I mean, Gator's a Michigan State fan and didn't know where the game was last week. So
no.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
So I could say you can't take that off.
I'll tell you,
Doug wouldn't say something that mean.
Stony.
Youngstown's going to be rocking this weekend. I've just been handed a note. The game's in East Lansing.
Do you get any Cookie vibes on that?
Yes.
I know Cookie's like, I was in Monday and he was talking just PFF. Oh, Graham Glasgow's the lowest rated player.
I've tried to tell him with the PFF stuff. They got guys in Bulgaria grading offensive linemen. It drives me crazy.
I think I'm going to go Cookies.
I'm going to go Stony.
All right, I'll go Cookies. I don't know. Corbin, quickly.
I'm going to bookend my picks. Give me Gator.
All right, David, who said it?
Yes.
Yes!
No, he wasn't a backup, Cookies.
Woo!
I was hoping that would mess you up.
Yeah.
All right,
Corbin.
Guys.
Should have gone three in a row, brother.
All right, I messed up. David, I'll handle some business later. That's who said it. We're awesome. And TJ's going to send Cookies an abusive text message. This day just got better. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Lions' last practice report is out before their game against the Bears this weekend. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker officially questionable. A little bit of a surprising name popped up as well. Safety Kirby Joseph has a knee injury. He's questionable as well. Joseph was not included on the practice report the last 2 days. The Tigers battle the Marlins tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10. Pitcher Jose Urquidy has a locker. No corresponding move has been announced quite yet. Zach McKinstry is back in the lineup after his back tightness earlier this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right. TJ, excellent week for him. We were great during that, by the way. I want to just bring something up for a few minutes because I know today's been super Lions heavy. What do we expect the Michigan game plan to look like against CMU? I know we alluded to it during the picks. It's not what you want to happen. It's what you think will happen. And it's interesting, Rico. Look, they failed their first dress rehearsal. They got smoked. That game was nowhere near as close as that final score indicated. And I know you can't take plays away. But outside of the 75-yard run, I mean, they were sub 200 yards of offense. The running game stunk. The passing game had nothing to it. My point is the real season begins now. You can go 10-2 and make the playoff. They're at Nebraska coming up. The CMU game is your dress rehearsal.
Yes.
What do you think they do? Do you think they escape? They just go, look, we're here. We're going to run it 60 times. Let's get out of here 31-7. Or do you think they open this thing up?
To quote our coworker Kenneth Cott, orbital ramming speed. I think they go and they're trying to set a tone, set a statement. They're trying to show their fans and the alumni base and everybody, hey, last week was last week. We're back. This offense is going to work. Bryce is our leader, and we're just going to hammer Central Michigan. We're just going to put them away. I could easily see them trying to run up the score to make people feel better, especially because the coach is a substitute teacher. He ain't the real coach. So he can do whatever he wants and just like, you know what? I just wanted to have some fun. Game stint.
David, you're the Michigan fan.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Rico. I do not think they do that. They're missing their coach. I think they're just going to go out there and just get away with the victory. They're not going to try to blow anybody out. They're just going to do the simple things. That's why I think they're going to run the ball. They're not going to use Underwood the way they should. They're not going to have him pass a lot. They're not going to have him run. They're going to stick it and have Haynes run, and then every so often pass. That's it.
But see, David, that's their MO. Like, I know they paid Bryce Underwood a lot of money to be their quarterback, but I don't think they're a passing team. So I think they will just keep running the ball and running the ball. But I think that Hayes will stay in the game, and he'll be in there way longer than he should. He'll see the fourth quarter, and they're just going to try to bury them and get about 300-plus yards of rushing offense.
Here's the thing. I understand there is a ramp-up with young quarterbacks. You don't put everything on them all at once. But they have to have a move forward here. Because I don't think it's fair to wait until you've got 90,000 people wearing corn cobs on their head screaming at you to then all of a sudden go, okay, now it's all yours. I lean towards Rico here. They are doing Bryce Underwood and themselves a disservice with a hyper-conservative game plan again. If you said, hey, we have to protect him at Oklahoma, that's one thing. But you're at home. Mm-hmm. You're a 4-touchdown favorite. Mm-hmm. And the next time you go on the road, Rico, like if they run the Oklahoma game plan at Nebraska, they're not winning that game.
No.
So you got to have a dress rehearsal here. Now, here's the one thing, David, I would caution you. Not like I'm your dad or anything. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to equate throwing it a lot to aggressiveness. You can dial up a game plan for Bryce that is 20 to 24 throws.
I don't see that much, though. I don't see them throwing it that much in this game.
Well, then you know what? They never should have spent the money. And Bryce made a dumb decision. No, I don't know what to tell you.
No, hold on, Mike. I think that the Bryce decision was in future years. I think They had to get him here. Remember, they got him at the last second. He was headed off to LSU. So they didn't plan the offense for him this year. But he's here now. So we'll do enough. We'll start you. We'll keep you happy. But next year, we're going to go out and get you some real receivers.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to throw the ball around enough because your receivers aren't that good.
No, but my point is when you have this dual threat quarterback who is 6'4" and 225 and prototype and has a cannon for an arm, look, whether it's the receivers, the tight ends, the running backs, in college, scheme is everything.
It is.
You can scheme guys open. You can have explosiveness in a million ways. The NFL, it's much harder. I'm just making a point. Look, man.
Now, if they're smart, they will go out there and they'll get Jaden Davis some reps so that you can then run Bryce. And if he gets injured or dinged up, your backup QB will be ready. Remember, that's the other reason why he's not playing. The quarterback room is empty.
Yeah, but you can't. You know what? I'll leave it.
They brought in a bunch of guys, Mike, and they all fell by the wayside during the summer.
Because they're not good. Mikey
they all
Keene
got
is not
injured.
good. Jaden Davis is not good. These people are not good.
Man, Jaden Davis was a highly recruited quarterback.
Whose rankings sunk month by month the last 18 months he was in school?
If you're going to bring facts into this
I'm
argument,
sorry.
Mr.
I'm not
Valenti.
trying to bleep in the punch bowl, but like...
I didn't know you were high off cough drops again.
No, if Jaden Davis were any good, newsflash, somebody would have bought him.
Ooh, Mike's on fire. I have nothing. I yield to the senator from Troy.
Look, I just think that fans have a right to say we want more, and ultimately give Bryce a chance to show you progress. I'll be really disappointed if I watch the quick cut of that game and it's 31-7 with 58 runs and 14 passes, and it's like, guys, you're not serving yourselves or your young quarterback.
But it reminds me. I'm sorry, David. It just reminds me like the Tigers with Jackson Jobe. Like, he's on this pitch count. We have a plan for him. We're not going to rush him. We're going to do it this way. Go ahead, David.
See, but that's why I was upset after the game on Saturday. Not because they lost. I expected that. But the fact I felt that the game plan, they weren't trying. Like, you don't limit your quarter. Just go out and do it on the road. I know he's a freshman. He's going to make mistakes, but just do it. And they didn't. And I'm like, so you're losing the game, but you're going to lose it on their terms, not your terms?
That's what it felt like. And I'm with Rico. Look, this whole Bryce Underwood thing was poorly constructed. And what I mean is it's unbelievably awesome to have the money to buy this player. But when you don't have wide receivers, look, I want to say it again. They got Bryce in December? You had an entire spring to hit the portal and get good receivers. The best receiver you have is a kid that redshirted at Indiana last year. It's not good enough.
But see, I think Mike, it's going to be a tough sell to get a receiver to go to Michigan when there was no track history. So if I want to go to the league,
all right,
I'm going somewhere else.
But if I
overpay me,
if I say I got Chip Lindsey, and I got Bryce Underwood, Rico, can you meet me in the middle? You're not going to go get Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, but you got to do better than whatever they did. Can we just meet in the middle?
Fair.
Bipartisan.
Fair.
Like, it's got to look better than that.
Look, I know it's going to be like, oh, of course, party radio. Yeah, if they would have got even like some of the receivers at State went and picked up and said, hey, we need a better wide receiver room because their wide receiver room last year was horrible.
We got to get out of that where it's like, oh, you said something about Michigan State, ergo it's wrong. No, it's actually truthful. Like Amari Kelly would be really good for Michigan right now. I'm not turning him into Jerry Rice, but the kid has juice.
Right.
Like, come on. There's a zillion receivers in the portal. It doesn't make sense to blow $2.5 million and waste a year of the kid's life and waste a year. Hey, newsflash. If this doesn't go the way a lot of people think it could go, including us, thinking Michigan could be an 8, 9, 10 win team, if they don't, hey, newsflash, you're going to have a problem on your hands. You know when they flash the graphic of Arch Manning's QB class? The top 7 quarterbacks in that class, all transferred. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, somebody else will have money for Bryce Underwood if you don't let him play. Plenty of people will be willing to say, hey, here's a Gordon Ramsay hat, and it's time for you to cook. And they'll have plenty of money for you. Play the kid. Let him roll.
But once again, he can't get hurt because your season is
well,
over.
Then put him in bubble wrap and have an Amazon.com driver pick him up. What do you want me to tell you? 248-5399. And by the way, Bryce Underwood doesn't get hurt. He dictates when pain happens.
Okay. He hurts pain.
That's right. Pain runs from him. September's truck month at Moran Chevrolet. Perfect time. Elevate your tailgate at Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Best game day start in a 2026 Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Lease one at Moran right now, $349 a month, 24 months. Or check out the 26 Equinox LT. You can lease it, $279 a month, 36 months. Guys, the deals are fantastic. The 25 Equinox EV, the Doug Karsh edition, $89 a month for 24 months. Payment $999 down, and you're ready to roll. It's MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, this is the most cursed segment of the week. Can't wait. It's Rico's Fantasy Prop Factory. Now, a question before we begin.
Yeah.
More congressman from Utah or detective Corbin Simons?
What?
That name either strikes me as a congressman from Utah, Congressman Corbin Simons, or Corbin Simons SVU.
Yeah, SVU.
Okay, Detective Corbin Simons joins us.
I like that. I like that. Thank you.
It is. It's excellent.
I was like, Utah, where are we going with
No.
this?
I was talking about the name. It just sounded like it's like you have to say the venerable. Right. It's different with like Kenny Cott. Right. There's nothing regal about that. Corbin Simons suggests something higher brow. Right. Okay, carry on.
Shout out to Mike Valenti.
That's
he
right.
won last, but it's the game you hate, and you won. All right. Let's start off in the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, hosting Central Michigan. Over-under rushing yards for Bryce Underwood set at 15.5.
Over. It has to be over. They have to let Bryce play, and his legs have to be a part of it. You can't. I don't want to hear this, I'm saving all the good plays. No, they have to get this thing moving forward, and I think last week was a reality check. Over.
David?
I'll go with the over as well. I don't remember the exact amount, but Pitt's quarterback against CMU, Eli Holston, had, I think, like around 30 to 40 rushing yards. So, yeah, I'll take the over.
It should be over. Sack yardage are included, but it's Central. They're not going to get any sacks, right? So I'll go over.
I'm going to go under.
Oh, come on. Sparty.
No,
please,
come on. I had a conversation with a certain play-by-play guy.
Ooh.
And he was saying that, yeah, that sounds like a good number for him. So, yes. So I trust him. And, he may or may not have been my college roommate. Over, under, Justice Hayes, touchdowns, 2.5.
Under. There's no world I predict any running back to have 3 touchdowns. I'll just say under. He's a really nice player, but come on. 3? Under.
Plus 685 if he does that.
But then I made the right play. This guy's handing out Powerball tickets, Corbin.
I'll go under as well. I think it's going to be more of a big passing game from Bryce Underwood.
Okay. You can disagree with him. Okay.
I will later.
Hold on, time out. What's more sensible? Saying something that's plus 700 is going to happen or not?
You know what? We may put something up on the board.
Do it. Over.
And I hear both of you, but they don't pass the ball. So it has to be over.
Thank you.
This is going to be Bryce Underwood air raid.
You're going to be thoroughly disappointed.
I won't because I ain't watching. I'll watch the Quick Cut Sunday morning.
Central Michigan total points under 7.5.
Under. They're running. They play a different quarterback every play. They go and get a almond vendor and put him at quarter. I watched some of that Pitt game. Rico, first down is one guy, second down's another guy, third down's another guy. I don't buy it.
It's the strategy.
They're doing a lot of option concepts.
It's called the curly shuffle offense.
They had one real drive against Pitt. That's all I'll say. I'm out. Under.
I'll go over, but they'll get 10 points.
You stole it right from me, Mike. You're right. They play different quarterbacks. It's ridiculous. Under.
I'm going with the 10 points as well.
This is one game I want Michigan to bomb that scumbag school.
All right. See, I don't know where I'm at on that.
Well,
game.
Outside of a stadium collapse, this is all I have.
I don't know which team I want to win.
Thank you, Central. Thank you.
I'm just waiting to see if Sharon shows up.
Dressed as Connor Stallions.
Right.
Honestly, it's the only thing missing.
I need that in my life. Who will have more
rows up?
Who will score more at halftime? Either the University of Michigan against Central Michigan or Michigan State against Youngstown State. Who will have a larger halftime score?
It better be Michigan State. One team's Division I and another team plays in the GLIAC or whatever. So give me State.
I'll go State as well. When you go up against an FCS school, the game has to be done by halftime.
Standards.
I'm going Michigan.
Yeah, you would. You POS.
All right, you convinced me.
Central, thank you.
State. Total touchdowns, including passing and running for Aiden Childs, 2.5.
Over. 2 passing, 1 rushing. I don't know, because that's what I'd like. That's what I offered.
And feelings.
Feelings.
Once again, when you go up against an FCS school, you just got to have a good day, so I'm taking the over.
He'll have 4 passing alone, so
wow.
over.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, we'll make a clean sweep of over. Youngstown State total points over under 11.5.
Just going to go over because our defensive line is a collection of dead people. So, over.
Zombies.
It honestly.
Walkers.
Zombie Carl. Coral.
I guess the theme for this game for me is they are an FCS school, so I'm going to go under.
What is Corbin AI generated?
Yes.
I am with you, Corbin. Come on now. It has to be under. Youngstown State.
David. 45 pass attempts by Boston College.
I know.
0 sacks.
Alessio gets in the game, goes 3 for 3.
To the other
6.
team.
Yep. I'm going to go over. Amari Kelly touchdowns. Over under 0.5.
Give me an over. I like him. Give me an over. Little deep shot to him. Marsh draws the double.
Okay.
No hurdles. No more hurdles.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 1 touchdown. I could see it happening. I'll take the over.
So I said Aiden has 4, so this will be one of them.
Okay. You're going
over.
Over. I'm going to go under. I think he'll hit one of the other receivers. Let's go to the NFL. More passing yards. Jared Goff, Caleb Williams.
Goff. To complete passes, they have to be on target. Caleb, 26% off-target throws last week.
That means that Lions aren't running the ball that much.
They still got Glasgow at center? Goff.
I will go Goff, but I will say the difference in yards won't be that large.
That's because Williams will have the larger amount because you do have Glasgow at center.
I am going Williams as well. Longest play.
Oh, we were losing him.
No,
get the defibs.
Longest play from scrimmage for the Detroit Lions, over under 37.5 yards.
Over. Somebody's going to do something.
It can't.
That is nuance right there.
Hey, I'm basically Tom Brady. Hand me 350 mil.
You sound like the chopper pilot from Seven. Somebody call somebody.
Somebody. I can't look at 2 weeks of no explosiveness. Over.
I'm going to go under. I think they'll have a play in like the 30-yard range, but over 37.5 now.
They paid J-Mo for this reason. Under. They won't get it this week.
I see what you did.
They won't get it this week.
I'm going under as well. Chicago trick plays. Over under 1.5.
What defines a trick play, smartass?
You know, the Ben Johnson cutesy stuff.
Okay, a reverse?
A reverse, like reverse, double reverse, pitch it back to Caleb. He throws it. That
A
type
pitchy
of thing.
woo-woo,
Yeah.
things of that nature?
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah.
He'll be in his bag.
You could tell me that the line was 10.5, and I would still take the over. I think Ben Johnson is going to try to act as cute as possible in this game.
I hate to agree with Corbin, but I think the first play is going to be a trick play.
What is
so
Ben Johnson
over.
showing up with a daiquiri from
Yes.
Comerica Park? Like, what are we doing here?
100%.
Here's what you're missing, Detroit.
Tesla touchdowns. Over under 0.5.
Under.
You're missing out again.
I'll go over. Why not?
I want it to be over. They played him in garbage time last week.
Yeah, under.
Corbin, I'm with you. I'm going over.
Oh, do you ever disagree with him?
No, we don't. He's AI. He knows everything. He's detective.
Detective Corbin Simons.
Hutch, sacks. Over, under 1.5.
Over. Over. They played the victim really well this week, so maybe they'll come out and play well.
I'll take the over as well. That Monday night game, Caleb Williams was running around a lot. I think Hutchinson's going to get on him a lot.
Yeah, 1.5. Nope, can't do that. That's an under. If
under
it was a
as-
half, but no.
Under as well. Finally, we got, I think Scooble's pitching tonight.
Can that season end already, please? Can we just get to the playoffs?
Scooble strikeouts or Amon-Ra receptions?
Scooble. These basically 8 or 9. Hard to predict a receiver to catch 8 or 9 passes, so I'll go Scooble.
I'm going to go
Gibbs
Scooble
did.
as well. It's against the Marlins. I mean, he should have another great night.
No, they want to prove something regarding Ben Johnson leaving, so I'm on Ra on this one.
You know what? I'm going to go Amon-Ra as well because I'm with you, David. I think this is going to be a battle where in the end, smart people will just throw everything out and it'll be like, we got to beat. It's the grudge match. Kind of like Ryan Day with Michigan. Could have beat him, but you decided to do stupid things. So I'm going to go Amon-Ra. That's your prop bet casino, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media earlier that Taylor Decker wants to play this week, and if he's able, he'll be ready. The injury report reads questionable today, though. If he can't go and Manu is in his place, how does that change the game plan? Safety Kirby Joseph also comes in as questionable, which is a new name to this week's report. Sione Vaki remains out, the running back and special teamer. Former Michigan and 49ers kicker Jake Moody is signing with the Bears practice squad, according to Tom Pelissero. After a series victory over the Yankees, the Tigers continue their road trip in Miami tonight. It's the Battle of the Aces as Tarek Skubal faces Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara coming off a 4-run outing against the Phillies. First pitch coming up on the ticket right here at 7:10, where Jose Urquidy also has a locker. Former Penguins star goalie Marc-Andre Fleury officially retired from the NHL in the spring, but he signed a tryout contract with Pittsburgh again, and will put on the sweater one more time in their preseason game against the Blue Jackets at the end of the month. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have everybody with us on a Football Friday. TJ joined us earlier. You can rewind to that. We have talked about a lot, and I can open it up in the 5 o'clock. It's very simple. We talked about Bryce Underwood and what you can expect this weekend. What kind of game plan are they going to give this kid? I mean, can we pull the ripcord and get after it, or is it just going to be more of this oatmeal every week? And as far as the Lions go, look, people are all over the place. So let me give you just a short presentation of what we've talked about. I think you're in chase mode with the Packers. And you can say that that is overreacting, but remember, I didn't pick you to win the division in the first place. The Packers bombed the Commanders last night. And if you're just a box score person, that's fine. Final score doesn't indicate what that game was. They got up and they went and rested. Yeah. They outgained them 400 to 200. Packer defense looks like amongst the best in football. Fast, aggressive. They smother you. I just wanted to know what you need to see against the Bears this week beyond a win. I mean, that's like that is without saying. If you lose, your season's over. Especially with a Monday night date with the Ravens on tap. Mm-hmm. It would be unthinkable. So I don't want to think about it. So within the context of winning, what do you need to see? Now, I had offered one thing earlier, which is this defense needs to show out. And I mean from a pass rush standpoint, from a disruption standpoint. And the Bears' offensive line did not look good, and Caleb Williams did not look comfortable. Very scatterbrained, a 26% inaccurate throw rate. I just need this defense to look the part. TJ came in and said the passing game. Passing game was just not connected. Half the damn throws for Goff, the receivers weren't even turned around by the time his back foot hit.
Right.
But I would love to know from you guys what you need. 248-539-9797. And Michigan fans, I would like to hear from you because to me, this is dress rehearsal part 2. The real season begins next week. What are you going to do here? Go ahead, Rico. Anything you want.
Here's what I need to see from the Lions. I need you to look like the team that I saw last year. When the Lions took the field, Mike, except for maybe the Bills game and first half of the Texans game, they looked like the better team. They felt like the better team. You knew good and well who was going to win this game. I need to see that in this game. Look, you want to get a win? Yes. But a last-second kick is not going to, I guess, install the pride that you want to see from the Lions. You want to see this team go out there and just look like they did last year, where there's no way in the world that the Bears are going to hang with them. If anything, we'll toy with you and let you think maybe you have a chance, but you'll never really have a chance. That's what I want to see from them. For Michigan, we could sit here and say, oh, they got to unleash Bryce, but that's not in Michigan's DNA. I mean, last year it was like, oh, wait. They're saving plays. They were saving plays for Ohio State. They didn't save any plays for anything. After a while, their offense was just their offense. And I think Sharon Moore sees a certain style of offense. And, Mike, we had a caller, I think last week or so, and he brought up the best point. I wish I could remember his name to give him credit, but
I know who you're talking about because I'm a sicko. Mark from Ohio.
Yeah, this may be job security that if you're Sharon Moore, you can't afford to get him injured, because if he's injured and you have a bad year and you get fired, you're looking at a show cause, which means now you can't even coach in college. You got to pray to God that either Seattle or the Chargers will hire you on as a coach.
Look, and I know the Lions are the main deal, and we've talked about them damn near all day, but the Michigan thing is interesting because there does seem to be a bit of an identity crisis. You know, Sharon is coaching like he's got Alex Orji at quarterback. He's coaching like he's got Mikey Keene. Mm-hmm. When you got Bryce Underwood, I hate to break it to you. When you get Bryce Underwood, you either adapt your system to Bryce Underwood or you're wasting him. Now, you wouldn't have to do any level of adaptation had he gone to LSU, had he gone to Ole Miss, had he gone to Miami, just to name a few places. Mm-hmm. Had he gone to Ohio State, quite frankly. But when you go to Michigan, it's almost like they weren't prepared for his arrival. It's just, look, it's a long season, and I expect Bryce will be better at the end of it than the beginning. But right now, it's hard to get a great read on it, which is why it was always laughable when the Krispy Kremes, a.k.a. the national media, lined up to glaze this guy like a donut. And I'm like, they're not letting him do anything. There's nothing to glaze. No. You make one throw against New Mexico I care about. Really? Last week against Oklahoma, that was the most pathetic. They shouldn't have even got on the plane.
Because I don't think they're set up for a passing game. It's going to be a paradigm shift that, I mean, they brought in a new OC, but Sharon Moore is going to have to go full, okay, we're going to change the offense in the way we did things at Michigan, because he is trying to win a championship and a title very similar to the way that Harbaugh did there. And, Mike, they didn't
take 7 years and cheat?
Yeah, but they didn't throw the ball a ton. It was based on running the ball.
Then don't get a Bryce Underwood.
I think Bryce fell in their lap. They didn't plan on Bryce. They just ended up with Bryce, but they weren't prepared to have Bryce.
And listen, all I'm telling you is if I got that kid, whether it was planned or unplanned, I had months to go to the portal and to support him as best I could. I'll say it again. I'm not telling you they could have went and got Jerry Rice. But damn it,
go get somebody.
This can't be the best receiving crew. And guess what? You hired Chip Lindsey. That's a guy who comes from North Carolina. The pedigree of guys like Drake May and Sam Howell. Adapt or die. Because you're right. Maybe they didn't plan on it. Maybe Sharon doesn't even want to do it. Guess what? You get a player of that caliber, the pedigree of Bryce Underwood. Adapt.
And I think a lot of it, too, is they're trying to bring him along slowly, and they're not listening to all the people saying, well, he's going up for the Heisman.
No, that was always fallacy.
I think they have a plan for him, and the plan is what the plan is, and I don't see much deviation, David.
Whatever plan they had, scrap it. Because I cannot. He's been there since December. He's been on campus since December. Been preparing and practicing since December. How can you have not been ready for Bryce Underwood? Come on now. You have to be ready for Bryce Underwood. You have to adjust. And if Sharon Moore didn't adjust, well, then that's on him. There's a major problem here. Yeah. Your head coach has to be ready. Your offensive coordinator has to prepare things. He didn't just get there last week.
No, and guys, David, what you and Mike are saying makes total sense. But sometimes people are just who they are. You look at last year and you're saying, okay, you knew there was a chance that JJ was going to leave to go to the NFL. They didn't have a plan B. So they went the entire season with no quarterback, and they were okay with that. So it tells me that preparation doesn't always happen with the Michigan football program as of late. That's not a slam against them. That's just facts. You knew JJ was leaving, and you didn't have the heir apparent, and you really didn't go out there and get the transfer heir apparent. So what makes me think you're going to all of a sudden go out and get wide receivers? You just figure we're going to wear the winged helmet, we're going to run out the tunnel, we'll touch the banner, and miracles will happen.
It just feels like there's a bit of an identity crisis. That's all. It just, to me, It's simple. When you get Bryce Underwood, you tailor the program to him. You don't spend it's like if you go into free agency in the NBA and you get LeBron. Immediately, I don't care what franchise you are. I don't care if you're Memphis who believes in grit and grind. Everything you do is in support of that player. Well, from an ideological standpoint, look, when they go play, there's no scenario Bryce should be throwing the ball 40 times a game, 35. But it's about, I hate the term unleashing this kid, but like there has to be some RPO. There has to be some screen game. There has to be vert shots and QB run that matters, not run, pass.
You have to make the opposing defense fear Bryce.
Yes.
And right now, you don't. Right now, if I'm a defense, I'll stack the box. I'll do a lot what Jed Fish did last year when they played. I'm going to stack the box because I don't think you're going to throw the ball.
Yeah, no, and again, it's easy for me to say my job doesn't depend on it, but if I'm a defensive coordinator, no, it's like in the old days when MSU with Narduzzi's defense played quarter cover, they were going to make quarterbacks. Here are the only available throws, the most difficult ones on the field. Deep to the sideline, or you're going to have to hit a seam route, and it's going to have to be a bullet, and you better pray the safety's not there. The bottom line is, yeah, I'd take everything away from him. You're going to have to dot me over the top 70 yards. Yeah, because right now it doesn't even look like Michigan wants to do any of it.
I'm going to take away Hayes and see what other toys you have.
248-539-9797. And Lion fans, it's available if you want it. Or if you're turtling in fear, that's fine too. College football season, weekly showdowns you don't want to miss. All customers. FanDuel, score a 50% profit boost. Big game, Georgia and Tennessee. What's going on?
It's Cam Newton's outfit.
Can't do it. Georgia and Tennessee this weekend, 50% profit boost. The best part, you get paid instantly when you win. Whether it's a spread, total, prop bets, whatever you like, FanDuel.com/ticket has got you covered. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, let's get into it. We are going to replace Kenny with Detective Corbin Simons this week, so let's dive in. We're all terrible. Let's be better this week. Number 12, Clemson, laying 3.5 as they travel to Bobby Dodd Stadium to take on Georgia Tech. Rico Beard.
Well, Mike, I look at this, and Clemson has beaten Georgia Tech 9 games in a row, make it 10, and I think that they cover.
Okay. I hate you. Let's go over to Corbin.
Sorry.
So I'm going to take Georgia Tech plus 3.5. Clemson obviously lost to LSU in their first game, and they struggled last week against Troy. You can't struggle against a team in a city where my sister lives at. And at the same time, Georgia Tech, their running game is extreme.
Elite.
Yeah, it's very good. So give me the points.
David.
Right now, I cannot trust Clemson. This has been my play of the week. I got to take Georgia Tech here.
TJ.
I feel weird now that we're all going on Georgia Tech. Well, Rico, you took Clemson, right? But
yep.
Yeah, Clemson just been a bit of disappointment. Looked a little disjointed so far. Kind of weird with the veterans that they have and all the seniors.
I just
and
need
guys
them to
that have been
win
there
by
for 4
4
years. It's like I think Georgia Tech and pardon me, Faux Kenny.
Corbin.
Mentioned Corbin. Yes, I apologize, Corbin.
Much better hygiene.
We haven't met yet. Georgia Tech's got the run game to keep this close. 280 yards a game, I think they're averaging on the ground. They can control the line of scrimmage, control the clock. I don't know if they win. I think
Haynes
they get it
King.
close. Yep.
Haynes King, FTW. I'm tired. Clemson burned me. I showed faith in them one time. Look at them. They're garbage. Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Texas A&M at Notre Dame. ND laying 6.5. Mr. Rico Beard.
You know what? Texas A&M is a team kind of like Clemson is for you, Mike. They never show
All right,
up
let's
in
get
big
to the people.
games.
We've
It's
opened
going
it
to
up.
be in
Michigan
South
fan,
Bend.
Lion fan,
Give
whatever you
me-
like. And we spent a ton of time on the Lions. Great stats in the first hour. Odyssey.com rewind. Right now, we go to Jason. That's lead off in the 5 o'clock. Jason, what's going on, brother?
TGIF, guys. Rico, I saw the hat on Twitch. Looks lovely.
It's a gorgeous hat. It really is.
It is. I want to get to my Michigan topic, and then real quick, Mike, I got a question for you afterwards.
Yes,
but
sir.
honestly, Michigan needs to get up the times. It's 2025, 1985. You need to have a passing game. If you're serious about bringing Bryce Underwood in, you know what? You should have get some receivers in here, not some homeless people off the shelter. I mean, seriously. And I was one of the ding-dongs that was in love with Rich Rod hiring, and we saw what the fan base did to him. I mean, let Chip Lindsley do what he does. Let him modernize this offense, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think so, Jason, but I don't know if the fan base will be accepting of this, and it's going to be hard to sell a wide receiver to come here. Now, maybe it'll be easier next year because you can say, hey, this guy is going to be throwing you the passes, but if I'm a wide receiver trying to go to the NFL, you might as well go to a service academy.
And I agree with you, Rico, 100%. And then, Mike, I got a quick question. I loved yours and Costa's football show Sunday.
Yeah.
It was better than Sunday Night Football preview, trust me. But I love the show you do with Boomer. Rico did a great job with a segment about a month ago, if you remember, unretired numbers.
Yeah.
Did you ever get an answer why Anthony Munoz's number ain't retired? Thank you. Y'all have a good weekend.
Yeah, no, I don't, but I'll tell you.
I don't think that they retire numbers.
No, they do like names in the Ring of Honor.
Right. So, yeah, I think that was why. I just don't think that Cincinnati
A lot
retires.
of teams don't retire
Right.
the number. They'll put the name in the Ring of Honor. It's just an individual or organizational decision.
Yes.
And yes, I forgot. You did all the Big Ten games, correct?
Yes.
All right, 5-star zone for your Big Ten stuff. Kickoff with Boomer should be out now or 6 o'clock. I forget when they release it. That's done. Cash Ticket, that's been in the can for a couple of days. And then Sunday night, join us on YouTube. 7:30, me and Cookies go live. Your full day of NFL, including a Lions recap, and cussing, which is just liberating. It's fabulous.
And cussing.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Mike. How's it going, guys? Hey, Rico. Hey, guys. First of all, you know, Mike, you and I, we disagree on a lot of stuff. And if I didn't know better, I think you were trolling, talking about this Bryce Underwood stuff. But I know better. I want to be upset at you, but I can't be. You're spot on.
Thank you.
Okay, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what. What's his name is the coach, Moore. He is straight up scared. It's just he's scared. You could see it in his eyes. He's like a deer in headlights. Going, you're on the road. The couple of times, the fourth down, you should have gone for it, dude. I mean, if you can't trust your line to get 2 yards or whatever else, then what are you coaching for? And then another example. Last year against Penn State, those 32 runs in a row, that wasn't him trying to impose his will or show or prove something. He was scared, and he didn't know what he was doing. The dude is a scaredy cat. I don't like him, and I'm a big, huge Michigan fan. I was hoping that the guy could do something, but I'm telling you, Mike, you're right. He is not the guy for the job. He's too scared.
Well, let me say this. I haven't come to that conclusion yet. And when they named him head coach, look, let's be fair about something. He's young. He's a very good recruiter. But something's lacking from a CEO standpoint, meaning how did you, to Rico's point, how did you enter last season with that quarterback room?
Yeah.
How? Then you come into this year, you didn't have a great plan. Underwood falls in your lap because outside forces basically handed him to you. And then you did nothing to support that. Look, I'm being honest with you. The longer it goes, and I'm going to try to give it a little more time, and it's really up to you guys. It's your team. Look, man, his claim to fame is running the ball 32 straight times with the best offensive line in America at Penn State when he was the substitute teacher. Mm-hmm. You got to start standing on your own 2 feet. Now, look, 4 or 5 weeks from now, if this team goes out, just keeps winning and things start to blossom, you're not going to have that feeling. You'll say Sharon is the right guy. I got to see more. And these, like, I don't want to call it a crossroads. It's a game against CMU. The game at Nebraska feels like crossroads. The Michigan State game. Look, it'll turn quick for him. Remember, last year, it was Michigan fans calling this show talking about the F word with Sharon. Not us. Them.
Yeah, he beat Ohio State and everything was forgiven. And then you beat Alabama. And then you get Bryce Underwood. Now it looks like things are getting better. But really, that's why I'm saying I don't think anything's going to change. This program is exactly what he wants it to be.
Well, then it's not going to be good enough because they don't have the best offensive line in America, and B, they don't cheat. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on? Chris? Guess not. Okay. David, ticket text. Or talk to me, whatever you like.
What you just said, Rico, hit something here. Because is it really the program that Sharon Moore wants? Or is it the program that Harbaugh left him and he won't make any changes?
It works, David. Because if he makes any changes, maybe he gets fired. But if he keeps this thing afloat, it's job security.
See, but then it's not the program he wants in my mind. Be you.
But I mean, he's
an own thing.
But think about it. Offensive line coach, running the ball.
Then why don't we have an offensive line? Recruit offensive line if that's what your specialty is.
They did, and your freshman left tackle got injured.
I'm going to scream if somebody does this again. He was a freshman tackle. He wasn't going to. I don't care about Babin-Lola.
He was starting. That's how bad your line was.
Then you know what? You're effed.
He was going to start, and I don't think he was Orlando Pace.
No plan. They were going to start a freshman at left tackle.
I don't care who it is. Caden Proctor was one of the most celebrated tackle prospects ever. He stunk as a freshman. They all stink. There was one Orlando Pace, just like there was one Jesus. I don't want to hear about, oh my God, we lost Babin-Lola. If you're starting a freshman, you're dead. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hear it. That's the CEO level stuff I'm talking about.
Yes, I'm with you, but this is his team. This is what he wants to do. I don't see the changes because the biggest thing,
acceptable.
David,
I can't take it, man.
Once
Moore
again,
has to be better.
How were you not prepared last year for a quarterback?
That's another.
Coming off of a national title, you should have been able, cheating or not, you should have been able to walk to any quarterback and say, hey, we just got JJ drafted.
The whole sport is boats and hoes. Prestige worldwide. You hand a bag of money, and the highest bidder gets the player. Lane Kiffin has said this. The relationships don't matter. Right. The schemes don't matter. Just boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. The Santa Maria. That's all it is. You're Michigan, for God's sakes. The world's richest man is bankrolling you. Mm-hmm. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Buy receivers. Buy tackles.
Right, but the thing is, both quarterbacks between him and Mateer, about $3 million. You think Mateer was going to come to Michigan?
Yeah, for 3.5.
Who am I throwing the ball to?
It doesn't matter. Boats and hoes.
Eventually,
boats and hoes.
Some want to get to the league, Mike.
Boats. Hoes. David,
I need them to get a receiver and just put that on their jersey, not their name. Boats and hoes.
No, boats. Other one, hose.
Hose. Remember the old picture of the Marshall players? The one kid's last name was Coke. The kid next to him's name was Head.
Yeah.
Boats, hose. That's all these players are now. Rico?
Great segue. Nope. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that will support any journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your best, strongest self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, whatever you're into, plus brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and supine benches, free weights, cable towers, treadmills, Stairmasters. Everything is at the Planet Fitness Gymnasium except for you. So you need to get your membership started right now. $1 down, $15 a month. That's it. $1 down, $15 a month. Plus, look, they got convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head to over one of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Okay, let's get into it. We are going to replace Kenny with Detective Corbin Simons this week, so let's dive in. We're all terrible. Let's be better this week. Number 12, Clemson, laying 3.5 as they travel to Bobby Dodd Stadium to take on Georgia Tech. Rico Beard.
Well, Mike, I look at this, and Clemson has beaten Georgia Tech 9 games in a row, make it 10, and I think that they cover.
Okay. I hate you. Let's go over to Corbin. Sorry.
So I'm going to take Georgia Tech plus 3.5. Clemson obviously lost to LSU in their first game, and they struggled last week against Troy. You can't struggle against a team in a city where my sister lives at. And at the same time, Georgia Tech, their running game is extreme. Elite. Yeah, it's very good. So give me the points.
David.
Right now, I cannot trust Clemson. This has been my play of the week. I got to take Georgia Tech here.
TJ.
I feel weird now that we're all going on Georgia Tech. Well, Rico, you took Clemson, right? But
yep.
Yeah, Clemson just been a bit of disappointment. Looked a little disjointed so far. Kind of weird with the veterans that they have and all the seniors.
I just
and guys
need them to
that have been
win
there
by
for 4
4
years. It's like I think Georgia Tech and pardon me, Faux Kenny.
Corbin.
Mentioned Corbin. Yes, I apologize, Corbin.
Much better hygiene.
We haven't met yet. Georgia Tech's got the run game to keep this close. 280 yards a game, I think they're averaging on the ground. They can control the line of scrimmage, control the clog. I don't know if they win. I think
Haynes
they get
King.
close. Yep.
Haynes King, FTW. I'm tired. Clemson burned me. I showed faith in them one time. Look at them. They're garbage. Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Texas A&M at Notre Dame. ND laying 6.5. Mr. Rico Beard.
You know what? Texas A&M is a team kind of like Clemson is for you, Mike. They never show up in big games. It's going to be in South Bend. Give me the Irish.
Yes. Corbin.
I'm taking Texas A&M plus 6.5. Notre Dame, they haven't played since August 31st. I'm a big believer that rust sets the longer you sit. And at the same time, that game against Miami, not really convincing to me. Give me the points.
Over to David.
Well, I have to go with Colorado here. Please don't fail me here. Notre Dame.
That sounded real confident. TJ.
Yeah, I mean, Rico nailed everything. I'm taking Notre Dame. I just can't trust the Aggies in any sort of big moment. It seems like every time they're about to be back.
30 years of A&M football. 30 years of A&M football has been nothing but ED. They just don't show up in big spots. And I love Elko, but that defense isn't right. I'm going to trust Marcus Freeman. And if ND doesn't cover this game, caller Rob from Brighton, banned from this show.
He's not banned.
He's banned. Okay. Georgia laying 3.5 as they travel to Rocky Top, taking on Tennessee.
You know what? I don't know if they were just sleepwalking last week and just looking ahead to this Tennessee game. But, Kenny, I'm going to pick Georgia for you. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs.
Over to Corbin.
I'm going to take Tennessee plus 3.5 here.
Yes.
So far in 2 games, the Volunteers have 8 sacks, and Gunnar Stockton likes to hold on to the ball, and Tennessee can beat you both ways.
Love it. Over to David.
Rico, you said it. They were up, Georgia is up 14-3 at halftime against Austin Peay. Something doesn't right there with Stockton.
Ahead. It was a look-ahead game.
Oh, sure it was. They're going to lose. Tennessee.
TJ.
I'm taking Tennessee as well. I think that Nico Iamaleava holding out and transferring maybe the best thing that happened with Josh Heupel in Tennessee because their quarterback Aguilar is playing some – I know they haven't been tested too hard, but he's playing some good football.
Aguilar's really good, and if his grandmother's at the game, that woman's an electric factory.
Yeah. And Gunnar Stockton, really first time he gets to go – first time he's got to go on the road in a hostile environment. So I don't know if they win, but 3.5 points. Give me Tennessee.
Give me Tennessee. I'm tired of Georgia. Youngstown State, Michigan State, MSU laying 30.
No. It's now 23.5.
The official number's out. 23.5.
The official number came out. 23.5.
That's it.
How bad are we? We're only favored by 23.5. Oh dear, Rico Beard.
So if it was 30, you were already surped. They can't win with you.
I was hoping it was 40.
They can't win with you.
50.
They haven't scored 40 but once. Now that it's 23.5, I think that, yes, I think Michigan State will cover with this. Aiden Childs will kind of roll the offense. It's his birthday today. Give me the Spartans.
Ooh, Corbin.
Are you going to his party? Are any of his teammates going to his party?
Yes, they're all there.
23.5, 30.5, 99.5. I don't care. It's an FCS school. Give me Michigan State.
David.
Well, it matters with this team because Michigan State, while they scored last week, not sure if they could do it 2 weeks in a row. Youngstown State.
TJ, eternal Spartan hater.
Yeah, I was going to take Youngstown at 30.5, but 23.5. That feels like it should be over by halftime.
I'm with you. I'm just taking MSU.
I'm taking MSU.
They don't drill this idiot Penguin team by 50. I'm going to be pissed. Central against Michigan in the Cheater Bowl. Michigan laying 27.5. Get your spyglasses, bitches.
Yeah, I heard Central's coming out in the Connor Stallion jerseys.
The pro combat uniforms.
Right. But No, there's no Sharon Moore. I think Michigan's going to go out there. We're going to win it for Coach, and they'll cover.
Yeah, we'll win one for the Gipper. Go ahead, Corbin.
Give me U of M minus 27.5. I think it's going to be a big game for Bryce Underwood. And last week, CMU got just beat down by Pitt, and their quarterback Eli Holston had 304 yards and 4 touchdowns.
David.
Will not be a big game for Underwood. Will be for Haynes, though. I am going Michigan here. Thank you, Central.
TJ. Just
I
say
feel
one
like
word.
I feel like I want to go Central.
Then do
just
it.
Because,
You don't need
Michigan,
to
this
explain.
kind of drives me as a game that's going to be like 60 runs and 12 passes, and they're just going to win 23-3, an ugly game. Let's get our win and move on.
I can't take a team that plays a new quarterback every play. You're not wrong, but CMU is happy horse bleep. Give me Michigan. Can we go to the NFL, please?
Start with a banger here.
No, it is. It is. Patriots at Miami. The Dolphins favored by 1.5. Rico.
You know what? I don't know why the Dolphins are favored by 1.5. Maybe it's because Vegas heard they had a players-only meeting. That tells me you're in trouble. I'm taking the Patriots.
Corbin.
Betting on the Dolphins is like relying on your deadbeat father to come around Christmas time. It's not happening. Give me the Patriots plus 1.5.
Oh, my. I think David?
There's not much to say there. Patriots.
What is this, the Benny Blades Bowl?
Whoa.
My God. TJ.
I'm taking the Pats as well. I think Mike McDaniels just looks like a walking corpse down in Miami. I think he knows his time's coming. That team just looks like they do not want to play football for him. I think it could get ugly for New England.
Comprehensively the worst O-line and D-line maybe in football.
Yeah, and they're missing a couple guys,
But
too.
the Patriots haven't won there since Brady was their quarterback. Fun fact. I don't care. I'm betting on Vrabel. Give me the Pats. Broncos this is the Kenny Cott stinky spot of the week. Broncos laying 1.5 at the Colts. What the hell? Rico.
Don't know why. 2 words for you. Nope.
That's
Daniel
3.
Jones. Never, ever bet against Daniel Jones and the city of Indianapolis.
Corbin.
I'm going to take Denver minus 1.5. The Broncos defense is legit, and the Colts, who did they just beat last week? The Dolphins. Dolphins are nothing, and I'm not worried about Denver's offense.
How dismissive. Over to David.
Yeah, the Colts are going against a real defense this week, so I have to go Broncos here. Sorry, Daniel Jones.
TJ.
Yeah, it feels like a sucker bet. I mean, I think Denver should be, 2.5, 3.5.
That feels
at
way
least,
too
but this
easy,
feels weird,
right?
maybe because it's at Indy. But, yeah, look, like Corbin said, I mean, Colts took advantage of a dying Miami Dolphins team last week, embarrassed them. I think Daniel Jones comes back to earth this week. Give me Denver.
Well, I'll walk into it with you, Denver. I don't know. It looks weird. It's dime season. Give me the Broncos. Jags, Bengals. Bengals laying 3.5. Rico.
I think the Joe Burrow Bengals are looking to really right the wrongs from last week. They got embarrassed. They're going up against the Jags. Give me Joe to fix this thing. I'm going with Joe Cool.
This game right here is disgusting to me, but I'm going to take Jacksonville plus 3.5 because the Bengals, their D&O line, just absolutely pitiful.
Yes. David.
Yeah, this line speaks a lot of who the Bengals are, so I have to go Jags here.
Come on, TJ. You know what to do.
I know they won an ugly one last week against Cleveland, but Cincy is just notorious for early season just what the
TJ, they got outgained by 300 yards by the Browns.
Which is why I think they fixed
the
that.
Jags are some killer team, but I'm going to take them at that 3.5. I'm taking Jacksonville.
Capital idea, my man. Jags. This is the year. Okay. I'm kidding. Just give me the Jags plus the 3.5. Eagles, Chiefs. We are going into Arrowhead. The Eagles are favored. Mahomes is a dog. What are you going to do, Rico?
I think it's going to be the same outcome as the Super Bowl last year. Give me the Eagles. Chiefs at home, coming back from Brazil. Maybe a little hangover effect from being down there in that loss. Give me the Eagles.
Corbin.
I'm going to take Kansas City plus 1.5. This game feels like a big setup game. Kansas City not really on their game in Brazil against the Chargers. Eagles did whatever. And I think Philadelphia in general won't have the luxuries that they had going up against Dallas.
Over to David.
Yeah, I was leaning Eagles here until I found out that the Chiefs haven't started 0-2 since 2014. 2014, Mahomes was a freshman at Tech. I am going Chiefs here.
I'm taking Philly.
Yes.
Chiefs just look a little disjointed to me. I know it was a weird game in Brazil and a lot of travel going back and forth. Both teams coming off of a long weekend with extra rest. Kansas City looks
they're garbage. Just
slow to me, and
Just
then Philly. Look, you get Jalen Carter back. They're missing Joe Thuney, who was a big part of keeping Patrick Mahomes dry, keeping that run game strong. They're playing with a rookie tackle. I think Philly's defense is going to take advantage of that.
We're walking into it. Mahomes as a dog is unbeatable. Reed at home as a dog, unbeatable. I don't care. It's the past. They're not good.
I'm scared we're taking all the away teams, though, Mike.
It doesn't matter. Just we're rolling with it.
I can't believe you didn't take Daniel Jones in the Colts.
I know. Leave me alone. Bears, Lions. Lions are now 6.5-point favorites. Rico Beer.
I don't know the status of Taylor Decker. I think that 6.5. I was ready to go at 4.5. 6.5 too much. I'm going to take the Bears in the points.
Over to Corbin.
I'm going to take Bears in the points as well. As we've kind of said all throughout this whole show so far, the Lions offense, a lot of concerns. I think the Lions win, but not by a touchdown.
David. No way you're going Bears.
No, Decker is questionable. I don't know what he actually looks like, even if he plays. So I have to go Bears.
Oh,
it's
my
Manu
Lord.
time.
It is not Manu time. TJ.
Who else? Are you going to go play left tackle?
Honestly, sure.
Marco Jones is on
I may
IR.
not be able to do it for the Lions. I can start for the Bears.
Football is back.
All right,
and your TV shouldn't
I'm
play
taking
like
Detroit
a
here. I think Dan
upgrade.
Campbell has the advantage over Ben
Your
Johnson. I think
technology
Ben's going to be
partner.
emotional.
They got a
coming back to
98-inch
Detroit, maybe trying to
4K
prove
TV.
too much.
It's like a front
maybe
row
puts his
seat.
team in
Maybe
a
the
little bit of trouble.
65-inch
I wouldn't be
LG
surprised if it's
4K
like
OLED.
desperation mode. We're faking
That
punts. We're
maybe
faking
fits
field
your
goals.
red
Like,
zone
we're going to try
needs
to do
more.
something to steal some possessions.
Or if you're a
And I think the
nutcase
Lions
and you
are
want
going
a
to make the necessary
163-inch TV wall, the
adjustments going
largest
into this
display
week.
in Metro
When I say
Detroit, they
last
got
week
that
that
too.
they weren't far off
Sound
in that
bars
Green
from
Bay game,
Sonos and
I truly
everything
mean
you
it.
would
Couple
need.
tweaks here.
Their
I trust
retail
this coaching
showroom
staff.
is
They have
second
star
to none.
players all over the
In-home
field. I'm taking
consultation
Detroit.
to design the
I'm going with the guy who's
perfect
wearing
game day
3-inch shorts right now,
September
showing
special is
aggressive
simple.
thigh.
Tell them I
chairs,
said
these
it.
leather
You
chairs.
don't even like it. Doesn't matter.
Listen, you're glowing in the dark over there. Here's the point.
Your in-home
Listen,
consultation is free.
I also think if the
Farmington,
Lions get a chance to rub Ben Johnson's
553,
face in boo-boo,
4100.
they're going to do
Could
it.
be like a Dallas game from last year.
Late cover.
Give me the Lions.
Those are the
partner.
picks.
Hell of a job by everybody. All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything, don't forget to join me and Costa Sunday night, 7:30 on YouTube or whatever other platforms you indulge in. The football show. Rico 5-Star Zone, kickoff with Boomer and myself, or cash the ticket, whatever you like. There's more football content that emanates from this show than entire radio stations combined.
And you know what I just realized? The Michael Penix, we were talking about it in the break. It's a rematch of the national title game. The quarterbacks.
It is.
Penix
Except,
versus McCarthy.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll bleep himself like he did against Michigan the last time. He played great against the Bucs.
He did.
They didn't lose that game because of him.
He did.
David, ticket text. I know Rieger's going to be on his way in. Also, Rico just had a substantial conversation about the Superman series with Corbin.
Loved it. It was a great conversation.
That's why I walked away.
You asked, what do you need from the Lions? People are answering. I need to see the defense look good because they have Davenport. Davenport and Hutch need to wreak havoc and wreck the entire game.
Okay.
Need the offensive line to act like they are professionals. Last week was wild. Goff getting 2 seconds in the pocket when dropping back is not going to do it.
The Taylor Decker thing is a storyline to watch. Look, he's a vet and he's tough as nails. If he can go, he's going to go. But that one and Kirby Joseph popping up on the injury report is interesting.
Yeah, knee. Yeah.
Regarding Bryce Underwood, someone says, what if Bryce just isn't that good and they can't open it up?
Okay, well, then that will unveil itself. But I'm not ready to tell you any 18-year-old who plays and plays poorly is, quote, not good. No, it means they're not ready. Dante Moore wasn't ready his freshman year. That's why he got benched and then sat a year. Like, again, what Michigan's trying to do with this kid is kind of faulty, and the media absolutely platforms it. And I've always said from day one, it's unfair to Bryce. Just let the kid write his own story. But this is the age we live in, and Rico's right. It's the NFL. You get paid. You got to play. Well, if you're going to play him, give him a chance.
Surround him with talent.
But also a game plan that's worth a bleep. Yeah. That Oklahoma game plan. I mean, why get on the plane?
Yeah, and I would, once again, now tell Bryce, you got cameras following you, man. Don't unleash on your teammates or your coaches because it's not a good look. Not to say
he's a competitor. That's leadership. How dare you?
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying.
Sorry,
doesn't look
I was giving
good.
you the Go Blue perspective.
I know.
Riggs, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Something that has nothing to do with this at all, but I found it interesting. You know who the Phillies just DFA'd today? Matt Manning. Remember when that guy was thought to be like, I don't know, a star in the making? I just thought it was interesting. How's it going?
Okay, random.
You're funny, Jeff.
I just saw it when I walked in. I'm like, holy cow. I remember having like really like high thoughts of Matt Manning.
Look, this is the biggest issue with baseball. It's football season.
It's way too long.
Nobody
cares
It's
now.
a death march.
Agree.
No one cares. Wake me for the playoffs.
100%.
Just please, let it end. It's football season. I don't have any. You're like, oh, well, you're a Yankee fan. I don't care. Playoffs. Move on.
The only thing I will say is Tigers much guaranteed to clinch the division against the Guardians next week at Comerica. So that's kind of cool.
7 people in town will know that.
You don't think they'll sell out on the game they'll clinch?
I don't think so.
No?
No. I don't think
No?
it means anything in baseball. Plus, we are a football-obsessed town.
That's why I say, you know what? Maybe it depends on where the Lions are at. If the Lions are not doing well.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Then they'll sell out. If the Lions are red hot, no.
I got to tell you, I've been very consumed, as you guys have as well, with the Benedict Johnson whole narrative. Him coming back. I've watched every one of his press conference. I mean, the Bears looked almost as bad as the Lions looked last week. This is going to be a fascinating game.
Caleb Williams was terrifyingly bad. Now, again, you can correct things, but his issue has been and is now the off-target throws. 26% in week 1. You won't beat anyone playing that way.
Yeah, I'll feel better about the Lions if Taylor Decker is good to go.
Taylor Decker is good to go. The interior offensive line looks good. And how about this? I was watching Micah Parsons yesterday, guys. And
who'd want him?
Yeah, he had a half a sack and 3 quarterback hits.
He's overrated, has a podcast.
Conversely, the Lions had 2
teammate.
quarterback hits against the Green Bay Packers.
You don't understand
he's
the salary
a bad
cap.
teammate, and he's getting shots in his back.
And we've got Davenport.
Yeah, by the way, we don't believe the injury, right? There was no injury. Come on, that was just the agents covering it up.
Or the Packers were the dumbest team ever.
I was watching yesterday, man. Herb Street could not get enough of Micah Parsons, and the whole time I'm like, dude, when Brad speaks after the trade deadline, he's got to be asked that question, right? Did you pursue Micah Parsons?
No. You know how I know it?
Could you work it in your salary cap?
Rieger, the fact that the Eagles offer got leaked, and they probably leaked it.
I agree with you.
And they offered more.
Could you imagine?
How about the Eagles but more aggressively pursue a backup running back than you even lifted a finger for a defensive end?
They're like, you're not going after Za'Darius? You just going to not eat that last slice of pizza? Okay, we'll take it.
One more? No?
No, I'm done.
No, you're done. All right.
What's next?
All
10
right,
seconds or less.
We are going to talk Lions football, how yesterday's Packers game affected you, and you really can't be thinking this about Sunday. We'll get into that. Up to Tiger baseball against the Marlins, where Scooble is on the bump, and the fish steak.
Okay, Rico, take him to church.
All right, Mike, it's your
Manning,
favorite
nothing?
topic. It's my new basement that's getting done by Matrix Basements. It is booming. It's nice. We're picking out the paint now, so they've just hung up everything. It's all set. It's now just got to be painting and electrical, and then we are moving in.
Have you thought about a golf simulator?
No.
That would be sweet.
I have room for one.
Oh, you should
but
get one.
absolutely not.
Get those. I'll come over.
No, that's where the stripper pole went.
That's why I don't want you
It's a
over.
fair point.
Check out matrixbasements.com for tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. Get a free consultation. They'll come back with some awesome ideas, and then you guys work together to come up whether you're trying to do an unfinished basement, adding a room, bar, whatever it is that you want to, or a golf simulator. Matrix Basements can get it done for you. Check out matrixbasements.com right now and let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. It's freaking gorgeous outside. Holy cow. What a great weekend to be alive, right? Not just because tomorrow is a special day for me. I don't know that I should tell anybody this, but tomorrow is a milestone day for me. I think Wojo took the weekend off to prepare the celebrations for me. I turn 50 tomorrow. 50. God, I'm old.
Holy moly.
I know, right? I think I look good for my age, though. I think I don't look a day over 48. Yeah. I just watched the new Charlie Sheen documentary on Netflix, and he's 60, but he looks 75. So I guess I could look like that. Although he still probably looks better than me. Who am I kidding? So happy birthday to me. I don't know why I just told you that, but I've been kind of having a midlife crisis. I can't afford to go out and buy a Porsche, so I'm going to go buy a new wedge or something. Anyway, it's good to be here. I hope you're enjoying the start of your weekend. Massive football games in town. Now, let's be honest. Michigan and Central and Michigan State and Youngstown, nobody cares, right? However, the Lions game on Sunday, I do think is a victory. I think most Detroit people think it's a victory. Is that fair to assume? I know the middays did a poll. They like doing these polls. And I heard the very end of their program right before the crosstalk to Mike and Rico. And they said 83% of Lions fans are picking the Lions to beat Benedict Johnson and the Bears this weekend. I like that Benedict Johnson. I think that should stick. I didn't come up with it, but I'm going to continue to use it. I think the percentage should be higher, to tell you the truth. I do. I think the Lions win this game. I don't see a scenario where they lose back against the wall, not looking to go 0-2. Ben Johnson comes in. Caleb Williams looked atrocious in week 1. I think the Lions win. I do. But there's some question marks. I'm curious, if you're with me, what is your biggest concern coming up on Sunday? What is the biggest reason you don't think the Lions will win the football game? Are you worried about the defensive line? They didn't sure look good against the Green Bay Packers. Are you worried about the interior offensive line? They sure didn't look good against the Green Bay Packers. Are you worried about the potential absence of Taylor Decker? It could be Gio Manu. Now, I think Decker's going to play. They say Decker's going to try. Dude's tough. He's a gamer. I would expect him to be in there at left tackle. But if he's not, oh boy, Bears can rush the passer a little bit. Kirby Joseph is now on the injured list with the knee. I would expect him to play as well, but that could be kind of concerning. The secondary did not play great against Green Bay by any means. So I think most Lions fans think they're going to win. But what's your biggest concern going into this game? Bears got a couple guys that can rush the passer. Jared Goff not good under pressure. They're already talking about it in Chicago. They're already talking about it, that we, talking about the Bears, don't have to go against the Brian Flores defense. Much better DC in their mind, Chicago's mind, than the guy you got here. So they think it's going to be easier on the offense, week 2 for the Bears, that Caleb Williams is going to have more time and the pressure isn't going to be so immense to what they faced at the Vikings on Monday Night Football. I'm curious, what is your biggest fear going into this game other than losing it, which nobody thinks you're going to lose it? 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. That's number 1. But number 2 is interesting to me. And over these short shows over the last couple days, I've been doing like 2 little sub-questions, Lions related, as we get you up to Tigers baseball. Tigers in Miami, by the way, taking on the Fish tonight. Derek Skubal on the bump. But here's the second thing. And it hit me yesterday, and I think it hit a lot of people yesterday. So you sit down, you're watching yourself some Commanders and Packers from Lambeau Field on the Amazon Prime. And by the way, yesterday, my biggest beef with streaming sports. God forbid I'm able to hit the last button and go to the Tiger-Yankee game and then hit the last button and go to college football and then hit the last button and go back to the Packer game. You can't do that. Would be nice. Somebody needs to invent a way to do that. Anyway, I'm watching the game yesterday. It is so apparent early on, 2 weeks in, and we've only seen two teams play 2 games, the Green Bay Packers are the class of the NFC North. Are we willing to admit that? I think we probably are. But how does it make you feel as a Lions fan? Because I do believe you can feel one of 2 ways. The Packers are legit. That defensive line is legit. Did you see Jordan Love yesterday? Effortless. Tucker Kraft getting wide open. Now Reed hurt himself. He's going to be out there for a little bit. But that offense can move down the field, and that defense, more impressively, can kill the quarterback. Holy cow, watching Micah Parsons from every vantage point yesterday just made me angry that the Lions didn't get him. And I know what you're going to say. He couldn't fit under the salary cap. I get it. But I can never allow the feeling to go. Aiden and Micah would be dynasty making. I don't care who you would have lost in the future. I think you would have won a Super Bowl now. But as I was watching the game yesterday, it became pretty apparent how good the Packers are. They also, and I don't like saying this, but the broadcast gave you that stat, which is pretty crazy, that Bart Starr won a championship game at age 27, that Brett Favre won a Super Bowl at age 27, that Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl at age 27. And by the way, in November, Jordan Love turns 27 if you get into the whole karma cosmic thing. But watching the game yesterday, it's so apparent how good the Packers are. So as a Lions fan, does that make you feel better by what you saw on Sunday against the Packers? Meaning maybe you weren't that bad, the Packers are just that good, or does it make you feel worse? Because your window for winning this division may have closed. And you won it last year and the year before, and you did special things in the postseason one year, and last year you went 15-2. There's all this belief that with the turnover for the Lions, that no way you're going to be able to be as effective or good as you were the last 2 years. And now watching the Packers, it's 2 games, I know, but they already got a 2-game lead on you in the division. If you happen to lose, or at least a 1-game lead, and the tiebreaker, does it make you feel worse about your situation, knowing that this could be the Packers division? I was asking myself this last night. I woke up this morning and asked myself it again. Watching the Packers play yesterday, and they were really good. They smoked the Commanders. Does it make you feel better or worse about the Lions? Better, because maybe you weren't that bad on Sunday. You just went against a really good team. Or worse, because you're probably not going to win the division. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We can go to the phones, but 2 questions for you. What's your biggest worry about Sunday? And what did you make of the Green Bay Packers and the Washington Commanders yesterday? Go to David in Warren. You're on the ticket. What's going on, David? How are you?
All right, Rieger, you are a riot. I love listening to you. I love listening to your show.
Thank you. This does not sound condescending at all. Not sarcastic at all, David.
You are a riot. And what is so fun is you always lean into the negative. In terms of even Sunday, you ask, what are you worried about?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Instead of, what are you excited about?
David.
So let me ask.
Well, David, hold on a second. Hold on a second. After the game against Green Bay, when you go into this season and people are saying, well, they could make the Super Bowl and all the replacements aren't a big deal and the new OC in D.C., it's all going to be good. When you hear that stuff the entire offseason and then you see them drop a poop on the field like they did against the Packers, I think it's only fair to assume that there's some worries going into the Chicago game. So, David, if it makes you feel better, what are you happy about on Sunday? Feel free.
Because it's only the first week in the season. And if our radio broadcasters are only on the complete negative, why would I want to even tune my radio?
Well, David, you called in. You called in, so obviously I hit a nerve.
No, stop interrupting me. You're gonna let me speak. I'm on the radio. You're gonna let me speak because what you're gonna say is,
yes, go ahead.
What
Discipline me.
is the weather? No, here is the weather. It's early in the season, and either you're going to offer this team a little bit of grace for getting started, or you're not. And some of the casters on your station are willing to offer grace. Some are neutral, and some are highly negative.
Hey, David.
And
David, why are they going to win?
No.
Why are they going to
Don't
win?
interrupt
Okay,
me.
shut up already. My goodness, you don't want to have a conversation. I was willing to have a conversation, but I listened to your nonsense. You're so negative. Wait a minute, anybody listen to you? You called in. Huh. Must have worked, I guess. I do find it kind of funny. What do you want me to say? Okay, give me the positive spin. Let's add that as a third question. All right. What do you love so much about this team? I guess you can say that there's a home game on Sunday. That's cool. Home games are fun. I guess you can say that you're playing the Chicago Bears. You got a great chance to win. I guess you can say that you got a chance to beat Benedict Johnson. That's fun. Interesting. Listen, if you want to program the show, Jake, are you leaving? Are we hiring a producer?
Not right now, we aren't.
Yeah, I don't know what David's show would sound like. And he called us a caster, not a broadcaster. Kind of weird. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I like when people call up and disagree and want to argue, but when you tell me to shut up on my own show and then you won't have a little back and forth, it's no fun. All right, we'll get to a lot of people that want to talk, despite the fact that this is such a negative radio program, even though I said the Lions are going to win on Sunday. 97 win the ticket. Okay, people are reacting to, what was his name, David? Is that right? Caller David. I did hang up on David, but the only reason I did, I like the back and forth, and I like arguing and debating. Hell, I work with Wojo every day. But the only reason I hung up is because the show is so short, people. And we got a lot of people that want to talk. And he didn't want to have an argument or a debate. He just wanted to tell me I was negative, which message received. But a couple quick ticket texts, and then we go right to you. This one says, it's kind of shocking when the guy compliments you and I think he meant he tries to put a positive spin on the Lions situation. But no, you wanted to talk for an hour of why we should be worried. And just because he's not worried, you didn't want to listen because he wasn't following your agenda. Well, I did ask him why he loves it so much and what he is most excited about and why we should be positive. And he said, let me talk. And he didn't want to answer the question. He wanted to take over the show. One more for you. You know, Rieger, if you weren't so worried about feeling butthurt, you could have let him finish what he had to say. All he asked you was to let him speak. Well, you have a conversation. Nobody's allowed to speak for 7 minutes without, I don't know, going back and forth. I don't think I'm butthurt. Am I butthurt? Maybe it's because I'm turning 50 tomorrow. Man, I've just been in a bad mood. I'm old, okay? What do you want from me? I didn't have the attention span to deal with that caller. How about that? That's gone years ago. Mike in Sterling Heights, you're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey?
Pretty good. Love your topics.
Thanks, dude.
First thing, to answer your first question, what I'm worried about, first of all, after the preseason was over and we had said what our lineup was, our roster was.
Yes.
I looked at it, went through the schedule, and I said 9-8. 9-8. Splitting with all the teams in our conference and winning some tough games and losing some others. And the reason why is what we're seeing right now. I was concerned with the offensive line. I was concerned with the pass rush, and I don't care where the pass rush come from. I look back to 2023, the trade deadline there. We saw it looked like we had a championship quality team, and we failed to do what hurt us against San Francisco in the big game. We had no rush. Still to the day, I just don't understand. We go on the line, we go up in the draft to get offensive players, but we just don't pay that same sense of urgency to getting somebody who can flat out go get somebody.
So, Mikey, with all that being said, you still think they beat the Bears on Sunday, though, right?
I'm concerned. I'm saying I'm very concerned because their coach knows everything about our quarterback.
That is true. That is true.
And what I would do, I would flood the middle. And if we don't, do some extra things to quick slants, some things that we can do to work against that, man, it just looks bad right now. And I just want to say this one last thing.
Yeah.
I'm hurting because teams go after the standard. And when I say that, we were going after San Francisco. Our roster was built to beat San Francisco because they didn't really have a legitimate dual threat quarterback, but they have a hell of a mobile quarterback who got away from the rush. Now I'm looking at what Green Bay has done and what Philly has done.
Mike, you're right. And I appreciate the comment, man. Green Bay knew they had to compete in the division. They knew the Lions were the class of the division. So they went out, made a blockbuster move, and so far through 2 games, it's worked out. And Jordan Love looks a hell of a lot better. And we remember last year, Jordan Love was probably dealing with having that injury all the way back in week 1 on that field in Brazil, which wasn't a safe field to be playing on to begin with. So, yeah, I mean, by what you've seen, and see, that's the thing. I know people like David will call in and say, just be positive, it's only 1 game, but that's all you have to judge from. Do I think the Lions look better on Sunday? 100%. Do I think all the miscommunication issues are going to be gone? Absolutely not either. I think it's going to be a growing pain throughout the year with such turnover on the offensive line especially. But you can only judge by what you see. And sorry, I'm not into well, you know what? let it play out sort of thing. That's boring to me. You could do that all day. I got to tell you, I'm just waiting to see the Lions when they're 10 weeks in. Well, who has that time? Then what are you going to do for the next 9 weeks? Let's go to, how about Brian in Detroit? You're on the ticket. What's up, Brian?
Jeff, I'm not too much worried about Sunday, Jeff, but it's going to tell a whole lot if they lose that game, Jeff. But, Jeff, the ultimate goal is the Lions were 15-2 last year. The goal is the Super Bowl this year.
Sure.
Jeff, if you watched that game yesterday, the Lions don't have the ability or the talent to play with Green Bay. Man, that defense was outstanding.
I agree.
Jeff, all I heard about I never heard about Michael Parsons can't stop the run when he was in Dallas. I only heard about that stuff once the trade and he went back and forth with Jerry Jones. All I heard, he was the best defensive player in football. Now all of a sudden I'm hearing negative stuff about him.
Hey, Brian,
Jeff,
you know what's funny?
Go
What's funny? Skip Bayless, who I don't even think anybody listens to Skip anymore, but Wojo wanted to cite a Skip Bayless video when Skip was so negative about Micah Parsons, saying he's overrated, saying Green Bay's going to hate him, saying he's essentially just not as good as people think, right?
Yep.
Skip Bayless made a video yesterday after the game and said, where was this Micah Parsons for the last 3 years? Even Skip Bayless, his biggest detractor, is saying, wow, look at this guy. And by the way, Brian, we're talking 2 weeks in. Micah Parsons has been a Packer for all of 14, 15, 17 days.
Jeff, listen, anytime somebody call you about a trade and the guy they calling you about has got 12 and a half sacks every year since he's been in the league, you don't let him hang up the phone, Jeff. You give him whatever you can have all the draft picks. With him and Rashad Gary on the end, they go give golf the blues. And Jeff, me and you could be in the defensive backfield with them two guys on the end. Jeff, it's going to be hard for somebody to beat them. It's going to be them, Jeff, and this is another thing. You tell me if I'm wrong. Buffalo, the Ravens, Green Bay, or Philly. The Super Bowl winner coming out those groups. Everybody else don't have a chance, Jeff, but those 4 teams. Jeff,
Brian,
the Lions, they might as well prepare for next season.
I appreciate the call. I'm not willing to go that far. I think they win on Sunday. The funny thing is, I'm looking at the ticket text, and there are a lot of Lions fans dealing with some probably PTSD from being a Lions fan. And they don't think it's going to turn out the way I think. So we'll get to some of those texts. A lot of people want to talk. Number one, the Packers being good. We think they're good, right? Class of the division. Is that a good or bad thing? Good, because maybe you didn't look as bad as you thought you did against the good team on Sunday, or bad, because you're now chasing the Green Bay Packers. And then the second thing is, despite callers getting angry because I'm not positive enough, I ask you, we all think you're going to beat the Bears come Sunday. What is your biggest worry about that game? Get to more of your calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. Listen, people, when it comes to throwing a winning football party, the bold flavor of Winschuler's cheese spreads isn't one thing. It's everything. Original, sharp cheddar, pepper jack. You got bacon. Spread them on anything from unforgettable taste. I mean, burgers and sandwiches and crackers. Elevate your taste game and your party. Grab Winschuler's in the dairy section before kickoff. Go taste, go Winschuler's. And we keep talking about the game on Sunday. The spread is climbing. Started at 4.5 in favor of Detroit. Now it's Detroit minus 6.5 over Chicago. And you know what? Ben Johnson coming back to town. Caleb Williams didn't look very good. I'm going Detroit to cover the 6.5 in downtown Detroit on Saturday. By the way, that spread brought to you by Winschuler's game-changing cheese spreads. Always a winner. All right. I don't know why we're playing boat guy. Apparently a ticket texter. This is an all request show now. A ticket texter wanted to hear boat guy. So there you go. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Get you to Tiger Baseball. Tigers in Miami. Asking you how you felt about yesterday. Packers look like they're pretty good. Does it make you feel better because maybe you didn't look as bad on Sunday as you think you did going against the good team? Or does it make you feel worse knowing that the Packers could be better than you and they're already 2-0 in the division? So that's out there. And then what is your biggest concern about Sunday, despite the fact that everybody expects them to win? Let's go back to the phone, shall we? How about Cody on a cell? You're on the ticket. What's up, Code?
How are we doing today, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I don't want to make you guys hang up on me.
No.
To say that man was optimistic is an understatement. That is straight up delusion, my friend. Let's be real here. I think the vast majority of these cats that just fully expect the Lions to come out and have a 12, 13, 14 win season are the people that weren't fans before we were a winning team. I remember 2022, Ben Johnson coming in, our first 7 games. We went 1-6 that
That's
year.
correct.
Until we finally got into a groove. Then what? We rolled that momentum into 2023, rolled that momentum into 2024, both playoff years. It is absolutely absurd to think that we can be in the position we are with the coordinators we have and just have instant success right off the gate. That's insanity.
So, Cody, what happens on Sunday?
Oh, I mean, we're still going to beat the Bears.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. No, listen, I feel the same exact way. I mean, there's worries, there's concerns. Nobody liked the way you looked in the first game of the season. But, yeah, you're going to beat the Chicago Bears. And if you don't, there's real issues. Daryl in Ann Arbor, you're on the ticket. What's up, Daryl? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, man. What's the word?
Okay, so I've got a little bit of ambivalence here about the Green Bay thing. So one part of me says, "Whew, wow, we did lose to a really good team."
Right.
The other part of me says, "Oh my God, we really lost to a good team." So there's some scariness there because it's like, I mean, you know, and think about this: they did it on. They beat 2 playoff teams in a short week and did it pretty easily. That's scary.
Daryl, I agree with you. I mean, listen, they handled the Lions. They were a tough matchup for Detroit to begin with. But the ease in which they beat the Commanders yesterday on a short week, now to be fair, Washington was on a short week too, and they had to travel to Green Bay. Green Bay has had the advantage of having 2 home games, but I'm with you. I mean, the Packers look really good. Now, will it be that way in 7 weeks? We find out, but I think it's a good point. I do. Let's go to Charles in Grand Blanc. You're on the ticket. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, so I'm scared. For
Sunday?
Well, I would say I am mildly under alert for Sunday just because Caleb's a mobile quarterback, and I don't think there's anything that we're going to be able to do against him. I don't think that our defense is up to snuff. I mean, the Packers look great, okay, and give them credit. But on the other side, there was literally nothing from that first game that I could look at and say, good. Well, maybe pass or run defense, but that doesn't matter if your guys are running wide open for 5 seconds. That doesn't matter if you can't get pressure to the quarterback.
So, Charles, what I would say specifically about Sunday, I don't know that Caleb is there yet. There's no doubt in my mind that Ben Johnson will make them better than Eberflus. How much better, we're going to wait and see. But they got offensive line issues. They got quarterback issues as well. And they have some major studs that might not be playing, including one of their edges, right? So I would be utterly floored if they lose. Not to mention, I mean, Ben Johnson even said this today at his press conference. I was listening on my way in. He was talking about all the elite talent that the Lions have. They still have that elite talent, right? But it's because their offensive line looks so bad and they got no pressure on the quarterback in Green Bay that people are having second thoughts. Charles, I'd be floored if they lose the game. Floored. Shocked.
Well, yes. So I think I would probably be a little surprised, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they lost it. But on the other end of it, J.J. McCarthy looked good. I mean, the first half
eventually,
was terrible.
yes. No, and I agree.
But But over the course of a season and getting comfortable with those guys, I mean, we could be looking at third place in our division.
Charles, I've thought that. I have not had the courage to voice it yet, but you just did. I appreciate the comment, man. Have a good weekend. All right, one quick ticket text about caller David from the very start of the show, all the way back at like 6 o'clock. I hung up on him because he wouldn't have a back and forth with me. This ticket texter. Let the dude talk, you clown. Your show sucks, and you're even worse. And he's right. All of you are so damn negative about everything. Have some damn respect. You're on a local radio talk show. You're nobody special. P.S. Nobody gives a bleep you're turning 50 either, old ass. That's not true. My brother cares. He got me a gift, he said. And he special ordered it. So that means he cares. He had to go pick it up the other day, so that means he cares. All right, Tiger Baseball. Coming up next, Tarek Skubal on the bump. The opposition is the Marlins. Magic number is number 8. We'll catch you Monday. Good night.
It's in there for a base hit. Horton may have a shot at box. Here comes the throw. Don Worth lets it go, and he runs over free-handed. They got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 125-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers Baseball on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Ready to help. From the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth, let's join the voices of Tigers Baseball, Greg Gagne and Bobby Scales.
It's been a rainy day in Miami, Florida, but we are in a dome, and so glad you could join us for the opening game of this 3-game series between the Detroit Tigers and the Miami Marlins. Greg Gagne alongside Bobby Scales and partner. Tigers coming off a series win against the New York Yankees, and now we turn our attention to the Fish here tonight.
Yeah, listen, this is a team that's in a little bit in transition, but one guy that's not is Sandy Alcantara. He'll be throwing for the Marlins tonight. This guy is a tough customer. Not the guy of 2 years ago, but he's on the way back, having missed all of 24 with arm surgery. But this guy is really tough. Scoople day for us. It's going to be fun tonight.
We'll have manager A.J. Hinch coming up next right here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
The playoff push is on, and you can find all the action at ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And as an official sports betting partner of your Detroit Tigers, you'll always find special team promos in the app. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 bet. Download the ESPN Bet app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Enjoy hot deals on Meyer brand family favorite must-haves all season long. Save on back-to-school lunch basics like Meyer peanut butter, grape jelly, and round top bread, just $1.39 each. Meyer disinfectant wipes are just $2.99, and a Meyer facial tissue 4-pack is only $4.99. Saving a good deal more on your favorite Meyer brand must-haves is a good deal better all season long. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meyer app.
My name is Kim Harrison. I am an 11-year survivor from a bone marrow transplant. We grew up a sports family, and I have grandchildren that play. My goal was just to do everything I could to heal because I want to be there for them. I recommend people never give up because there's always hope. Well, 11 years later, I got the best seed.
Take a second for the right team at Carmanis.org/second opinion or call 1-800-CARMANIS.
Detroit baseball is crushing it. Hey, you know what else is a game changer? The Bronco.
Like the horse?
No, the Ford Bronco, built wild with GOAT modes.
GOAT modes?
Goes over any type of terrain.
Legendary.
You know what's even better?
Tell me.
The deals at your neighborhood Michigan Ford dealer.
Real savings.
Big time savings. Knocking it out of the park.
Now that's a home run.
You better believe it. Get to your neighborhood Michigan Ford dealer today.
The A.J. Hinch Show, a preview of today's game with Tigers manager A.J. Hinch. Brought to you by McLaren Health, official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers.
Back with manager A.J. Hinch. A.J., first news of the day. Sawyer Gipson-Long hits the injured list, unfortunately, and some residual moves from that with Jose Urquidy being added to the roster.
Yeah, so we made some roster moves today, and we're going to get Jose Urquidy up here. Sawyer's going to go back on the IL. You know, his neck continues to stiffen up after he pitches, and we just can't mess with it. So we're going to put him on the injured list and get Jose up here, which I'm really excited about with Jose because he can really help us in a variety of roles. He's got experience. He's pitched on the biggest stage. He's worked himself back from injury, and now he's back in the big leagues. So great presence that we're adding who will fit perfectly on this team.
What can Tiger fans expect to see from him on the mound?
Yeah, pretty consistent, even-keeled demeanor. I mean, the stuff across the board is pretty good. He's a true pitcher. You know, he's going to mix and match, and the velocity will play up a little bit. But more than anything, you know, he understands how to disrupt timing of the hitter Fastball, changeup's really good. Both breaking balls really good. There's a savviness to him. I'm biased because I've watched this guy, pitch in the World Series and be on the biggest stage, and that even keel demeanor be his strength. And now he's healthy. So I look forward to seeing what the energy of this fan base, what the energy of this team will bring to him in his pitching.
Dylan Dingler gets the start off tonight, 6 for 13 with a home run double in that series against the Yankees. Had a really good series, both at the plate and behind the plate catching. What has impressed you the most with Ding, considering this is his first year in the big leagues? The workload has been pretty heavy for a guy that is up in his first year.
Yeah, he can handle it emotionally, is the first thing that I look at. I mean, I know it's easy to look up on the scoreboard and be impressed. You can watch him throw, you're going to be impressed. But the consistent human is what really makes all this work. And so I'm proud of him because he's been he's been a model of consistency in how he prepares and how he takes care of himself and how he responds to this heavy workload. I could play him today, he'd be perfectly fine. It's just, to me, trying to keep Jake incorporated and trying to keep Dylan fresh are two goals that I have, down the stretch. But Dylan's good across the board. He does everything right. He does everything well. He's showcasing it, virtually every game. He can help us win in one way or another, and it's because he's prepared.
This is a Marlins team that you're facing this weekend. 11th in team average, 15th in the league in runs scored, but not a lot of pop on this team. What challenges does this offense present to your staff?
Yeah, they're going to play their 27 outs. They play pretty good defense. Their offensive profile is dangerous because you feel like you can keep them in the ballpark. That doesn't mean that you can keep them off the scoreboard. They can piece together innings and put together good at-bats, and you can be vulnerable if you don't throw them strikes, and they don't swing and miss a ton. They've gotten better at that over the last calendar year. And so when you see a team that's emerging as a pesky offense who can create some momentum by having 2 and 3 and 4 good at-bats, you can't take them lightly. So just because they don't hit the ball at the ballpark routinely doesn't mean they won't burn you on bad pitches. And so you still have to pitch well to beat them.
Sandy Alcantara goes for the Marlins tonight. Former Cy Young Award winner. Never faced the Tigers before. He's a guy that really struggled at the beginning of the season coming off of injury, has really picked it up over his last 5 starts. What is the approach against him?
Well, I don't care about his scoreboard numbers, first off. They don't look near as well as he can pitch. And so I know he had some rough stretches, and coming back from Tommy John is a difficult task. So respect the stuff, and you got to hit his fastball. He's got a high-end fastball. He's not afraid to use it, especially as he tries to get into counts. And but he's also incorporated both breaking balls. He's incorporated a changeup. He has a presence to him on the mound, and I know his team responds to that. So he's got hardware. We're going to respect the fact that he can really dominate if given the opportunity to pitch ahead. So we got to beat him to the spot with the fastball and be pretty disciplined on what we decide to attack with the secondary.
Tarek Skubal goes tonight. Is coming off of a couple of really good starts, but I wanted to ask you about his changeup. His percentage is up about 4% year over year. It's 106 strikeouts on the changeup this season. What has made that pitch, as the evolution of the ace, has helped him out this season?
Yeah, it's tied to two things. I mean, one, it's tied to his overall strike throwing. When he makes the hitter aware that he's going to beat you in the strike zone, then he can disrupt timing. So overall, good strike thrower is going to make your pitches better, because now as you mix them, the guys are ready to swing, and they're in the changeup is the pitch that probably needs you to be almost overly aggressive in the swing mode. So that's number one. Number two is the high end velocity. When a pitcher who runs it up there 95 to 100, and you got to respect that, you got to honor it, you got to be on time for it if you're going to hit it, makes the changeup that much better. So the front to back timing issue, meaning the fastball changeup combo, is electrifying in its own right. When you throw 100, or 97 or 98, to have that type of movement and change his speed, when he's locked in, it makes it almost impossible to hit.
All right, thanks, AJ.
Have you been dreaming of a new Lincoln? Now is the time to make that dream a reality. For a limited time at Jack Demmer Lincoln, you can get into a new 2025 Lincoln Aviator, Corsair, or Nautilus with an incredible offer, 0% APR financing for up to 48 months. This is a rare opportunity to save thousands and keep more money in your pocket every month. But this offer won't last forever. It ends September 30th, so don't wait. Discover the Demmer difference at Jack Demmer Lincoln. Special financing available for well-qualified buyers through Lincoln Automotive Financial Services. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for full details.
I'm Lions head coach Dan Campbell. When you're injured in an accident, you want respect. How do you get the respect and money you deserve? Call Sam. You need lawyers that get respect, and your lawyer needs to respect you, your case, and your family. That's why you need to call Sam. Get the experience, the resources, and the results that everyone respects. Get the Bernstein advantage. Get respect. Call Sam today.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Jeff Rieger with Around the League from the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios, brought to you by Big B Coffee, the official coffee of the Detroit Tigers. If you know anything about the game of baseball, you know that Mets fans are very quick to turn against their team at the first sign of any struggles. Mets fans always have this angst that they carry around, just anticipating that their team's going to blow it, and their worst fears might actually becoming true. If we hop in the old time machine, take you back to June 12th, the Mets were one of the hottest teams in all of baseball. They had a 5.5-game lead on the Phillies for first place in the NL East. And now they're hanging on for dear life, just hoping they qualify for the postseason as a wild card team. Mets in Philly last night taking on the first place Phillies. They're chasing them. A win would have gone a long way, but that didn't happen. Harrison Bader, he got the win, didn't know it at the time, happened in the 6th inning.
Rounds one through, he's done it again to New York. Harrison Bader, the Philadelphia legend, grows, and the Phillies have gone from down 4-0 to ahead 5-4.
Phillies win at 6-4. Mets now have lost 6 in a row in the most important time of year, and now the Mets fans, well, they're in full freak-out mode as the San Francisco Giants trail New York by just 1.5 games for that final wild card spot in the National League. So if you know a Mets fan, give them a hug. They probably need one right about now. Around the league from the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios, brought to you by ESPN Bet. Take Tarek Skubal to strike out 11 Marlins or more. You get awesome odds at plus 450. ESPN Bet, the official sportsbook of ESPN, and the only place to find exclusive offers. Download the ESPN Bet app today.
We are Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. For over 70 years, Feiger Law has been your hometown team of trial lawyers for auto crashes, truck accidents, birth trauma, and injuries due to medical malpractice. Let our team of homegrown trial lawyers win big for you. Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. All we do is win.
All we do is win.
Introducing the Little Caesars Deal Deal. And he won't stop blabbering on about the pizza deal. 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each.
Wow, dude, you just stole my thunder.
Sorry, deal dear. Tell him it's only here for a limited time.
You just told them it's only here for a limited time.
Oops! Order 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each. Little Caesars is the real deal.
That's my line.
Pizza. Offer available for a limited time, online only, and at participating Little Caesars stores. Enter promo code Pizza online or via the Little Caesars app at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. See our website or app for more information.
Tired of saying not this year? Well, it's time to say yes this year with our home teams, the Tigers and Wallside Windows. The boys of summer are looking good. And here's one better. Half off every Wallside window and extended financing. Wallside will make your home more attractive, more comfortable, and increase the value with a transferable 35-year warranty. It just might be the year for the Tigers. Make it the year for Wallside. Go to wallside.com.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
The playoff push is on, and you can find all the action at ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And as an official sports betting partner of your Detroit Tigers, you'll always find special team promos in the app. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 bet. Download the ESPN Bet app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now, back to the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth. From the field, brought to you by Meyer, official partner of the Detroit Tigers.
Good evening, Tiger fans. This is Bobby Scales with the Tigers from the Field Report ahead of Game 1 here in Miami Lone Depot Park. Game 1 of this series, Tigers against the Miami Marlins. I'm here with Tiger outfielder Wenzel Perez. Wenzel, thank you for being with us today.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Wenzel, I just want to talk about fine season you're having. It didn't start the way you wanted to, being on the injured list. You had to battle back from the injury. First of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm trying to stay healthy all year. After I got hurt at the beginning of the year, I'm trying to just try and get healthy, try and be healthy, trying to work so hard and try and get my body ready for every game, and then it's been helpful.
How has your process, at least keeping your body the way you want to, how has that changed? How have you been able to maintain that all year long?
You know, talking with the trainers and Javi have helping me a lot because he's been through that a lot. But he just stretching his body every day for 30 minutes with different balls around. You know, that makes you feel your back or your legs feel loose. So I've been doing that the whole year since he told me, and then it's been pretty helpful, and that's why it's helping me to be able to be playing every day and feeling so great.
You have gotten a lot better right-handed. You knew you had to be the piece that you could be in this lineup. How have you gone about that, and has your routine changed going back right and left-handed? How have you dealt with that all year long?
So since last year, I know that I have to be better for my right side. I know that was going to be the key to maintain, being doing good, because I was doing great from my left side, but as soon as I was going for a right side, we just in between. So I was just when I went to a season, I was working a lot, with the hitting coach and all this stuff. I was just trying to make sure that I was able to be in a good position from both sides of the plate, and then don't try and change too much. And then I just trying to be in contact with them anytime that they see something, anytime that I'm not feeling the same that I use. I just go and sit back to the video, Yeah. And then I just I changed my routine from last year, and then I was in touch with them and say I was doing a little too much last year because it was my first year, and I was kind of trying to do everything that they're gonna do to try and be here. So now absolutely. I was in touch with them, trying just to be and they were with me. They say, oh, you don't have to swing that much, you don't have to you have to just do things that you feel that you're gonna get ready for the game. Yeah. You don't have too much, you just have the quality. Then and then that been helping me a lot. I'm just trying to focus more and just the mental side, who I have to be ready for it and don't make too many swings from both sides when them because it's a long season. I've been with issues from my bat, and then I just try and just cover a less swing that I can, but just being positive in my mind that I could do it without making a lot of swing, just feeling that I'm right.
And on the Tigers Radio Network, we'll have more from Tiger outfielder Wenzel Perez tomorrow.
Detroit Tigers Baseball. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Ready to help. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for small businesses to make it big. Big like hearing your small business featured in a radio ad for free, or getting free sports tickets to entertain a client. Comerica Bank brings big perks like these and more to every small business customer. To learn how opportunity happens here, visit comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica Bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
Swing, there's a drive to left. That one is long.
125 years of baseball tradition continues.
And it's gone, a home run.
Brought to you by Sam Bernstein Law, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Jack Demmer Ford, Corwell Health, Jack Demmer Lincoln, Fago, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, The D Las Vegas, Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers, Northville Lumber, Feiger Law, Meyer, Comerica, McLaren Health, Wallside Windows, and Little Caesars Pizza.
It's time to play ball with the call of the game from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth. Here are the voices of Tigers baseball, Greg Gagne and Bobby Scales.
And welcome into Lone Depot Park here in Miami, Florida. It's the opening game of a 3-game series between the Detroit Tigers and the Miami Marlins. Greg Gagne alongside Bobby Scales, and it's Scooble Day, partner.
You got to love Scooble Day. He's been throwing the ball really well, been just the rock that a number one starter and a defending Cy Young Award winner should be. He's been fantastic. Really looking forward to see 29 pitch tonight.
Keys to the game brought to you by Rave & Associates, by Bell's, Founders, and Long Drink, proudly distributed by Rave Associates. Bobby, this is a Marlins team. They don't hit for a lot of power, but middle of the pack offensively. Yeah. What's your key to the series for the Tigers to get out of here with another series dub?
Basically do the things you're supposed to do. Let's be honest, and I don't mean to be disparaging about this Marlins lineup. Not household names. So just attack these guys. Scooble doing what he does, bully ball, throw strike one, win the race to the first 2 or 3 strikes, and then finish guys and induce weak contact when you can. I mean, the formula doesn't ever change, but sometimes when you get a group that, you don't know all the names in the lineup, and maybe the stat lines aren't as impressive as you might think, you tend to relax. It's going to be important, not just for Tarek, but for the rest of the guys who pitch this entire series to execute the way they're capable of doing.
Yeah, and just to give you an indication of how unhousehold names these are, Bobby and I actually have to use a pronunciation guy for the first time all season.
I mean, we were deep. We were deep in the research for some of these guys.
Pitching matchup is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. For all the latest offers, go to Toyota.com. For the Tigers, it is left-hander Tarek Scooble coming off of 2 marvelous starts against the Royals and the White Sox. And former Cy Young Award winner right-hander Sandy Alcantara goes for the Marlins. He's 8-12 with a 5.67 ERA. How about some starting lineups?
Let's do it, partner. Thank you very much. And what up, though, Detroit? Tiger fans, tonight's starting lineup brought to you by Comerica. Only one bank's been committed to Michigan since 1849. That's Comerica. We'll start first with your visiting Detroit Tigers. They'll go this way. Leading off is the center fielder, Parker Meadows. Gleyber Torres will bat second and play second. Kerry Carpenter gets the nod in right field today. He'll hit third. Riley Green's out in left field batting fourth. Spencer Torkelson will play first base and bat fifth. Colt Keith back in the lineup this evening. He will DH. Batting seventh, is your shortstop, Javier Baez. Zach McKinstry will hit eighth and play third base. And batting ninth is the catcher, Jake Rogers. For the homestanding Miami Marlins, leading off at second base is Xavier Edwards. Agustin Ramirez will catch and hit second. Jacob Marcy is in center field batting third. Otto Lopez is at shortstop. He'll hit fourth. Heriberto Hernandez will DH and hit fifth. Eric Wagaman is at first base, batting sixth. Batting seventh is the right fielder, Joey Weimer. Maximo Acosta is at third base, batting eighth. And Javier Sanoa is in left field, batting ninth.
Game time weather is brought to you by Clean Express Auto Wash, the official car wash of the Detroit Tigers. Fast, easy, clean, and free vacuums. Well, not a lot to speak about the weather here today because we are in a dome. Yeah. Outside it was low 80s. We had some rain that came through early in the day. And there was a pretty big thunderstorm that rolled through this afternoon. We could hear the thunder, see the lightning through the windows, but we are quite comfortable inside of Lone Depot Park.
Look, South Florida, man, between 2:30 and 4:30, you can mark it up in the summertime. It is going to rain. It is what it is. That's why they put a roof on this bad boy so you can get it in.
You know, it's hard to think for all those years they played at the old Joe Robbie Stadium outdoors in the sweltering summer heat.
Yeah, I got a story about that one, too.
You got stories for everything.
Well, when you play as long as I did,
that is true.
And you don't play as much as I did, you get to watch from the bench a lot.
First pitch of the game is brought to you by McLaren Health, official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. And the first inning is presented by Rocket Mortgage. Own the dream. Alcantara is all set to go. Joey Cora in the third base coach's box for the Tigers. Anthony Iapoce coaching at first. Alcantara into the windup. And the first pitch of the game to Parker Meadows is fouled up the line at third base. Time of the first pitch is 7:11, and we are underway here in Miami. Opening game of a three-game series between the Marlins and the Tigers. Marlins come in at 68 and 79. Parker Meadows back in the leadoff spot today as the 0-1 pitch is grounded up the middle. Sliding stop by the shortstop. Lopez gets up, throws on to first, and that is a fine play by Otto Lopez, robbing Parker Meadows of a hit. You don't have a whole lot of time when Parker's running up that line.
You sure don't. You may not know Otto Lopez. You know him now because that's a heck of a play up the middle. Got on that left leg, went on the ground into the slide, spun up, turned glove side, and threw a dart over to Wagaman at first base. Nice play.
Gleyber Torres, the batter, with bases empty and one out here in the top of the first inning. Tigers coming off of a series win against the New York Yankees. First pitch is taken on the inside corner for a strike, and the count is 0-1 on Torres. Gleyber, he went 3 for 11 in that series against the Yankees. 2 of those hits were doubles. Play him straight away as Alcantara deals on the 0-1. Taken outside corner curve, a called strike. It's 0-2.
Yeah, Sandy Alcantara out there with a sinker, changeup, four-seam fastball, curveball, and a slider. Low three-quarter arm angle. Big, tall, 6'5" frame.
The 0-2. Swung on this one, hit in the air. Well struck right field. But Weimer is in front of the track. He'll make the catch. And that is out number 2. 2 away here in the top of the first inning. Brings up Kerry Carpenter. AJ clearly stacking just about every lefty he can in this lineup today.
Yep.
3 of the top 4 hitters in the lineup, all hitting left-handed. Gone here in the first. Lone Depot Park is 344 down the line and left, 335 in right, and 400 to straightaway center. Pretty deep power alleys, 382 in left center, 387 in right center. First pitch to Kerry Carpenter is taken for a called strike, and it's an 0-1 count.
Yeah, partner, one of the things that's interesting about Alcantara is if you're going to get to him, you got to get him on one side of the plate, meaning that four-seam fastball, the two-seam fastball, and the changeup all explode away from left-handed hitters.
0-1. Carpenter rolls this one, knocked down by Alcantara. First baseman will pick it, tried the backhand shovel pass with the glove, and that's not going to be in time as Kerry Carpenter beats it out for an infield single. Tigers have their first base runner of the game, and it extends the inning for Riley Green.
Yeah, that was an illustration of that changeup. Good action on it, 82 miles an hour. 89 miles an hour with 19 inches of horizontal run to the arm side, towards the third base side. A tremendous amount of arm side run. He gets arm side run even on his four-seamer, but that two-seamer just explodes it away. So you want to get it close to you if you're a left-handed hitter.
Riley Green chases the high sinker. It's a swinging strike, and it's an 0-1 count. It's the 28th start of the season for Alcantara, who is coming back from Tommy John surgery. It has been a rocky road, but he has been much better over his last 5 starts. Riley puts it in the air, foul down the third base line into the seats, and it's 0-2. Last time out against the Phillies, he took a loss, allowing 4 runs on 7 hits, gave up a home run to Bryce Harper, hit a batter, walked a man, struck out 4. 8-12 on the year, a 5.67 ERA. 0-2 on Riley Green. Alcantara stretches first base out of the rubber, offer. It's down and in. Riley lays off the curveball, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Riley Green, 3 hits in the series in the Bronx, including a double and a home run. He drove in 4 over the 3-game set. The 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3 on a curveball away. Alcantara finishes the top of the first with the strikeout. We go to the bottom of the first. No score. Marlins coming to bat here on the home Detroit Tigers baseball presented by Meyer.
There are 2 types of people. The smart ones who call Wallside before cold weather hits, and the wish I had-ems who don't. Wallside is the smart choice for quality, value, and durability with our 35-year guarantee. Put 81 years of Wallside excellence to work for you with our industry-leading 81 months, no interest, plus half off every window you buy. Don't be a wish I had-ems. Be a glad I got-ems. Call 1-800-521-7800 or go to wallside.com.
At Oakland University, being golden is putting in the hard work. It's raising the bar and never settling for less. It's the tireless hours spent getting your hands dirty. It's searching for answers where others aren't looking, rising before the sun, and staying up long after it sets. It's in you. Be golden. Explore more at oakland.edu.
No matter what your sport, you win with energy efficiency tips from DTE. DTE's online interactive home can help you find tools, tips, and programs to lower your energy bill. Our Insight app gives you real-time information to make changes to reduce your usage. And our rebates put real money back into your pocket. So check out dteenergy.com/home and you'll... Savings, that is. DTE.
For every Tigers home run, Ashley, the official furniture and mattress provider of the Detroit Tigers, donates up to $500 to nonprofits supporting Michigan kids. Go Tigers!
Bottom of the first inning, and the ace, Tarek Skubal, on the bump for the Tigers. Skubal coming off of back-to-back starts where he did not allow a run. He's 13-4 in the year. He's got a 2.10 ERA. And Xavier Edwards will lead off the bottom of the first inning. Switch hitter batting from the right side against the lefty against Skubal. Edwards, he's hit safely in his last 4 ball games as Skubal goes into his windup and the first pitch. It's a 4-seamer, bottom of the zone, called strike 1.
Yeah, you know the arsenal, 2 and 4-seam fastball, slider, curveball, and that devastating changeup.
We'll get into the changeup a little bit tonight, Bobby, as the 0-1 pitch is a wave and a miss on that pitch. The changeup away, and it's 0-2 on Edwards. Edwards had a nice series against the Washington Nationals earlier in the week, went 6 for 16 with a home run. He drove in 4. Skubal rocks and deals 0-2, and he got him a swinging strike 3 on a changeup. Doubled up on the change. Skubal gets his first strikeout, and there's one away in the first for Agustin Ramirez.
Yeah, he doubled up on that changeup. The first one was on the plate, just off, and then that one started off the plate and went further off. Just a great job of execution and going a little bit further, enticing Edwards to swing.
This game brought to you part by Northville Lumber, official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. Ramirez takes down and away. That's 3 straight changeups from Skubal, but that one's away for ball 1. This is a Marlins team that they are still trying to figure things out. A 1-0 pitch. This one hit in the air. Well struck left field. Riley Green going back, and it's 1-0 Marlins as that ball is gone. Agustin Ramirez with his 20th home run of the year, and the Marlins take a 1-0 lead here in the first inning. Four-seamer up in the zone. He just turned on that pitch.
You sure did. Got that top hand to it. You still got to locate. Listen, you may not necessarily know the names, but, gee, you said it. Number 20 for Ramirez. You throw a fastball down the middle. Big league hitters are going to do it. They're going to hit that ball hard, and that one left the yard.
And that was one of the things that A.J. Hinch remarked in the pregame show today. I brought up the fact that this is a Marlins team. Middle of the pack in both runs scored and team batting average, but near the bottom of the league in home runs hit as the first pitch is a called strike. But A.J. said exactly what you just echoed. You still have to make the pitches because these are still big league hitters, and they can hit homers.
That's right.
So it's a 1-0 Marlins lead here in the first as Skubal rocks and deals on the 0-1. Fastball misses in, evens the count, ball and a strike. Derek Skubal, 28-year-old left-hander, born in Hayward, California, grew up in Arizona. Here's the 1-1. Down and in, 2 balls and a strike on Jacob Marcy. Fine young player for the Fish. He's hitting .340 since his call-up from AAA Jacksonville. Monster series against the Nats, going 9 for 17 with 3 doubles and a homer. He rips this one up the first base line and foul. Almost clocked the first base umpire. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Our umpires today at third is Jim Wolf. Alan Porter's at second. Alex McKay at first, and Chris Segal calls balls and strikes. This is the first time all year that we got a lineup sheet that says umpires pending until the lineup cards are exchanged.
That's
a new one for me. 2-2. This one popped up. Shallow to right. Spencer Torkelson backpedaling, reaches up and makes the catch for the second out. Riley Green's in left. Parker Meadows in center. Kerry Carpenter's in right. Zach McKinstry at third. Javier Baez at short. Gleyber Torres at second. Spencer Torkelson at first. And the battery today of Jake Rogers and Derek Skubal. 2 away for Otto Lopez. Skubal working third base side of the rubber, peers over that black glove, goes into his wind and deals to Lopez. Lopez takes a called strike on a sinker in. It's an 0-1 count. Well, it appears that it is a 2-horse race for the American League Cy Young Award, but Skubal the odds-on favorite once again as he deals a called strike on a knuckle curve. It's 0-2 on Lopez. We won't get into the betting odds on it, but
nope,
it is heavily favored in Derek Skubal according to Las Vegas.
It looks like it.
It's a 0-ball 2-strike count on Lopez. Here's the pitch. Down and away. It's a 1-2 count. He came into this ball game with 14 consecutive scoreless innings spanning those 2 starts against the Kansas City Royals and the Chicago White Sox. That was the one game Tigers did win in that White Sox series at Comerica Park last week. Here's the 1-2. Got it. Swinging strike 3 on a changeup. Skubal K's a pair, gives up a home run. It's 1-0 Marlins as we go to the second inning here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meyer.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for small businesses to make it big. Big like hearing your small business featured in a radio ad for free or getting free sports tickets to entertain a client. Comerica Bank brings big perks like these and more to every small business customer. To learn how opportunity happens here, visit comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
At Comerica Bank, we're all about helping small businesses grow with the right tools. One way we support our clients is by providing free advertising, like we do for JPW and Consultants, an independent insurance agency offering a variety of health coverages. With over 20 years of experience, JPW builds plans tailored to every business and budget. Grow your small business with free advertising and more at comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Introducing the Little Caesars Deal. And he won't stop blabbering on about the pizza deal. 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each.
Wow, dude, you just stole my thunder.
Sorry, Deal Dear. Tell him it's only here for a limited time.
You just told them it's only here for a limited time.
Oops! Order 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each. Little Caesars is the real deal.
That's my line.
Pizza. Offer available for a limited time online only in at participating Little Caesars stores. Enter promo code pizza online or via the Little Caesars app at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. See our website or app for more information.
Ready to replace your old windows and doors? You'll always hit a grand slam with Pella Detroit. Call Pella Detroit at 248-292-5000 for a free consultation today.
The second inning is brought to you by the Michigan Lottery, introducing Michigan Lottery's new Detroit Tigers instant game pull tab and 2 online games. Spencer Torkelson leads off the Tigers' second against Marlins starter Sandy Alcantara. Gave up a 2-out single in the first to Kerry Carpenter and then got Riley Green on a strikeout as Spencer Torkelson takes a called strike on a sinker top of the zone. It's 0-1. Torkelson, Colt Keith, and Javier Baez due up here in the Tigers' second inning as Alcantara wheels and deals on the 0-1. Torkelson fouls it away at home plate. It's 0-2.
Yeah, such a difficult pitch to handle. That changeup. We talked about the horizontal run early. Anything he throws arm side, fastball, changeup, two-seamer, really going to explode down and into right-handed hitters.
The 0-2, taken, called strike 3. Good fastball at 98 on the outside rail. It's the second strikeout for Alcantara, and there's one gone for Colt Keith. It's time for Dollars on Deck. If Colt gets a hit this inning, Northville Lumber will donate to Detroit Lightbusters. Northville Lumber, Michigan's oldest business and largest Trex decking dealer. One out here in the second. Colt went 2 for 8 with a home run, drove in 3 in the series in New York. It was a late night for this Tigers bunch. Long game last night, over 3 hours. Got into Miami very early in the morning. First pitch to Keith is taken for a strike, and it's an 0-1 count. And my partner, he didn't care.
Nope.
Because he went golfing at 7:50 this morning.
Yeah, we pushed it back to 9, but, you know, when you hit the head hits the pillow at 4, it's an early one.
0-1 misses down and in on Keith, and it's a ball and a strike. But I think everybody wants to know where you played.
Croydon Park down on Key Biscayne. Very nice.
And how'd you shoot?
I shot 84. I'll take that on a course
Jealous.
I've never seen before.
1-1. Colt takes below the zone on that changeup, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Tigers trailing 1-0 here in the second. Augustine Ramirez with a solo home run off of Tarek Skubal in the bottom of the first as Colt swings and misses at a slider towards the back foot, and it's 2-2.
And Colt swung and missed at that pitch. That's what you want from Alcantara. His pitches that break to his glove side, the slider and the curveball, don't break as much as the fastballs run away and that changeup runs away. You want to get something close to you. He just swung on missing that one.
2-2, a defensive hack that time from Keith as he fouls it into the netting above the Marlins dugout on the third base side, and we'll do it again at 2-2.
You ask around the Marlins organization, what is Alcantara looking like at this point? He's starting to get back to looking more like the Sandy Alcantara that everybody fell in love with 3 years ago in 22.
2-2, this one ripped up the right field line and foul into the seats. Got out ahead of the slider that time. But that, on cue, Bobby, that went right into the swing path with that break.
And that's it. And that's why you see a lot of the left-handers in this lineup today, because his stuff is really dynamic, going away from left-handed hitters and into right-handed hitters, not as much going into the left-handed hitters and away from righties. So they want it on that side of the plate.
The 2-2. Keith swings, skies one into shallow left. Shortstop Lopez is out. He'll squeeze it, 2 down. Bring up Javier Baez. Now, Alcantara, the one thing that he has done this season, he's given up a lot of home runs. 18 home runs in 154 innings of work. He's given up 1 in 3 of his last 4 starts. But he had a stretch to end August. 3 straight starts of 7 innings. And over those starts combined to allow 4 runs. Here's the first pitch to Baez. He takes it on the inside corner for a strike. He was having a lot of issues giving up big run totals early in the year. Command was a big problem for him early. The 0-1. Oh, goodness. Javi Baez, a swinging strike, and where did that hit him?
I feel like he fouled that ball off of his face. Did he foul it into his face?
Javi down to the ground, and the athletic training staff and A.J. Hinch out there as well.
That was that changeup at 91 miles an hour. And again, we talked about the run, 16 inches of horizontal run. You start to fire on that pitch as a right-handed hitter, and it just keeps chasing you. I don't know that I've ever seen that. A full swing foul that looks like it hit him either in the face or off that guard that the guys wear that covers up that lower jaw.
Javi shaken up a little bit, as you would expect. And we aren't getting the best camera angle, but it looks like he's pointing to the left side of his face.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they opt to take Javi out of this ball game. Thankfully, it's not one of those situations where you see a ton of blood on the ground or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that. He's on his feet now. Looks like he's coming out for sure. AJ's.
Yeah, they're not going to take any chances
No,
here.
nor should you. There's a big knot between his eyes.
So right above his nose and his
left eye. Getting a better look here on our FanDuel Sports Monitor. He fouled that ball right
into the ear flap.
Right off the right. It looks like it went.
Did it go ear flap and then the ear flap?
I don't know.
His face?
I think it hit off his face and then the ball ricocheted up and knocked off the bill of his helmet. It knocked his helmet off.
I'm with you. I've never seen that.
Never. You've seen guys bunt, square to bunt and maybe foul it off their face or whatever, but never a full swing ever.
So Trey Sweeney will inherit an 0-2 count as Javi Baez leaves the ball game. Boy, we hope nothing but the best for Javi. That is a scary situation there. Anytime the head is involved.
Yep.
And you're right, seeing that pitch on the replay, it just kept riding in.
It just chases you. It bores in. And Alcantara being able to do that, he works really inside the baseball. He really heavily pronates his arm and gets inside the baseball and just creates that tremendous movement in. And sometimes those balls just explode and they just chase you at the plate.
So Javi Baez out of the ball game. Trey Sweeney at the plate. Bases empty, 2 down. It's 1-0 Marlins here in the second. Alcantara into his motion, deals on the 0-2. Sweeney takes a sinker high and away. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Alcantara struck out Spencer Torkelson, got Colt Keith to pop out for the first 2 outs of this inning as he goes into his windup, deals on the 1-2. Up and away, and the count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sweeney got into last night's game as a defensive replacement. The 2-2. Got him. Swinging strike 3 and a curve below the zone. 3rd strikeout for Alcantara. Tigers go in order. We go to the last of the second. It's the Marlins 1, the Tigers nothing. Here on the home of Detroit Tigers baseball, presented by Meijer.
At Trinity Health, we believe every step, swing, and stride matters. Our orthopedic experts see you as a whole person and will create a treatment plan specific to your needs. Whatever your activity, you deserve to move pain-free. Using the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments and technology, our experienced and compassionate care team is here to get you back to what you love. Visit trinityhealthmi.org/ortho. Trinity Health, we see all of you.
Get ready for Tigers baseball with Carbliss, a premium ready-to-drink cocktail in a can. 0 carbs, 0 sugar, 0 gluten, and just 100 calories a can. Plus, less carbonation, which means less bloating and less guilt when drinking. Carbliss offers flavors for everyone, from pineapple, black cherry, or cranberry to classic cocktails like margarita and Paloma. On Tigers game days, stop at your local grocery store and pick up a pack of Carbliss to enjoy at home during every pitch. Carbliss, handcrafted premium ready-to-drink cocktails. This is more.
Mornings are tough. At Bigby, we know our coffee and other delicious drinks are a great way to get ready to face the day. But you're listening to the radio, and we can't serve coffee on the radio, but we can serve affirmations. That PowerPoint won't know what hit it. Great lane change. Oh, look at that fit. Feeling great yet? Come visit Bigby, and we'll make it even better with a signature latte. Bigby makes it better.
Early detection saves lives. Schedule your cancer screening today at carmanis.org/inspire.
We are in the bottom of the second inning here at Lone Depot Park. Derek Skubal back to work. Struck out a pair in the first inning. And Heriberto Hernandez will lead off, and he'll swing and miss at a Skubal changeup, and it's an 0-1 count. Tiger Injury Report is brought to you by McLaren Health, official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. And partner, we got a lot to unpack.
Oh, boy.
On that front today, don't we?
Hopefully we didn't just add to another one.
You're not kidding there. So the bad first. As Skubal rocks and deals on the 0-1 to Hernandez. It's a swinging strike. It's 0-2. Sawyer Gibson Long hitting the injured list again.
Yeah,
and he had a tough one last night, but the neck was just bothering him again after his start, and so he hits the IL as the 0-2 pitch from Skubal. Check swing. No appeal. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
No, it stinks for him. He's had another broken year in terms of just the ability to get on the mound, and he's worked so hard to get back, and just for that neck to jump up and grab him again is difficult.
The 1-2 pitch. This one hit on a line to right. Pretty well struck. Kerry Carpenter on his horse. It is over his head and off the wall. Carries back towards the infield. Or did it get out?
That's a homer.
Is that a home run?
Yeah. It's tough, difficult to see. It hit that rail above the sign in right field. Hernandez barreled that fastball away. Tremendous power to hit a home run backside like that. And it carried over the wall. Really difficult to see. The railing above the right field wall is a little bit ill-defined in this ballpark, but it certainly hit off of that. And the first base umpire, Alex McKay, called it correctly right out of the gate.
So 2-0 Marlins on a pair of solo homers. Here's Eric Wagaman. Base is empty, nobody out. Skubal deals. First pitch swinging, rifled to right center. This one is sinking, and it falls in for a hit. Gets by Carpenter to the wall. Wagaman heads to second, and he's in with a stand-up double. Sinker that sat out over the plate, and Wagaman drove it the other way.
Another good swing by a right-handed hitter going the other way in this Marlins lineup. Wagaman takes that sinker. It was middle, center cut. Again, that's what big league hitters do with fastballs in the middle of the plate.
So nobody out. Joey Weimer, the hitter. Runner on second. It's 2-0 Marlins ahead. And there's a swinging strike on a changeup, and it's an 0-1 count. So the other moves, Matt Vierling, he begins a rehab assignment tonight in AAA Toledo. Paul Sewald, he will be pitching tomorrow for the Hens. Big lead at second. And getting back in safely is Wagaman after Skubal steps off without a throw. Bo Brisky put on the 60-day. And Jose Urquidy.
Yeah.
He has been added to the Tiger roster. The 0-1. In there, a called strike on the outside edge. It's 0-2.
Yeah, he may be in the building and in uniform at this point. He was supposed to land shortly after 5 o'clock local time here in Miami. But he has been added to the roster. When he's going to pitch, we'll figure that out later. That's from the mouth of A.J. Hinch.
0-2, misses outside. It's a ball and 2 strikes. And that's one of those moves where he's made a few rehab starts for Toledo. A.J. knows him very well from his time in Houston. And when we asked A.J. what Tiger fans can expect out of him, it was cool demeanor, goes right after hitters. The 1-2 pitch, this one swung on, ground ball up the middle, scooped by Gleyber Torres at second. On to first in time for the out. Wagaman gets over to third base, and there's one gone here in the Marlins' second inning. And then Kyle Finnegan completing his rehab daily, expected to throw a bullpen some point soon.
That's certainly a good sign. Kyle Finnegan was throwing the ball very well. That fastball split combination was absolutely lethal before he felt that growing tighten up just a little bit in the bullpen.
Maximo Acosta, the batter runner on third, 1 out. First pitch. It's a high called strike on a fastball, and it's an 0-1 count. So we said there was a lot to unpack on that injury report, and that was the case today. Just never know. First day of a series, AJ comes out, and he goes, got all kinds of stuff to talk about.
Which is unlike him, so.
The 0-1 misses outside. It's a 1-1 count.
So you knew it was going to be a lot, and it was.
Get your pens and paper ready to go, because AJ's going to give us a good scoop today. Ball and a strike the count on Acosta. Hasn't had much time in the big leagues. Most of the season with AAA Jacksonville, 110 games. Fastball up, back pick to third. Wagaman diving back in ahead of it.
Yeah, I like it. I like what Jake Rogers did right there. Dylan Dingler does the same thing. Always looking for outs without your pitcher having to throw a pitch. Got a fastball up and in, uses it, and just lets it go down to third base. McKinstry covering. They had worked that out ahead of time. Little communication. Doesn't get back, but what it does, it puts in the head of all these Marlin position players. You better be bouncing around on the bases after you get that secondary. They will backpick.
Infield plays in. It's 2-0 Marlins in the second. Skubal will step off. Interesting here, Bobby, that not a single Marlin in this lineup has ever faced Tarek Skubal. That tells you how young this team is.
Yeah, that's right.
Obviously, two teams don't meet very often. Just once a year. 2 balls and a strike. Skubal deals. Up and in, and he hit him. Got him on the elbow guard, and a hit by pitch puts Maximo Acosta at first. And the Marlins with men at the corners for the 9-hitter, Javier Sanoja.
You've seen Tarek lose a couple balls, glove side. He hits Acosta here. The location, even in the strike zone, hasn't been as sharp as normal. Fighting his delivery a little bit, fighting his command a little bit here early on in this ball game.
So runners at the corners, 1 out. Double play will get Skubal out of the frame with no further damage. And his first offering, Sanoa lays down a bunt and fouls it away, and it's an 0-1 count.
They were going safety squeeze and run right there. Interesting. Clayton McCullough pulling out all the stops with this young club, trying to figure out a way to push another run across.
And it cannot be an easy job as a manager when you have an organization in such transition as the Marlins seemingly have been in for quite a while.
Yeah, no, it's tough. You know, Pete Bendix came over from Tampa a year ago to assume I'm not sure if they've got a PBO or a GM, but he's the head baseball decision-maker guy.
He's the guy calling the shots.
He's the guy calling the shots. And certainly they're trying to model their organization a little bit after Tampa. Operating as a small market, got to win at the edges.
The 0-1, this one hit out towards second. Gleyber Torres has it to second for 1. That's all they'll get. Run scores. It's 3-0 Miami. 4-6 on the put out of Acosta at second. Sanoa aboard at first on the fielder's choice. He picks up his 31st RBI, and it flips the card to the top for Xavier Edwards.
Yeah, Sanoa does a nice job putting this ball in play to the right side. With where Gleyber was playing, he did an excellent job just to get the 1, getting Acosta at second base. Never going to get 2 on that ball, but the run scores on the play.
So 2 outs, a man on. Skubal has surrendered 3 runs in the first 2 frames, and there's a called strike on a slider to Xavier Edwards. Went down on strikes in the first. It's the Marlins team that, with the absence of a ton of thump, and I know they've hit a pair of home runs in this ballgame, but 26th in the big leagues in hitting long balls, you have to manufacture. And that's what they do, is that's a swinging strike, and it's 0-2 on a changeup that time at the bottom of the zone. And so, you're not surprised when you see a safety squeeze laid down or a hit and run is on.
There's no sense in trying to be someone you're not. This team doesn't have a lot of power right now. You've got some young hitters with some power potential in the lineup, but for the most part, they don't have a ton of power. You've already illustrated that with the numbers. So you have to do what you have to do to try to win baseball games.
It's a 0-ball, 2-strike count on Xavier Edwards. Runner on first is Sanoa. Skubal, a long hold to the belt. He'll pick on to first base. Back in safely is Sanoa. He's 5 of 10 stealing bases this season. Jake Rogers behind the dish has thrown out 10 of 31. Early going in this ball game. Tigers trail it by 3. Skubal looks at first, deals 0-2. This one lined to second, reeled in by Gleyber Torres, and the side is retired. Marlins get a pair. We go to the top of the third. Tigers trail 3-0 on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meijer.
Hi, Tigers fans. It's Dan Dickerson. Have you ever wondered why health insurance costs seem to keep going up? Well, it's incredible what you can learn by doing a little bit of research, starting on Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan's website, mibluedaily.com/affordability. There you can learn things like the cost that Blue Cross pays for prescription drugs rose by a staggering 15% last year. That changes the game. It's no wonder healthcare costs are a concern for all Michiganders. And that's why the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan team is working hard to help all of us better understand the factors driving up healthcare costs and sharing what they are doing to address it. Because Blue Cross knows healthcare is personal. Affordability matters. And it's going to take a team effort to keep it affordable for everyone. If you're looking for eye-opening information that can help everyone better understand the complexities of the healthcare system and its impact on your health insurance costs, I encourage you to check out mibluedaily.com/affordability.
If you're looking for a meaningful career with lots of room to grow, both professionally and personally, consider UWM. We're one of the largest companies in Michigan, big enough to offer impactful roles in a wide range of specialties. But you'll also find a community of fellow team members ready to welcome, train, and support you. So no matter what stage you're at in your career, you'll find your fit at UWM. Check out UWMcareers.com and apply today.
Meijer is the proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers, and we're cheering them on every game to a winning season. Home is where your team is, and our home is right here in Detroit.
Top of the third, Tigers trailing 3-0 to the Miami Marlins. Zach McKinstry, Jake Rogers, and Parker Meadows. Two up here in the Tiger third against Sandy Alcantara, who's retired the last 4 batters he has faced. 3 of those 4 on strikeouts. McKinstry was out of the lineup the entire series in New York. Bit of a back issue, but AJ gave him rest. He's back in there today, and first pitch that he sees is taken for a strike on a sinker. Third inning is brought to you by Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric. For fast service and the best price, choose Mastercraft. Alcantara into the wind, and the 0-1 on McKinstry is taken outside corner. Called strike 2. It's a 0-2 count. Alcantara has been around the plate. He's inducing swing and miss, and this very much looks like the Alcantara from 2 years ago and not the one that was throwing the baseball at the beginning of this season. The 0-2, McKinstry takes high and away.
Nah, I mean, there's conviction, and it feels like there's confidence in his body. He knows what his body's going to do. Now he has his command back. This is top shelf stuff.
The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball out to first. Backhanded by Wagaman. Underhand flip to the pitcher covering. It's in time. McKinstry retired 1 away. Series is brought to you by the Toyota Dealers of Michigan. 1 out for Jake Rogers. Alcantara, he's 30 years old, and it was a name that was bantered around a lot at the trade deadline. Right. Miami opting not to trade him away.
And I think part of that, G, was the fact that he wasn't throwing the ball great. And teams probably figured he'd get back there, but they needed him to perform to be his old self now. And the package that the Marlins were asking for.
Jake Rogers takes a strike on a curve.
They were asking for the premium package for Alcantara, and he wasn't the premium guy at that point. So as opposed to dealing him and not getting what you wanted back, you hang on to him.
The 0-1 pitch. Taken away, evens up the count on a ball and a strike. And, the interesting part about that is if he had this 5-start sample size leading into the trade deadline, he wouldn't be on this mound tonight.
I completely agree with you. I think you're absolutely right about that.
The 1-1. Rogers rolls it over to third. Acosta's got it, slings it across, 2 down. And one time through the lineup, looking very sharp today. Flips it to the top of the card for Parker Meadows. And when you have a premier arm like he has been in the past, and they expect him to be in the future, you want to make sure you get that prospect haul that's worth giving him up. And nobody was going to give that to you when the sample size in the early part of the season was guy coming back from Tommy John, still trying to figure it out and get all the things working in simpatico again.
That's exactly right. And I think, too, there's probably a piece of Pete Mendick that's like,
pitch to Parker Meadows is a ball inside.
Okay, we're not going to get what we want. What can we do in the second half of the season? Do we have any type of chance of being competitive or getting to a wild card spot maybe next year with him and building some pieces around him? You want to find that out first.
1-0 is taken for a strike. Sharp curve that time from Alcantara. Evens the count up. I think for a while they were hanging around in the wild card conversation in the National League. They have since tailed off. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a little roller right back to the mound. Alcantara will glove it. Fires it on to first. He has retired the last 7 batters that he has faced. Alcantara 1 time +1 through the lineup gives up just 1 hit. And we go to the bottom of the third. It's 3-0 Miami on the home of Detroit Tigers baseball presented by Meijer.
In
Enjoy a good deal more on fresh family favorites this week at Meijer. Save on fresh from Meijer whole pork shoulder butt roast, just $1.49 a pound. Locally grown bulk Honeycrisp apples are $1.49 a pound. And Meijer shredded chunk or sliced cheeses 3 for $6. With flu season around the corner, protect yourself and family with a flu shot. Available today at your Meijer pharmacy. Getting everything you want in just one stop. That's the good life at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
The Tigers aren't the only hot team in Detroit this summer. Priority is heating up, and we're building a powerhouse crew. Whether you're behind the wheel or behind the scenes, there's a spot for you on our winning team. Great pay, real benefits, and a work culture that moves fast and plays hard. Apply now at PriorityWaste.com and get in the game. Priority, Detroit's hottest team off the field.
For 95 years, in communities across the globe, Gallagher's Insurance, Risk Management, and Consulting Solutions have helped businesses face their future with confidence. Whether your business is across the street or around the world, we are ready to help you through any challenge. As a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, we want to do the same for the city of Detroit and all of Michigan. We're dedicated to building confidence together with you. To learn more, visit ajg.com. Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant.
Davey Tree and the Detroit Tigers are excited to present triples for trees. 3 trees planted for every Tigers triple this season. That's 99 trees and counting.
Game brought to you in part by Meijer, official grocery partner of the Detroit Tigers. Carrick Skubal back to work. Agustin Ramirez to lead off. He homered off of Skubal in the first inning. He takes a called strike on a slider at the bottom of the zone. Skubal has given up a pair of long balls. One in the first, one in the second. Marlins added a run in the second on a fielder's choice. 0-1, ground ball up the third baseline, chopped foul. It's 0-2 on Ramirez. What are you seeing tonight from Tarek?
You know, it's interesting. He's just a little off. I mean, you see some of these balls that are in the middle of the zone. You don't see him just split the heart of the plate. Even when he goes middle, he either goes up with that fastball at the top of the zone or down. But not too many balls in the middle of the plate. There's a lot of them in the middle right now.
This one line to center, charging in Parker Meadows, and he makes the nice running catch, one away. Parker had to get on his horse in center field. Tracks that one down, brings up Jacob Marcy.
No, he did a great job there. Read that ball off the bat very early, stuck his foot in the ground and drove on it. Looked like for a minute he was preparing to dive, but he kept going and ran right through it. Nice play by Parker Meadows in center field.
Parker getting the start out there today. As the first pitch to Jacob Marcy is a swing and a miss, and it's an 0-1 count. A.J. Hinch pulled him from yesterday's ball game once the game got out of hand, and I think the collective fan base and everybody freaked out for a moment.
We both got text messages.
Pitch popped up first base side. Torkelson Torres, who's going to take it? Glaber does, 2 outs. And here comes Otto Lopez. No, and we didn't know. We saw Parker all of a sudden get lifted from the ball game, and we're thinking, uh-oh, what's going on? You're getting texts. I'm getting texts. Twitter is having a freak out.
We're having a freak out. It was complete lose your mind. But I think the thing, we mentioned it actually during the game. You saw him back on the top rail.
Yes.
In the dugout.
Otto Lopez takes low, ball 1. And it was a calculated move by A.J. with what he did. Parker, he was probably going to get today off because it was 3 straight games in a row, and he's coming back from the lower body injury. And we all know how big Parker's legs are in his game as the 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike. Evens the count up on Lopez. But it's just one of those where A.J.'s like, okay, if he plays half a game yesterday, we'll get him in there today and probably give him a day off tomorrow. And so being very cautious with Parker Meadows as the 1-1 is taken low, and it's a 2-1 count. But yes, that was a tense moment on Tigers Twitter universe last night. And that's the juggling act when you're A.J. Hinch right now is you have some guys that are banged up. And look, there are so many teams with guys banged up this time of the year. It's just the nature of the beast. But when you're in the position the Tigers are, you're leading your division, probably going to win the division as the 2-1 is taken for a strike, and it evens it up at 2-2. Good slider that time from Skubal. You got to think, and I know AJ doesn't like to do too much forward thinking, but you have to think about the next.
Well, it's his job to. He's just not going to tell us that.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want the players to focus on, tomorrow without understanding you better handle business today.
2-2 from Skubal. This one roped over to third on the ground. Picked by McKinstry. On to first, and Tarek Skubal. That's a 1-2-3 inning. First one of the day for Tarek. We go to the top of the fourth. It's 3-0 Marlins here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meijer.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for small businesses to make it big. Big like hearing your small business featured in a radio ad for free or getting free sports tickets to entertain a client. Comerica Bank brings big perks like these and more to every small business customer. To learn how opportunity happens here, visit comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
At Comerica Bank, we're all about helping small businesses grow with the right tools. One way we support our clients is by providing free advertising, like we do for Westland Maple Drugs, a locally owned independent pharmacy serving the Wayne Westland community for over 40 years. For more information, call 734-729-2200. Grow your small business with free advertising and more at comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
We are Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. For over 70 years, Feiger Law has been your hometown team of trial lawyers for auto crashes, truck accidents, birth trauma, and injuries due to medical malpractice. Let our team of homegrown trial lawyers win big for you. Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. All we do is win.
All we do is win.
Michigan's corn farmers innovate every year to protect our environment while providing food, fuel, and fiber. Find out more at micorn.org.
We're in the top of the fourth. Tigers trailing the Miami Marlins 3-0. Sandy Alcantara back to work. Tarek Skubal, better inning in the third, got the side in order. Gleyber Torres leads it off, and he'll take up and inside for ball one from Alcantara, who has retired the last 7 batters that he has faced in this game. Alcantara working center of the rubber. Gleyber lined out to the right fielder in the first inning. He'll take inside. Fourth inning is brought to you by Wallside Windows, local and family owned, celebrating 81 years as Michigan's leader in replacement windows. 2-0 the count on Torres. The pitch, swing and a foul straight to the backstop, and it's a 2-1 count. Tigers falling behind in the first inning. Marlins added 2 more in the second to build this 3-0 advantage. Alcantara rocks and deals on the 2-1. Torres, another drive out to right field, going back on the ball is Weimer, and he is right at the warning track, and that's where he'll make the catch. Gleyber's 0 for 2, and there's one down for Kerry Carpenter. All season long, 1-800-CALL-SAM brings you each replay under review. When you need the right call made, it's 1-800-CALL-SAM. Well, partner, it seems like Alcantara's pretty dialed in tonight.
Yeah, he is. He's done a nice job of creating weak contact. The only base hit has been off his glove by this man at the plate right now, Kerry Carpenter, but he's been in control of the situation.
First pitch to Carpenter, taken for a called strike one. And it's an 0-1 count. Alcantara, this is the only team in the big leagues that he has never faced until tonight. Won the count. I'm sure plenty of Tiger hitters over the past couple of years were
perfectly fine,
perfectly okay with not seeing him when these two teams meet. The 0-1. Carpenter swings, sends a drive out to center field. Marcy going towards the track, and now he'll take a couple of steps in, makes the catch, 2 down. Pause for station identification here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Two gone for Riley Green. Riley went down on strikes in the first inning. Alcantara into the motion, deals to Green. First pitch swinging, fouls it into the middle tier of seating here at Lone Depot Park, and it's an 0-1 count.
It's just such a wicked pitch. 97 miles an hour, 18 inches of horizontal run. A really whippy arm action.
The 0-1. Green backs away and takes a called strike 2 on a fastball, and it's a 0-2 count. I can't believe the movement on that sinker.
I mean, it's tremendous. I mean, we talk about it all the time. 17 inches is the width of the plate. That was 18 on that first pitch.
0-2. Riley throws back to Fanny, gets out of the way of a slider in. Riley 30 doubles to go along with his 33 home runs and 107 RBIs. Just the third left-handed hitter in Tiger history to do that. Prince Fielder and Bobby Higginson the other two. The 1-2 pitch is up and away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Career offensive year for Riley Green. 3-0 Marlins here in the fourth. 2-2. Green pops this one a mile high, and that'll fall down into the seats on the third base side. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alcantara, 166 career starts as a Marlin. Most recent guy that he passed, former Tiger Dontrell Willis.
D-Train.
2-2. Green puts this one in the air, well struck out to center. Marcy going back at the track, at the wall, and that ball is gone. Touch 'em all time. Riley Green, number 34, and the Tigers are on the board here in the fourth inning.
That's one of the best swings Riley Green has had all year long. That ball was down and in. He hits it out the other way, opposite field. We told you early on, left-handed hitters needed to get that ball close to him. It was that curve ball, much easier to handle than anything on the other side of the plate, and he smashes that ball out just to the left of center field. That ball was hit hard and a long way.
That's a Little Caesars Pizza home run. Order online for delivery or pizza portal pickup as Spencer Torkelson swings and misses at a changeup. 110 off the bat, out to deep left center. The 0-1. Swing and a tap foul, third base side. It's 0-2. That's the 19th home run allowed by Alcantara this season. See if that jumpstarts this Tiger offense a little.
That's one way to do it. That ball was absolutely smashed.
It's a no-ball, 2-strike count. The pitch. Cued off the end of the bat foul towards the Tiger dugout. You know, Bobby, would it kill the Marlins to actually put a yellow line?
No, because there are some very nondescript borders on that fence. Most ballparks have a yellow line all the way around just to break up what they've got going. There is not a speck of yellow on any part of this wall, so you don't know if the guys hit a home run or not.
Torkelson waves and misses at a slider. He goes down on strikes for the second time. Tigers on the board. Riley Green solo home run. It's a 3-1 ball game. Tigers trail into the bottom of the fourth here on the home Detroit Tigers baseball presented by Meijer.
GMC trucks weren't built overnight. Like every American achievement, they are a result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated to the art of engineering and the ambition to always move this country forward. We are professional grade. Michigan residents get $1,000 lease cash. Well-qualified GM employees with a current eligible GMC lease use it to get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $199 per month with $29.99 due at signing on a 2025 Sierra light-duty elevation crew cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. That's $199 per month with $29.99 due at signing. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents a mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details.
Life is beautiful and fragile. We fall. We get tired. And sometimes we get sick. But with Corewell Health, we are also strong. We fight disease. We battle cancer. We come together. We come back. We push forward. When the body breaks, We break through. Corewell Health. We care.
Bell's Brewery invites you to meet our refreshing new take on a favorite. Introducing Oberon Light. It's got all the sunshine, but with a lighter finish and just 99 calories. Try the new Oberon Light today.
(3-1) Tigers trail at bottom of the fourth inning here in Miami. Terry Skubal off a 1-2-3 third, back to work here in the fourth. Heriberto Hernandez leads off, ground ball left side, circled around by Trey Sweeney. Off balance throw to first, draws Torkelson off the bag, and he is safe, likely an infield hit.
Yeah, it should be a base hit. Nothing he could do there. Zach McKinstry wasn't able to cut that ball off, and when that happened, it was going to be very difficult for Sweeney to get around that ball and get up on the throw. He didn't do it. Hernandez is on first base with the infield base hit.
So, man on first for Eric Wagaman, who doubled in the second inning. This game brought to you in part by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, ready to help. Scuba looks at the runner at first and deals to Wagaman, who takes a ball low. So back to what we were talking about before the break. It is very, very hard to see where a home run is at this ballpark. It's an absence of a yellow line. Really, the only place that it's easy to see it is straightaway center field, as this pitch is hit in the air to center. Parker Meadows, wave in the arm, says he's got it. Finally gets down to him. He'll make the catch. And there is one away. But where Riley Green hit his, Bobby, it is a little bit of an elevated wall, and there's a white backdrop beyond the outfield wall.
Yeah, isn't that where that
thing, the statue,
I
whatever.
don't even know what you call it, that circus structure that they had here with lights and elevators and I don't know. I think there was a whale. Wasn't it a whale?
Something? No, I think, was it a marlin? It probably was a marlin.
More than likely it was a marlin, given this is the Marlins.
And now that is outside of the ballpark, as we might have some pitch comm issues here, or do we have something else cooking? A.J. Hinch, the athletic training staff, Chris Fetter, Jake Rogers.
They're all going to the mound. Kelly Rhodes is talking to him, the assistant athletic trainer.
And so Skubal having a conversation with his skipper, athletic training staff, and Chris Fetter out there. Now the entire Tiger infield in there as well. And Tarek Skubal is going to be lifted from this ball game. So the Tigers will have to dip into their pen early today. You just hope for the best.
Yeah, you're not sure. I don't know. Obviously don't want to speculate on what that may be, but Tarek Skubal came out, spoke with Kelly Rhodes, the assistant athletic trainer, and A.J. Hinch, and that decision was made very quickly. He walked off the mound. Not sure who's going to pop out of that Tiger bullpen, but they're going to get as long as they need to get hot.
So Tarek Skubal here in the bottom of the fourth inning in Miami has been lifted from this game, and we will see who the Tigers opt to go to as the first man up in that bullpen. Whoever it will be, they will have as much time as they need to get loose. Getting a look on our FanDuel Sports monitor here.
He delivered that pitch to home plate and followed the flight of the ball out to the outfield as it was caught, and in doing so took that glove off his right hand and reached under his left arm, kind of in that lat area. Obviously, again, don't want to speculate. We're just getting a look at it on our FanDuel Sports monitor. But that's what it was. And it looks like that's Rafael Montero that has come out of the Tiger bullpen.
So it appears that Montero will be the first man up today, and he will have as much time as he needs to get loose. So we'll step aside for this pitching change. Tigers down 3-1 in the fourth inning right here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meijer.
The Tigers aren't the only hot team in Detroit this summer. Priority is heating up, and we're building a powerhouse crew. Whether you're behind the wheel or behind the scenes, there's a spot for you on our winning team. Great pay, real benefits, and a work culture that moves fast and plays hard. Apply now at PriorityWaste.com and get in the game. Priority, Detroit's hottest team off the field.
I'm Dan Campbell, head coach of the Detroit Lions. I know from experience, a football team is like a family. You trust each other, you support each other, you rely on each other. That's how it is in life, especially when you've been hurt in an accident. You don't call just anyone. You turn to family for help when you're injured. And everyone knows the Bernsteins will treat you like family. And you can trust them like family. They're Michigan's first family of law for a reason. Get the Bernstein advantage. After all, we're all family around here.
Injured? 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Do you suffer from back or neck pain? Trinity Health has the latest methods and technology to help. Our team looks at many treatment options to create a plan that's right for you. From physical therapy and pain management to advanced spine surgery. Say goodbye to living with pain. Reach out to the Trinity Health Spine Program and get back to enjoying your daily activities. TrinityHealthMI.org/spine. Trinity Health. We see all of you.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for small businesses to make it big. Big like hearing your small business featured in a radio ad for free or getting free sports tickets to entertain a client. Comerica Bank brings big perks like these and more to every small business customer. To learn how opportunity happens here, visit comerica.com/prosper. Member FDIC Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
Man, this Ford Escape is sweet. Smooth ride, killer tech. It's like driving a game winner.
See, that's because I got it from my local Ford dealer. Deal of the season, kid.
Seriously?
Yeah.
How'd you pull that off?
Well, simple. Next time you're there, look them in the eye and say, Big Al sent you.
What do I get, the Big Al discount or something?
Better than that, you get treated like a legend.
Well then, mind if we swing by our neighborhood Michigan Ford dealer right now?
Now you're talking. Let's go!
Rafael Montero gets to work. Joey Weimer stands in, chops one to third base. It is a foul ball, and it's an 0-1 count. Well, if you're just joining us, Tarek Skubal got Eric Wagaman to fly out to center field and then exited the ball game with the athletic training staff. And again, we're not going to even begin to speculate here. We just hope for the best for Tarek. He is responsible for the man at first, so his line not yet complete. Roberto Hernandez led off the inning with a base hit off of Skubal. Second batter, Eric Wagaman, flew out to Parker Meadows in center. And that's when Skubal left the ball game. So Montero is on. And the bullpen is going to have to shoulder the load of the rest of this ball game. Montero coming set. And the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, sharply hit foul up the third baseline. It's a 0-2 count. Tiger pitching change brought to you by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. It's the 13th appearance for Montero out of the Tiger bullpen. He's 1-0. The .240 earned run average. He did not appear in the series in New York, but he has been pretty darn good. Has not allowed a run in 3 2/3 innings in the month of September as he throws on to first. Diving back in safely is Hernandez. And his final 5 appearances of the month of August were scoreless appearances.
No, he's been good of late.
He deals the 0-2. Down and away with the slider. It's a 1-2 count.
Yeah, as you talked about, partner, didn't appear in the Yankee series. Last time he pitched was on the 7th against the White Sox. 1 inning pitch, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, clean otherwise. You're going to see a four-seam fastball split mix. He'll mix in a slider and the sinker, but it's just about 92% four-seam fastball and split.
Splitter misses down and away, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Montero's splitter is not that. It's not that devastating straight down fall off the table splitter. It acts more like a changeup. It's going to have some arm side run. It'll get a little depth, but mostly run. Got some really good action on it.
2-2. Check swing foul, and we'll do it again. We had a fascinating conversation with him in Kansas City about the changes he has made since coming over to the Tiger organization. And all of it was predicated on the grips of his pitches.
Yep. Especially that four-seamer. He's getting more vertical, meaning it's riding out a little bit better, playing a little bit better in the zone.
2-2 is a called strike 3. Splitter clips the outside edge, and Montero's got a strikeout. 2 down here in the Marlins fourth for Maximo Acosta. Was hit by a pitch in the fourth inning.
Now, really good pitch. We talked about what that splitter does from Montero. Acts a little bit more like a changeup as opposed to like a true just devastating split finger. Gets back over that outside edge. And Weimer's retired.
First pitch to Acosta is a sinker for a called strike. Bottom rail, 0-1. Acosta, 110 games with Jacksonville. He was only a .229 hitter in AAA, and he struck out 118 times. But, we touched on this earlier, Bobby. We were talking off air. He takes outside, and the count goes even. When you have an organization where the Marlins are at the current juncture, a lot of guys are going to get opportunities to prove their worth at the big league level.
Absolutely. And one of the things this time of year is difficult for, you talk about this Marlins team not being as strong as other teams the Tigers are playing.
Pitch is roped to left, and a base hit for Acosta. Holding at second after a wide turn is Hernandez, and the Marlins with 2 on and 2 out.
You have a lot of guys like Acosta who are trying to figure out a way to put something on tape and put some numbers up so they can factor prominently in either this Marlins future or, listen, there's still scouts in the stands. Other teams may like you. They take you off the roster, or who knows, you might get included in a deal, find yourself in the big league somewhere else next year. There's a lot to play for everybody on these fields right now, whether you're in the race or not.
2 on and 2 out. Javier Sanoa, the hitter, picked up an RBI on the fielder's choice in the second. He skies one into center field. Parker Meadows, a long run in. Parker dives, and he can't come up with it. Hernandez scores. Coming around to score is Acosta. It's a 2-run double for Sanoa, and it is 5-1 Marlins here in the fourth inning.
That's just a tough break for Montero and the Tigers. That was a good pitch. It was a sinker that was up and in. And Sanoa just muscles it out in the center field. Parker Meadows got on his horse. Good break. Got on the route really quickly, sold out for it, and just came up short.
Inches away of catching that baseball, and it skipped by him off of this field turf here in Miami. And nice job by Riley Green backing that up. That'll close the book. And the final line on Tarek Skubal, 3 1/3, 4 runs on 4 hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Final line brought to you by Figer Law. All they do is win. Xavier Edwards at the top of the card takes outside and ball 1. So 5-1 Miami here in the fourth inning. Sanoa on second. Edwards today is 0 for 2. 282 hitter in the year with 3 homers, the 1-0. Swing, and he chops it. Nice snow cone grab by Montero as he races to the bag at first. And the side is retired. We go to the fifth. 5-1 Marlins ahead here on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meijer.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Introducing the Little Caesars Deal Deal. And he won't stop blabbering on about the pizza deal. 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each.
Wow, dude, you just stole my thunder.
Sorry, Deal Dear. Tell him it's only here for a limited time.
You just told them it's only here for a limited time.
Oops! Order 2 large pizzas for only $4.99 each. Little Caesars is the real deal.
That's my line.
Pizza. Offer available for a limited time online only in the participating Little Caesars stores. Enter promo code Pizza online or via the Little Caesars app at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. See our website or app for more information.
It's natural to have questions about what's next, from a diagnosis you never expected or a treatment plan that feels complicated and short on options. but you always have a choice. To believe your path forward should have clarity and confidence, with access to pioneering therapies and the latest clinical trials. Cancer is everything we do, and we do it all right here in Michigan. At Carmanis, you can get a second opinion appointment within 7 days. Call us at 1-800-CARMANIS.
It's baseball season, and you know what that means. It's Faygo time. Nothing beats an ice-cold Faygo. Faygo, the one true pop. Faygo is a proud sponsor of Detroit Tigers Radio.
Fifth inning is brought to you by Figer Law. All they do is win. Tigers down 5-1 to the Miami Marlins here in the top of the fifth inning. Colt Keith to lead things off. He'll be followed by Trey Sweeney and Zach McKinstry. Marlins have scored in 3 of the first 4 innings tonight as Alcantara gets back to work. Deals to Keith. Up and away, ball 1. Colt popped out to the shortstop, Otto Lopez, in the second inning. He's 0 for 1 in the game. Tigers just 2 hits through the first 4. Infield single for Kerry Carpenter and a home run for Riley Green, his 34th of the year. Colt will step out of the box ahead of the 1-0 pitch. The Tigers playing from behind tonight. 1-0. In there for a called strike, evening up the count. Get a check in this inning from the out-of-town scoreboard from the 1-800-CALL-SAM studios. Action all across the big leagues this evening. A 1-1. This one roped up the right field line, but foul. Boy, Colt has been on some of these pitches from Alcantara today. He just hasn't been able to straighten one out.
Yeah, he has. He's looked good. Some pretty good timing.
And Agustin Ramirez sensing that as well as he goes out to the mound to have a quick chat with Alcantara. Texas leads the Mets. It's a 6-3 ball game in the 4th inning. Pittsburgh up 3-2 on Washington in the 7th. Cleveland's got a 1-0 lead on the White Sox in the 5th. Baltimore up 1-0 on Toronto, 5th inning. Tigers came into the day half game back of the Blue Jays with the top spot in the American League. Kansas City down 6-1 to the Phillies in the 5th inning. Houston up 4-0 in the 5th against Atlanta. Big series in Boston starting tonight. Yankees with a 2-0 lead over the Boston Red Sox. 1-2 on Colt Keith. Fouls it away.
Yeah, it's going to be a big series in New York. I mean,
huge.
In Boston with the Yankees and the Red Sox. Always fun when those two lock horns. But there's real stuff on the line in that one.
The 1-2 pitch. Colt takes it inside slightly. Good take. It's 2-2. Blue Jays lead the East by 3 games over the Yankees and 3.5 over the Red Sox. So the division for both of those teams is not out of reach with about 15, 16 games left.
It's not, and it's interesting.
2-2 on Keith. He ropes one. Caught by the first baseman, Wagaman, coming off.